The final sprint to Iowa as the first voting of the presidential election gets underway.
You can't sit home. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it.
I promise you that our best days are yet to come.
I'm running for your issues. I'm running for your family's issues. I'm running solely for this country's issues.
He skipped every debate and held the least number of events in Iowa. But will Donald Trump beat the rest of the Republican pack tonight? Or can Nikki Haley eke out a win as she gains momentum in the polls? Will Ron DeSantis have a better than expected showing? Or is it Iowa or bust for his campaign? The high-stakes fight for the nomination tonight as the candidates push their final messages to voters. And
we need to take the country back.
Trump is not a viable candidate.
The economy, the culture wars, and more. With just minutes until the Iowa caucuses kick off, what will be the big issue driving voters to their caucus sites? And what, if anything, can tonight's results predict for November's general election? ABC News Live's special coverage of the 2024 Iowa caucuses starts right now. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us on this special Iowa caucus edition of Your Voice, Your Vote. Throughout the night, we'll be bringing you all the newest reporting from Iowa as the first test of the primary season is about to get underway. Iowa Republicans have just gathered for their caucuses, discussing and voting for their pick for a presidential nominee. Former President Trump is far ahead in the polls, despite making few visits to the state. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has visited all 99 Iowa counties. Former governor and UN Ambassador Nikki Haley has been gaining momentum with a slight lead now over DeSantis. But the weather is proving to be a wild card tonight. Which voters will brave the Arctic weather conditions? And will those who are less passionate about their candidates stay at home? As results start to come in, we have team coverage tonight with the campaigns and the voters. We are taking a look at just what is top of mind tonight. ABC's Rachel Scott leads us off from Trump headquarters in Des Moines, Iowa.
Tonight, Iowans braving the coldest caucus night in history to cast the first votes of the Republican primary season.
Let's get everybody out.
While his rivals have spent months crisscrossing the state, the frontrunner, former President Donald Trump, only holding one scheduled event this final week.
Mr. President, you've campaigned here far less than your rivals. Will that cost you today?
We're going to have a great night and a fantastic place. The people are fantastic, and I've never seen spirit like they have countrywide. But in Iowa, I've never seen spirit.
Trump going into tonight ahead by 30 points. The big question, will his supporters show up in sub-zero temperatures? Kathy and Ralph Fenton from Indianola say nothing will keep them away.
We'd walk through broken glass to see Trump.
You would?
Yep.
And the caucus for him, too?
Yes.
Yep.
But other Iowa voters like Dan Hobson have soured on the former president.
I voted for him in his first run and decided I didn't like what I got. So I don't like his policies. I don't like the way he treats people or treats other countries.
He says he'll probably caucus for Nikki Haley.
Happy Caucus Day. We are so excited. It is finally go time.
Haley has gained momentum in the final days, now polling in second place. Ariba Pilgrim with her in Adele.
You said you were going to have a strong showing here in Iowa. What does that mean?
We won't know until we see what the numbers look like. You know, we want to have strong so that it can catapult us into New Hampshire. We expect it to be a two-person race in New Hampshire.
The candidate with the most at stake, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Are you ready to brave the cold and make your voice heard tonight?
DeSantis staking his entire campaign on Iowa, holding more events here than Haley and Trump combined.
We went out to earn your vote. I went to all 99 counties. We answered questions. We showed up to debates.
One thing he didn't do, aggressively take on the frontrunner. DeSantis conceding Trump's indictments helped the former president. Arwid Johnson pressing the governor, should he have hit Trump harder?
Do you think that that has held back your campaign or hurt you in any way?
We started off the first week or two very strong. We were getting good media. Then he got indicted in Florida with that, and that wiped everything else off the screen. And then he got indicted again in D.C. and then again in Atlanta, and so that just subsumed, I think, the whole process at that point.
Rachel Scott joins us now. Rachel, what message is the former president sending to his supporters tonight?
Well, Donald Trump really not taking any chances tonight, Lindsay. He has been urging his supporters for days not to be complacent by that big lead you see there in the polls and to turn out to caucus for him tonight. Remember, he did lose this state back in 2016. He had virtually no ground operation here. This time it's a totally different story. His campaign has built out a robust operation here on the ground. The former president making personal calls to supporters today. The former president hoping to send a message tonight with a decisive victory that this is his nomination for the taking, Lindsay.
All right, well, we will be watching how it all plays out. Rachel, thanks so much. And joining us now from the big board is ABC News political director Rick Klein. Rick, give us a lay of the land here. What are you watching for in particular tonight?
Lindsay, the last snapshot that we got in this race shows you the extent of Donald Trump's apparent dominance over this field. This is the Des Moines Register poll, the gold standard in Iowa. Donald Trump leading by almost 30 points over Nikki Haley and flirting with the possibility of winning an outright majority. The battle for second very much on. Nikki Haley starting to surge ahead of Ron DeSantis in the late polling. If she's able to pull that off, that is a huge storyline for her. But there are indications about why that might be so difficult. Take a look at our latest poll with Ipsos, the ABC Ipsos poll. We asked the question about whether you'd be satisfied as a Republican with the following individuals as the Republican nominee. 72% of Republicans say they are fine with Donald Trump, 10 points less for DeSantis, but that number for Haley sticks out to me. Less than half of Republicans, even now, say they would be comfortable with Nikki Haley as the nominee. A lot of convincing to do, and that is problematic in a state like Iowa because you're talking about hardcore conservatives. Now, what's interesting about a night like tonight, in part, is that if you want to beat Donald Trump, you actually have a template for this because he lost Iowa once before. Back in 2016, he actually came in second behind Ted Cruz. And you could see there weren't that many places in the state with a lot of people in them where Donald Trump was victorious. And if you're Ron DeSantis, who visited all of Iowa's 99 counties, you're looking at the Ted Cruz counties, these orange, yellowish ones. Those are the places that Ted Cruz was able to win. Places like Sioux County. Look at that. Donald Trump barely had 10% of the vote there. That is a heavily evangelical corner of the state. I'm going to have my eyes on this region up here, including some of the counties up here and here south of Des Moines. These are evangelical heavy places that have shown a propensity, at least in the last time that Donald Trump was on the ballot there, to go in another direction. Now, Nikki Haley, she's looking at this a little bit differently. She's looking at the big population centers, including Des Moines, Polk County. That's Marco Rubio territory from 8 years ago. And those are the kind of urban and suburban voters. You look out here to the east in Johnson County, which is where the University of Iowa is. Those are the kind of moderate, independent, and even Democratic voters that need to be Nikki Haley voters tonight. So these are the places where you can start to see inroads, but all signs are that Donald Trump is going to overperform his margins by a lot just about everywhere in this state. Lindsay?
All right, well, we'll be checking back in with you throughout the night. Rick Klein, thank you. For former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, the Iowa caucus seems to be about the battle for second place. And even though she's placed much of her early focus on New Hampshire, she continues to gain ground in recent Iowa polling. ABC's Eva Pilgrim joins us now. Eva, what does Governor Haley's support look like on the ground there?
No, Lindsay, her support really runs the gamut from people who voted for Trump twice, moderates, independents, even some Democrats who have told us that they're going to show up to caucus for her tonight. They're going to change their party affiliation so that they can do that. It really ranges all over the place, and she has a wide-ranging amount of support here.
And we're seeing her and DeSantis fight it out for second place in the polling. What has she said about that trend?
Well, she was very happy about that trend because her numbers are trending up. She pointed out that the other candidates are trending down. And here's the reality of it, Lindsay. Her team doesn't have the same ground organization as her rival. So they really are counting on that late game momentum to propel them into second place. And she's going to need it as she goes forward.
As she is currently the only candidate to beat President Biden by a wide margin in polls, how does that factor into her message?
Well, it is in her message, right? That's the message she leaves people with every time she speaks, that she has a wider electability. She points out the fact that Republicans haven't won the popular vote in the last several elections, and that that's not something to be proud of. And that when you look at the recent polls, she is the only candidate that in a head-to-head election with President Biden wins by a wide margin. And she asks people to keep that in mind. Lindsay?
All right, well, Eva, we will be checking back in with you throughout the night as well. Thank you. As the only candidate to have visited all 99 counties in the state, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is putting up a fight on the ground in Iowa, even securing the endorsement of Governor Kim Reynolds. Still, DeSantis is trailing in third place, with former President Trump coming in first. ABC's Whit Johnson spoke to him about his competition and Trump's legal troubles. Whit, want to bring you back in here. What did DeSantis tell you about his place in this race?
Well, Lindsay, good evening. It's good to be with you. DeSantis has gone all in on Iowa, planting his campaign flag in this state. It's been a huge investment of time and resources, with the calculation that he would be able to connect with the state's evangelical leaders and traditional conservatives. You mentioned some of the endorsements that he's been racking up here. His campaign very much following the model of Ted Cruz and what he did back in 2016 when Cruz beat Donald Trump here in Iowa. But the DeSantis campaign says that they're even bigger, stronger, and more sophisticated in terms of their organization on the ground. And the final pitch that he's making down the stretch to the voters here is that Nikki Haley is focused on her issues, her donors' issues. Donald Trump is focused on his own issues, and that DeSantis is fighting for your issues and your family. And he believes that message is resonating in these final hours.
And do you want to take a listen to what Ron DeSantis had to say about Trump a little while ago? Let's take a listen.
Well, here's what I'd say. I don't know that Donald Trump, regardless of how that he would necessarily, not want to be in. But I just think that in terms of the Republican Party, how do you win under all of that? I think it's going to be very difficult to be able to do it.
And he has been to every county in the state, all 99. I think they call that the full Grassley, a nod to Senator Chuck Grassley, who tries to visit all 99 counties every year. Tell us about DeSantis' ground game in Iowa and how it fares in this snow.
Yeah, Lindsay, they believe they have a major advantage when it comes to the ground game here, especially when it comes to the snow, the sub-zero temperatures, because the game is all about getting people to these caucus locations. You mentioned DeSantis visiting all 99 counties here. He's held more events in this state than Donald Trump and Nikki Haley combined. And he believes, we've heard from his campaign, some of the efforts that they're putting in. They're actually identifying precinct captains. These are people who will speak and go out to the nearly 1,700 locations. They're looking for people who have SUVs, four-wheel drive, and trucks, and they're actually bringing shovels and ice melt. And they tell me they're literally going to dig people out, transport them directly to these caucus locations, and that includes seniors from retirement homes. Lindsay?
And is DeSantis expressing any concern at all about where he's currently ranking in the polls?
Lindsay, I asked him if he was worried about his momentum, given the fact that Nikki Haley has surpassed him and moved up into that second place spot in the recent polls. He said you can't follow the polls here in Iowa because they can't calculate who's actually going to show up. We talked about the weather. It's very difficult to sort that all out. So he still remains confident. He feels like his message is resonating with the voters. But make no mistake about it, the amount of investment that he's made in this state, he knows that he needs a strong finish. Many people think he's got to come in first or second place here in Iowa in order to continue and move on with this campaign. And I asked him about that directly, and he insists that he is in it for the long haul, no matter what the outcome is here. They actually have a plane waiting for him later tonight. He says that regardless of what happens, he's going to get on that plane, he's going to go to South Carolina, and then throughout the course of the next week, he's going to go back and forth from South Carolina to New Hampshire. He says the game is all about collecting delegates, and he says he likes to be the underdog. We'll see how it plays out tonight.
I guess he likes to be in it. He says he's going to be in it for the long haul. Whit Johnson, our thanks to you. As we've said, Iowa voters are gathering inside caucus locations across the state right now. ABC's Mary Alice Parks is inside one of those caucus locations and joins us. And Mary Alice, I think there's so much interest in how these caucuses play out, what they look like. What are you seeing personally and hearing as people gather there?
Yeah, Lindsay, we are at Valley High School in West Des Moines, one of about 730 caucus sites around the country. You can see people are just starting to arrive, mostly at this point volunteers, people that will be running the caucus, and representatives from each campaign. And you're going to get about a few hundred people here if turnout goes as expected. So this is definitely one of the bigger caucus sites. People are going to be sitting right around these cafeteria tables, eye to eye with their neighbors. That's the thing about a caucus. No hiding. It is public. And no flexibility. You have to be here in person. Doesn't matter if you're a doctor working tonight or if you're even a member of the military deployed overseas. You don't get to vote. You have to show up and be here in person right at 7 o'clock. You can imagine some of those smaller caucus sites where they're only expecting a few dozen people, how intimate that is. And also how people are still persuaded at the very end. Because the very beginning of these caucuses, people stand up, they give speeches, and they talk about why they are supporting a candidate and why you should too. I was just talking to Marie. She's the one that's going to be talking on behalf of Nikki Haley here. Her daughter goes to this high school, and not surprising, she was one of the first ones in the room. This is a part of the state where Nikki Haley has to do so well. She really has to run up the score in these suburban parts of the state, and it was the Nikki Haley volunteers who were here first. Marie told me she's a little bit nervous, but she's ready. She has her talking points. She's been sitting there and practicing her speech. So we will see. We are just minutes away, Lindsay.
And of course, we've been talking a lot about those sub-zero temperatures and how that's going to correlate with turnout. Of course, you can only see the one site where you are tonight. But does it seem like people are turning out this year?
Well, we'll see. I'm personally a little bit surprised there aren't more people in this room as we are getting closer and closer. But look, this is a more suburban, urban part of the state where people tell us that, look, the roads are clear. And yes, there's piles of snow, but they are ready. They are passionate. They are coming out. I think there's a much bigger concern in some of the more rural parts of the state where maybe a road isn't plowed yet. And also, obviously, a big concern about any elderly voters who just might not want to and feel comfortable in these temperatures. But overall, Lindsay, we've been talking to everyone the last few days. People tell us they are excited, they are Iowans, they are tough, they are ready for this. So mostly the message has been that nothing is going to slow people down.
All right, well, we will see as the night goes on. Mary Alice Parks, thank you. We'll be checking back in with you as the evening unfolds there. While caucuses are about to get underway, some of the candidates have been focused on Iowa for weeks now, hosting rallies, visiting diners, and getting as much face time as possible. So how is it resonating with voters there as they prepare to cast their votes? R.J. O'Brien has a look.
The first votes of the 2024 election are officially upon us. And it all begins right here in Iowa. You might be asking, why does this sometimes snowy state, home to fewer people than New York or Los Angeles, feel like it's the center of the political universe?
And what's driving you?
To answer that, you should first meet Kendall Ross.
Recording in progress.
All right, we are rolling. Okay. Robert, stand by.
Where are you talking to us from right now?
I'm in the lovely city of Des Moines. Right now, I'm in Des Moines, Iowa, in my hotel room, where I've been for the past few months.
Wait, you've lived in that hotel room for months, that exact hotel room?
I've been in this hotel room since August, so it's been a while.
Kendall is laser focused on Iowa.
Gotta go.
Traveling from event to event, watching candidates work the room for months. Kendall, an ABC News 2024 campaign embed, has been our eyes and ears in the Hawkeye state as voters prepare for the crucial first-in-the-nation caucuses here.
Because Iowa goes first, they really do take the responsibility of kind of setting the tone for the rest of the race very seriously.
And the tone here recently has been one of nonstop politicking.
Well, it's great to be here in Iowa.
Hello, Iowa. I'm thrilled to be back.
Good to see you guys. Good to be back in Iowa.
GOP White House hopefuls have descended on Iowa for more than a year, many making repeated stops here even before their presidential campaigns were official.
Good to be with you. Good to be back in Iowa.
Including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who for months has been concentrated on outperforming expectations in Iowa and is endorsed by the state's popular governor, Kim Reynolds.
Donald Trump is running on his issues. Nikki Haley is running on her donors' issues. I'm the only one running on your issues.
But former President Trump is still dominating in the polls here, despite facing 4 felony indictments, pleading not guilty to all. The former president running an even more aggressive Iowa playbook compared to his 2016 bid, pushing voters to go out and caucus for him.
We're not taking any chances, right?
I think there's several people who do a good job, but Trump's the guy.
I think I could support Vivek Ramaswamy or DeSantis, but Trump has a record of success in the White House.
One voter even directly telling candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, who's also invested heavily in Iowa, she won't give up on Trump.
How do we not go caucus for him? How do we not vote for the guy that they're trying to tear apart?
But not every Iowan is sold on Trump.
I think if Donald Trump gets elected, I think that is something that we need to have a conversation about. That scares me.
I don't want to waste my vote and vote for him and then something happened to him. It's a tough call.
I like Vivek. I like the guy. He's got some pretty good ideas. He's pretty smart.
With DeSantis, he says and does what he does what he says.
Whichever candidate they settle on, Iowans won't technically go to the polls because here, voters don't have a primary, they caucus.
To pick their candidate, Republicans in Iowa gather in school gyms like this one. Others go to places of worship. Some go to private homes. Unlike a primary in a state like New Hampshire, the polls aren't open for most of the day in Iowa. Voters have to show up on time at 7 p.m. They first listen to speeches on behalf of the various candidates, and then they write down who their choice is on paper ballots. But they do it in a big room that's full of their friends and neighbors, so peer pressure is a real factor. Those paper ballots then get counted on site, and the results are reported to the state Republican Party.
The main reason Iowans caucus is just that's how it's always been. And because for decades Iowa has chosen its nominee first, some see it as a bellwether for the rest of the nation.
Really an accident of history. Starting in 1972, Iowa ended up being the first on the presidential nominating calendar. So everyone started looking at, well, how are candidates doing in Iowa? And that's made a lot of difference who's moved forward and who hasn't in the nomination process.
But for Democrats, Iowa is no longer the official first stop on the campaign calendar.
The ayes have it.
After a near unanimous decision last year by the Democratic National Committee, South Carolina, a state with a more diverse population, will now be the first Democratic primary. But Iowa's caucuses still hold their first-in-the-nation status for Republicans, and doing well here can show the rest of the country a candidate has momentum.
We actually, as a state, aren't that good at finally picking presidents, but we pick who isn't going to be president. Iowa really, its purpose, in a way, is to winnow the field.
She has a point. In the past, Iowa has had a checkered track record of picking winners. In 2016, the last Republican contest, Ted Cruz won. Donald Trump came in second. How about 2012, when Rick Santorum won here? He narrowly beat Mitt Romney, who eventually went on to become the nominee. One more, 2008. Mike Huckabee trounced the other candidates here. Mitt Romney came in second, but neither of them became the nominee. John McCain, who came in fourth, did. Now, Iowa has propelled some campaigns to prominence. Also in 2008, in the Democratic caucuses, Barack Obama handily won the state. George Bush also won here in 2000.
The place where Iowa really made its name was in 1976 with Jimmy Carter. He basically decided to camp out in Iowa and just go town to town, and that's what set him on the way to the White House.
Nowadays, Trump's repeated rallies have been a hallmark of his so far successful Iowa strategy. But voter-to-voter, grip-and-grin retail politics still dominates here. The state fair is one of the main political events of the year. And regardless of whether you think perpetual political attention should be heaped on White House hopefuls' attempts to pick up Iowan votes by riding motorcycles, or rapping, lose yourself in the music, or flipping pork, as of this election, the Hawkeye State isn't going anywhere. This will be the first stop for whichever Republican will ultimately take on President Biden. But don't be surprised if on caucus night, a few candidates declare their performance in Iowa a win.
For DeSantis or Haley, they at least want second place. You know, that they're kind of fighting for second place right now.
So depending on the candidate, a second place, third place finish, they could consider that a win.
Yes. No, but for the Trump camp, obviously a win is winning the caucus. You know, they've done this twice before. Everyone's win looks different.
And tonight we are looking at that race for second place. Still much more to get to tonight here on Prime. We'll take a step back from politics. Coming up on what would have been Martin Luther King Jr.'s 95th birthday, we bring the tributes that continue to pour in. But next we have the latest on the cold sweeping across the country. When will it end?
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines from southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Welcome back to our ABC News Live special coverage of the Iowa caucuses. It's now less than an hour away until the first nominating contest of the 2024 presidential election begins. And we'll bring you the first look at the direction of that vote in just minutes. But next to the other big story dominating headlines both in Iowa as well as across the country, of course, we're talking about that brutal cold that's putting more than 190 million Americans on alert. ABC senior meteorologist Rob Marciano is standing by tracking it all. But we begin with Alex Perez in Chicago with the latest on the impact.
Tonight, white-knuckle driving across the South. Drivers struggling to stay on the road in snow, sleet, and ice. AccuWeather storm chaser Reed Timmer on Interstate 40 in Nashville.
Our road crews are trying to keep up with the rates, but it's just impossible down here in the South because the infrastructure doesn't really support it.
This is the accident that started the whole thing off this morning.
West of Houston, icy overpasses and multiple morning crashes forcing authorities to close Interstate 10 in both directions. With temperatures feeling like the teens across Texas, energy officials worried about blackouts, begging residents to conserve power. As that system heads to the northeast, bone-chilling cold fueling lake-effect blizzards around Buffalo, up to 3 inches an hour at one point, forcing officials to issue a ban on all travel. Here's what it looked like on the field this weekend when officials made the call to move the Bills game to today. An army of volunteers racing to clear the snow from the stands earlier today.
Quite a heavy lift there. Alex Perez joins us now from Chicago, right in front of Lake Michigan. Alex, got to say, I was just watching you with your eyes closed, your hands over your mouth, just trying to stay warm. Give us a sense of what it's like out there.
Yeah, I'm wearing a lot of layers, Lindsay. You know, the feel-like temperature in Chicago right now is a brutal 18 below zero. Many schools across the region have already announced they will be closed tomorrow. The wind chill in the Windy City tomorrow, Lindsay, it's expected to be about 30 below zero. Lindsay?
Painful. Alex, go get warm. Thanks so much. Now let's get to senior meteorologist Rob Marciano, who's tracking the storm for us. Rob, I guess this is the proverbial quiet before the storm.
Yeah, and cold this time. So it's going to be all snow, I think, here in the Northeast. You heard Alex mention those numbers. I mean, you go 30 below, that's frostbite in 10 minutes. So school bus stop, walk to school, just too dangerous. And this cold is expansive. It's all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico as far as the alerts are concerned. At ahead of it, that's where that winter storm is, and the warnings are up. All right, in the morning, you mentioned 27, 29, maybe 30 below in Chicago. Goodness gracious. Minus 25 in Kansas City. You just can't get out of it. But Little Rock, minus 6. In Memphis, your snow that you got will stick around. The snow now, leading edge of it east of Nashville, maybe a little ice south of that, and the snow pushing into D.C. already and will stay there. The whole capital is going to be covered in white, as will much of I-95. Only near the immediate coastline will there be any sort of mix. This is a quick one. That's good, but it's mostly cold, so that means anywhere from 1 to 5 inches of snowfall expected, including New York City, which is likely to break its snowless streak of 700 days without an inch of snow. That probably comes to an end tomorrow. Lindsay?
I guess it's about time. Rob Marciano, our thanks to you. Now 100 days since the Hamas terror attack. Tonight, Hamas released video of 3 hostages still in captivity. ABC's Matt Gutman is in Israel tonight.
After 100 days of war, tonight, Hamas releasing new videos showing these 3 hostages. ABC News not showing the hostage videos themselves at the request of the families. Noah Argamani, Yossi Sharabi, Itai Svirsky, just 3 of the more than 100 hostages still held captive in Gaza. Argamani and that look of terror as she was ripped from her boyfriend and loaded onto this motorcycle became the face of those taken from the Nova Music Festival. She pleads in this video, "Don't kill me." Over the weekend in Tel Aviv, thousands demanding the hostages return. Among them, Argamani's mother, stricken with cancer, begging to see her daughter again before she dies. And in Israel today, this ramming attack outside Tel Aviv, police say 2 Palestinian men claiming to be enraged by the destruction in Gaza, carjacking vehicles and ramming them into civilians. A 79-year-old woman was killed, 17 others injured. That vehicle went slaloming through the streets here, ramming into pedestrians and other cars, causing massive damage here and, of course, killing that woman. You can see the front end of this car is completely destroyed here. In Gaza, this video circulating online showing the apocalyptic desperation. Thousands swarming aid trucks carrying flour to northern Gaza. Then shots ring out and the hungry scatter. UN organizations estimate that about a quarter of Gaza's population is experiencing catastrophic hunger and expect malnutrition and deaths to follow.
Just a brutal existence on the ground there. Matt Gutman joins us now from Tel Aviv. And Matt, Israel's defense minister had a major speech today. What did he have to say?
In that speech, Lindsay, the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, who really spoke before the nation in this nationally broadcast speech, said that the fighting will soon come to an end in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, but they're still working in the south. What they want to do there, he said, is cut off the head of the snake. They're going for the head of Hamas in southern Gaza, that is Yahya Sinwar. He also said, however, that when the fighting is over, that it should be Palestinian officials who govern Gaza, not an Israeli occupation. Lindsay.
All right, Matt Gutman for us from Tel Aviv. Thanks so much, Matt. 4 people were killed and 1 person critically injured Sunday morning when a hot air balloon crash landed in the desert in Arizona. The mayor confirmed that a total of 13 people were in the hot air balloon at the time of the crash, 8 skydivers, 4 passengers, and a pilot. According to witnesses, skydivers exited the hot air balloon just before impact as the balloon appeared to be flying up and down. Officials with the NTSB and FAA are investigating the incident. And overseas tonight, the urgent search for 2 U.S. Navy SEALs lost at sea after a daring nighttime mission. They were boarding a ship off the coast of Somalia trying to disrupt the flow of weapons to Yemen. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze has this story.
Tonight, the desperate search for 2 Navy SEALs who vanished after falling into the sea during a dangerous nighttime mission to disrupt the flow of weapons to Yemen. Officials say the elite team was boarding a boat suspected of carrying Iranian weapons in the Gulf of Aden off the coast of Somalia Thursday night, when one of the SEALs was knocked into the rough waters. Following protocol, another SEAL dove in to conduct a rescue, both of them then going missing. Officials say the team continued with the mission, taking control of that boat, finding and seizing Iranian ballistic and cruise missiles on board.
Our thanks to Elizabeth Schulze. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin was released from the hospital today following a 2-week stay for treatment of an infection after an earlier prostate cancer surgery. The stay and subsequent delay in informing officials of his hospitalization caused controversy, with some lawmakers calling for an investigation. Today, the Pentagon said Austin's cancer was, quote, treated early and effectively, and that he has not planned further treatment other than regular surveillance. And tonight, as we await those results out of Iowa, with Republicans fighting to win the first in the nation caucus, it's Democrats who are now speaking out, with Vice President Kamala Harris speaking with ABC's Mary Bruce in an exclusive interview and taking on President Biden's potential opponents in November.
So are your concerns the same no matter who the Republican candidate is, the Republican nominee?
Well, let me just tell you this. No matter who the Republican nominee is, we're winning. We're winning.
You've seen the numbers, a lot. Do you think Donald Trump at this point is a foregone conclusion?
I don't know, but look, if it is Donald Trump, we've beat him before and we'll beat him again. When you, again, look at all of the issues that are at stake, including our standing in the world, I think that the people of America want more in terms of the outcome of this election and charting the course for the future of our country.
I do want to ask you one more question about Nikki Haley, since we're in her home state.
Sure.
She's made you a frequent target. She says she is really running against you. She's argued that you're a drag on the ticket. What do you say to her?
Listen, let's see what Iowa says to her.
We'll have more of Mary's interview with the vice president throughout our coverage tonight. And still ahead here on Prime, we sit down with Georgia Senator Warnock, who tells us how the work of Dr. King continues to be a work in progress. Just how good of a predictor are the Iowa caucuses of who ultimately becomes the victor in the presidential race? We take a look by the numbers.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine,
Close to the front line.
From the Capitol.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Yeah. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
In an interview, you talked about how you felt the boogeyman was coming.
Yeah. But since I was a kid, I felt someone's gonna get me.
The case of Jonathan Majors, the actor convicted of charges.
What happened exactly, do you know?
No, I don't know. She went conscious.
Your defense team has said that you were the victim of that night.
Who received injuries in the car? I did.
Jonathan Majors Speaks, the Impact by Nightline exclusive, now streaming on Hulu. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here. The candidates face each other, face America, and face off right after Iowa and right before New Hampshire votes. David Muir and Lindsay Davis moderate. ABC News, the New Hampshire primary debate. Thursday night on ABC and streaming everywhere on ABC News Live and Hulu. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey, I'm David Muir. Wherever the story, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back, everyone. All eyes are on the first in the nation caucus tonight and the ripple effect for the 2024 presidential election. So tonight we wanted to take a look at what the caucus historically means for the race for the White House by the numbers. Since 1972, the caucuses have been a testing ground for presidential candidates and an opportunity for White House hopefuls to try to get their momentum for their campaigns in other states. But in the 5 decades since, 16 different times the presidential candidates that won in Iowa have not gone on to become the commander-in-chief. 8 times the Iowa caucus winner was not even named their party's nominee. You may remember back in 2020, Pete Buttigieg won the Iowa caucus. Of course, Joe Biden went on to win the Democratic nomination and ultimately the White House. And in 2016, Republican Ted Cruz beat out a slew of Republicans, including Donald Trump in Iowa. Only 3 presidents since 1972 have won their Iowa caucus when races were contested: Jimmy Carter, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama. March 5th, that's when Democrats have moved their Iowa caucus to. The push was in part because many have cited Iowa's overwhelmingly white population as not representative of the nation and the Democratic Party. Republicans, though, are keeping the first in the nation tradition alive. And we still have much more ahead here on Prime tonight. From frigid temperatures to a frontrunner who has yet to take the debate stage, we look at the wild ride to Iowa caucus night. While Iowa may be nearly 90% white, that 10% is holding strong. Our Alex Prochet takes us inside the diverse group of people fighting to carve their own place within the GOP in the Hawkeye State. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back, everyone, to our special coverage of the Iowa caucuses, with voting set to kick off in just a few minutes. It's a small but dedicated part of the GOP. Minority voters, but as candidates have made their way across Iowa for the caucuses, many black and brown Republicans say they don't feel much of an effort has been made to reach out to their communities. Our Alex Prochet spoke with some of them in Iowa ahead of the caucuses.
After months of campaigning, tonight is the night.
These are the faces of some of the brave Iowans facing negative 20-degree wind chills to caucus.
Show of hands here, how many of y'all, this is your first time caucusing? All three?
Yeah. Yes.
All three.
Yaralis Bogdanov, Jamila Jones, and Michael Johnson each have something in common. They're Republicans of color living in Iowa, and each have their person.
How many people here, it's former President Trump?
Me. I'm caucusing for him.
You're caucusing, you're a caucus captain.
I'm his caucus captain, yes.
I'm from Brinkley.
Okay.
Ryan Brinkley.
And?
Vivek Ramaswamy, I'm a precinct captain.
Their ultimate goal, one way or another, is to make sure a Republican is in the White House come November. Biden's approval rating has dropped among Black Americans since he took office, and reports from 538 show an even larger decline among Hispanic voters.
I defeat Biden by double digits.
While the policies of some candidates have resonated with voters, Michael says little has been done to engage minority Republicans here.
Have you seen outreach here specifically to engage minority voters in Iowa?
No. Not as much as it should. For me, I've taken on a responsibility to be able to bring some of my family over, because a lot of my African families are just Democrats by default.
Mary Campos and Wayne Ford have taken on that responsibility to educate as well. For decades, working to unify Iowans and educate Black and brown communities about candidates from all parties. Mary is a 95-year-old Mexican immigrant who came to this country as a child, eventually settling in Iowa.
And I was privileged to meet all these candidates that wanted to be president.
Wayne has lived here since the late 70s.
Young people don't get a chance to hear from old people like her or old people like me. That's half the problem, because we have lived it and been there. We're a classic example.
If you don't vote, you can't complain.
They're the organizers behind the Black and Brown Presidential Forum in Iowa. Since 1984, this bipartisan event has addressed policies specifically facing Black and brown voters. That was until this year. They canceled because only one candidate accepted their invite, Ryan Binkley.
You reached out to Governor DeSantis?
Yes.
What'd you hear?
No response.
Nikki Haley?
No response.
Donald Trump?
American said no response.
I was a little surprised at that because I thought, both of our parties represent people. And I just think that the timing was wrong.
I'm curious, would it have been something that you would have been interested in attending?
I've lived in Iowa almost 9 years now. Never heard about it, not a single time. And I've never heard about that. And I would have attended.
How do you feel whenever you hear the term or the phrase voter of color?
It's 2024, something that we shouldn't even have. We're separating ourselves. We're just Americans. And to be separate like that it's not good.
But there are others who disagree.
Even if I fill out for a job application right now, it's going to ask me what my race, what my ethnicity is. So to pretend that race doesn't matter, we're all American, I feel like that's unrealistic.
RJ is an undecided voter. He last voted for Obama, but isn't quite sold on a second term for President Biden.
You feel like the black vote is more up for grabs this cycle?
I do.
Why?
Because I feel like a lot of blacks, they betted on Biden to be able to put some policies in play that were going to uplift the black community. And I feel like a lot of black people feel like, the vote got taken for advantage. But then again, we have Donald Trump and a lot of people don't per se care for him.
But he's conflicted and takes issue with Republicans because he says they don't hold events in minority communities.
How could you understand the issues if you're not directly interacting with the people in these areas?
Have you ever gotten heat? Have you ever gotten pressure from friends or family for your political views?
Yes. Some people say I'm racist with my own community because I'm Republican.
When you walk around with a Trump hat on,
it's a conversation starter, definitely. Why? You're black.
Right.
The polls show former President Trump with a more than 30-point lead in Iowa, but the race between second and third place is separated by just about 3 percentage points. The minority conservative vote in Iowa is small, but in a race projected to be this tight, it certainly could make a difference. And for Mary, she and Wayne plan to continue their work, organizing and reaching out to candidates and inviting them to engage with Black and brown Iowans.
For those that might say, we need to move past this, or this idea that we're in our silos, what would be your response to that?
I'm tired of hearing America is strong. America's always been strong. America's a nation that we can be proud of.
America's a nation that's welcomed everybody and anybody. And so I can't tolerate anything that would say to me, well, you're from the wrong side of the tracks. I can't stand it, and I'll do anything that I can to defeat that.
She says she's not going to let this stop her. Our thanks to Alex Brochet for that. Communities across the nation are celebrating the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. holiday with events ranging from prayer services to parades. In Washington, Martin Luther King III participated in a wreath-laying ceremony at his father's memorial, while President Biden marked the holiday at Philabundance in Philadelphia, a nonprofit food bank where he volunteered for the third year in a row to mark the January Day of Service. Observed federally since 1986, the holiday is the third Monday of January, which this year happens to fall on King's actual birthday. Dr. King would have turned 95 years old today. His words, of course, often used by many when calling for equality and justice. And while much progress has been made, there's certainly a lot left to do. I got a chance to have a conversation with someone who's perhaps one example of Dr. King's dream, Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock, the first black senator for the state, and he now preaches at the same Atlanta church as MLK. He discusses the work that needs to be done and whether we do truly live in a country that has overcome the disease of racism. Senator, thanks so much for coming on the show and marking this day with us. I just want to dive right in here. Simply put, do you believe the United States has realized the vision Dr. King had discussed with regard to racial reconciliation and the, quote, beloved community?
Thank you so very much. That work is a work in progress. In fact, Dr. King, when he reflected on his own work, used to talk about it in terms of unfinished business. And there is no question that his work has changed the world. I was born a year after Dr. King's death. The year I was born, Georgia was represented by two segregationist senators. They were effective, but they were segregationists. And one of them said that we love the Negro in his place, and his place is at the back door. Well, I sit in his seat. And that is a result of Dr. King's work, and yet there is so much more work for us to do.
And what do you say to people who, though, argue that, look, we're living in a post-racial America? Many people, of course, pointed to that when President Barack Obama became president. Do you disagree? Even Nikki Haley, obviously, who's running now for president, has said that America is not a racist country.
Listen, America, like all families, has a complicated story. Ours is a complicated American story. And when we're not honest about that, it becomes very difficult to make progress. One of the amazing things is that Dr. King, who was a black man born in 1929 on the other side of the racial veil, raised in a black community, in a black church, grew to become perhaps the most profound and articulate spokesperson for something called the American dream. Nobody could speak about it more eloquently than him, and now it's up to us to continue that hard work. But we've got to be honest about what we confront in order to make progress.
What's your response when you hear other elected leaders attacking critical race theory, wokeism, dismantling DEI, or casting doubt on the need for racial justice in this country?
I think there are politicians who spend a lot of time doing sort of tests of certain words that they think will evoke a certain kind of response. It is politics in the most cynical and jaded sense of the word. And so I'm aware of the challenges that confront us, but I really do remain hopeful. And perhaps it's because not only do I serve in the pulpit of Martin Luther King Jr., I was John Lewis's pastor. And John Lewis had no reason, if you think about it, crossing that Edmund Pettus Bridge. He didn't have any reason to believe that he could win with the forces of sheer brutality on the other side, and they were on the side of the law. He was on the side of truth. You cannot honor Dr. King while at the same time denying God's children access to fair housing, dealing with the issue of job discrimination in this moment, dealing with the issue of voting rights. If you would remember him, you cannot allow those who would dismember his legacy to do so without real resistance. And that's work I'm committed to every single day in the United States Senate, in my pulpit, and in the streets.
I would like to discuss a little bit more that ongoing work for civil rights and reconciliation, in particular John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act that you plan to introduce in a couple months.
Yeah, a few months ago, I reintroduced the Freedom to Vote Act, which makes every effort to make sure that every eligible American has access to the ballot. And shortly, within the next couple of months, I anticipate reintroducing the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would renew the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And I remain hopeful that we will get voting rights done sooner than later. We've got to make sure that the people's voices can be heard in their own democracy.
Senator Raphael Warnock, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are now just minutes away from the first voting of the presidential election, and it has been months and months in the making. The final 72 hours of which were marked by candidates fighting snowstorms, frigid temperatures, exhaustion, dust-ups between each other. But it all comes down to this. Here's just a snapshot of the final days that led up to tonight's caucuses.
We're going to keep on going anywhere and everywhere. We're going to go all the way until the last hour.
Donald Trump's running for his issues. Haley's running on the donors' issues. I'm running on your issues.
You can't sit home. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it, remember?
If you're getting promised something, elect a president that's going to deliver on it.
We stand up for the truth. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us.
They're both getting killed by Biden in the polls. And I'm beating Biden in every single poll in every single state.
With me, anytime I tell you I'm going to do something, I am going to follow through with it. You can take it to the bank. This isn't just a show for me. I'm not just doing it for entertainment. I'm doing it because these things matter for the future of our country.
We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
I promise you that our best days are yet to come.
I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. That does it for this hour. We'll be right back with more of our special Your Voice, Your Vote coverage of the 2024 Iowa caucuses.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's what's happening right now.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
That's what we're about.
This is going to be must-see TV.
And so much could happen.
The candidates face off right after Iowa and right before New Hampshire votes. David Muir and Lindsay Davis moderate the New Hampshire primary debate Thursday night on ABC and streaming on ABC News Live and Hulu. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
We can change the course of history. You will fight against oppression by any means necessary.
Brothers and sisters, are you ready?
We must be a little daring. This is our reality now.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
We're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news. In an interview, you talked about how you felt the boogeyman was coming.
Yeah. But since I was a kid, I felt something's gonna get me.
The case of Jonathan Majors, the actor convicted of charges.
What happened exactly, do you know?
No, I don't know. She's unconscious.
Your defense team has said that you were the victim that night.
Who received injuries in the car? I did.
Jonathan Majors Speaks, the Impact by Nightline exclusive, now streaming on Hulu.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We've seen tank after tank pouring into this area. This is where it all began.
Bullet holes all up the wall.
Within minutes, the air raid sirens going off.
You can hear the sound of an explosion.
We are pinned down here.
Tonight, Israel waging a fierce bombardment of Gaza.
The Israel-Hamas war. For nonstop live coverage, stream ABC News Live.
Reporting from southern Israel, from the front lines in downtown Ramallah, in Beirut. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. ABC News Live.
ABC News Live Prime, winner of the Gracie Award for Best News Program in all of television. Stream ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis, weeknights on ABC News Live. The candidates face each other, face America, and face off right after Iowa and right before New Hampshire votes. David Muir and Lindsay Davis moderate. ABC News, the New Hampshire primary debate. Thursday night on ABC and streaming everywhere on ABC News Live and Hulu. ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Tonight, the final sprint to Iowa as the first voting of the presidential election gets underway.
You can't sit home. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it.
I promise you that our best days are yet to come.
I'm running for your issues. I'm running for your family's issues. I'm running solely for this country's issues.
He's skipped every debate and held the least number of events in Iowa. But will Donald Trump beat the rest of the Republican pack tonight? Or can Nikki Haley eke out a win as she gains momentum in the polls? Will Ron DeSantis have a better than expected showing? Or is it Iowa or bust for his campaign? The high-stakes fight for the nomination tonight as the candidates push their final messages to voters. And
We need to take the country back. Trump is not a viable candidate.
the economy, the culture wars, and more. With just minutes until the Iowa caucuses kick off, what will be the big issue driving voters to their caucus sites? And what, if anything, can tonight's results predict for November's general election? ABC News Live's special coverage of the 2024 Iowa caucuses starts right now. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us on this special Iowa caucus edition of Your Voice, Your Vote. Iowa Republicans are caucusing right now as the first test of the primary season gets underway. Despite far fewer visits to Iowa than the other candidates, Donald Trump has been the front runner every step of the way. And at this hour, our decision desk says Trump has a, quote, strong lead. So as anticipated, it may end up being a battle for second place tonight between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. 40 delegates are at stake tonight. Ron DeSantis has visited all 99 counties in Iowa. Former governor and UN ambassador Nikki Haley has been gaining momentum with a slight lead now over DeSantis. And it is 8 o'clock on the East Coast, and we are getting our hands on the first preliminary entrance poll data about this race. We'll begin with Donald Trump. He's been the front runner, and it may end up being, as we've been saying, that race for second place tonight. But if we can look at those preliminary entrance poll, if we can put that up on the screen, the data shows 69% of voters decided prior to this month. We don't have that data just yet as far as being able to put it up the screen, but I'll tell it to you. 88% of Trump voters also decided before this month. The weather is proving to be a wild card tonight. Which voters will brave the Arctic weather conditions, and will those who are less passionate about their candidates stay at home? We have team coverage with the campaigns and the voters. Let's begin with ABC's Rachel Scott, who's on the ground for us in Iowa. Rachel, what's happening there right now?
Yeah, so we are waiting for this event to begin here. A lot of anticipation heading into this night. The former president has been urging his supporters not to be complacent heading into this Iowa caucuses because he has such a dominant lead in the polls. And so much of the conversation has been largely on this battle for second place. But the former president not willing to take any chances here, urging his supporters to get out and caucus. And I got to tell you, so many of them braving these sub-zero temperatures that we have been dealing with here in Iowa, pushing through these blizzard conditions, the heavy snow to get out and turn out for caucus day, Lindsay.
And you've been there since the year started and attended various Trump rallies. How are his supporters and how is he feeling about tonight?
Yeah, I can tell you that his supporters are expecting this to be a very strong showing, and I spoke with the former president a little bit earlier today. It was interesting. This is typically unusual for the frontrunner in this race to barely campaign in this state in the final week. We know that Trump's rivals have campaigned here far more than the former president. Trump himself held just one scheduled event this week and largely took the entire day off. He did make some personal phone calls to some supporters, but as you saw there, his rivals really blitzing the campaign trail, trying to turn out every last vote. But the former president really betting on the strong support from his supporters. And I will tell you that I spoke to several of them at his rally just a few days ago. And one even told me that they would be willing to walk over shattered glass for the president, that they're not letting any of this cold weather stand in the way.
And what's interesting, that I noticed that you were wearing purple tonight. And Iowa really traditionally had been a purple state. After all, this is the same state that selected Barack Obama twice prior to this, but also very conservative voters there traditionally. As you were mentioning, Trump has really gone about this campaign his own way, despite not showing up at any of the debates. He's still leading by, according to the polls, and we'll really find out what this all means for tonight, but leading by almost 30 points over Nikki Haley in the polls. What did his supporters have to say about his approach? I know that the people you're talking to say that they're still willing to walk over broken glass, but did that seem to be the general consensus?
It does, and I will say that initially during that first debate, I spoke to several of the former president's supporters who wanted to see him up on that stage. They wanted to see him duke it out with his rivals, but now they feel like it has really set the tone for this race, that there's two separate categories here. You have the former president, that's the far and away front runner, and then you have this sort of battle for second place that we're seeing play out, especially between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, who has been gaining momentum in recent days, and she's become an increasing target of the former president at his campaign rallies. Of course, she served as his former UN ambassador. And so for the large part here, they're really backing this up. And Trump has been very defiant on this. Look, he is running this race in his own way. He's not doing any debates with any of his rivals. He said that he wouldn't do it with such a commanding lead in this race. He's barely campaigning in this state. But yet again, his grip on the Republican Party on full display here. Very tight grip with a 30-point lead entering into caucus night.
And Rachel, of course, we've been talking to ABC's meteorologist Rob Marciano tonight just about how cold it is across the country, but you're there for us in Iowa. We've been hearing for days about these sub-Arctic temperatures, sub-zero temperatures, and really the Arctic conditions. Give us a sense of what it is like to travel around and go outside there.
Brutal cold. I've never been in weather that cold outside. Earlier this morning, negative 14 degrees.
Wow.
With the wind chill, it felt like negative 30 degrees. And so that is what these candidates have been pushing through in this final stretch. And I personally have been amazed by how many Iowans have been showing up at these events, pushing through some of the snow. Now, there was some concern here. Of course, in Des Moines, we've started to see the roads clear out with all the snow and ice, the crews working to clean out these roads to make them safe for the Iowans here. But in much more rural parts of the state, there is a lot of concern here that those roads won't be cleared right away. And so there is some concern about turnout in the rural parts of this state. And then there's a big question of just how much the weather is going to impact the Iowa caucuses and whose campaign would take a direct hit from that. And so, of course, you have a lot of these candidates really tampering expectations. They had to cancel a slew of events in this final stretch. This really became the curveball that no one was anticipating, Lindsay.
And you're right, because what is going to be so interesting is the voter enthusiasm, and we've seen that that Haley, even though she's expected to have more of the vote tonight, that her voters weren't necessarily as enthusiastic as, say, a Ron DeSantis, who didn't have as many people supporting him. But Rachel Scott, of course, we're going to be checking in with you all night. Thank you so much. The discussions in voting at the caucuses now underway, so we want to get right to ABC's Mary Alice Parks, who's inside a caucus location. Mary Alice, what are people saying there? Give us the inside scoop.
Yeah, Lindsay, it is 7:06, but here at this caucus site, they haven't actually kicked off the meeting yet, and that's because this is one of the larger caucus sites in the state, and they are still checking people in. They're still registering all of the voters. People have to show their ID. They have to show that they are a Republican or that they are registering as a Republican tonight. They are telling us that if they're in the room, if they are in the building, they're not going to be turned away, but obviously a little bit of a delayed start here. You know, it's one of the things that people criticize the Iowa caucus for, that you have to be here in person right at 7 o'clock. But one thing that Iowans tell us they love about their caucuses is that people are lobbying each other right until the final moments. And that is exactly what Apoorva, there she is, Apoorva Ramaswamy is doing. Vivek's wife has been lobbying people up until the final moments. I mean, I saw you working one voter for 10 minutes. You were absolutely trying to win over every last vote in this final day.
Hey, hardest working candidate. I deserve to support him as hard as he's been working for this country. He's driven 1,000 miles in this blizzard, meeting more voters than anyone in history. So the least we can do is keep working till the last moment.
Give us a sneak peek of what your message is going to be to this big room.
There's only one person who has said things, who has gone up against Pharma, Big Pharma, and won, gone up against Moderna and won. There's only one person who has gone up against BlackRock and won. And there's only one person with a plan to gut the administrative state, and that is my husband, and that he is the only one who I know will actually make the changes that we need to restore our constitutional republic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lindsay, you can imagine no one probably makes a more passionate speech than someone's wife, but you don't actually have to be a member of the family or the campaign to give one of these speeches. I was talking to Cheryl, who is just a neighbor here, and she is going to give the speech on behalf of former President Trump. That campaign sent her some talking points. She's a little bit nervous, but she said she's going to stick to the script that the Trump campaign gave her. And it's interesting, I've talked to a voter of almost every single stripe here, Lindsay. I've talked to 2 voters who are lifelong Republicans, but they said this is their first caucus. They're really moved to caucus for DeSantis. They like what he's done in Florida. I talked to one independent who said a few months ago he registered Republican because he wanted to come out for Nikki Haley. And I even did talk to one Democrat who said that she registered Republican just tonight to caucus for Nikki Haley as well. Okay, so and the last thing I have for you, Lindsay, if you'll entertain me, a little bit of show and tell. This is all that everyone is getting. This is the ballot, the preference card. It's so informal. You don't even write your name. You don't even sign it. You just put the candidate that you like. I borrowed Kurt's. He's planning to caucus for Nikki Haley. And they turn them all in at the end of all those speeches, and they count them and report the results in real time to this room. So transparency in that way, but definitely informal, Lindsay.
And really great get there, being able to talk to Apoorva Ramaswamy. After all, Vivek Ramaswamy has actually held more events in Iowa than any of the other candidates. We're talking about 331 events. He spent more days in Iowa, 90 days there. That's more than any other candidate. So we'll see how he fares tonight. I'm curious. I know that you were saying they haven't gotten underway at the school location where you are tonight. Once they start talking, are cameras allowed to remain in the room, or is this private?
No, it is very public. We are allowed to stay here. We've been talking to people all night, and that's a big part of it, Lindsay. You have to show your face, and neighbors see you, and they see if you're here or if you're not here, and the cameras can stay in the room. So different than a traditional primary where we think of a voting booth. We think of those curtains. A very different process here, an open party meeting, really. And they will start with some party business. They're going to elect some local officials for the party, and they're going to end with some party business as well. You know, it was interesting. I talked to Apoorva just a few days ago, to your point about how Vivek Ramaswamy has done so many events here. She says that she thinks they are going to shock everyone. We will see. I have to tell you, in this room, I have not met many Vivek supporters. This is a part of the state that we are expecting Nikki Haley to do well in, but she is still working this crowd, so maybe she will win a few over in these final minutes.
All right, well, we will be watching eagerly, Mary Alice Parks, to see what happens. We'll be coming back to you for more of your reporting from Iowa as we await the results from tonight's caucuses. Thanks so much, Mary Alice. For now, let's get back to that preliminary entrance poll data about this race. Donald Trump has been the front runner every step of the way. Preliminary entrance poll data shows 69% of voters overall decided prior to this month who they were going to vote for. 88% of Trump voters also decided prior to this month, and one that we will be watching all night as well. This question: if Donald Trump were to be convicted of a crime, would you consider him fit to be president? In this preliminary entrance poll data, 64% of voters say yes, they would. 31% said no, they would not. And I want to head back to our political director, Rick Klein, who's at the big board for us. Rick, what's the latest?
Yeah, Lindsay, we don't have any voting data in yet because no one's voted yet. The way caucuses work, people go in there, and as Mary Alice reported, they give the speeches. But this was the last poll that we saw from the Des Moines Register, and it showed the extent of Donald Trump's dominance on this field. And this is likely to be the storyline of the night. As our decision desk has said, Donald Trump went into the caucuses. People went in and told pollsters that they were likely to support Trump. He has that strong lead. That tracks with the public polling. Donald Trump is going to be close, perhaps, to 50%, which would be a majority of voters. And it is going to be a very close race for second place. That in itself is interesting because Nikki Haley had been trailing for so long. But the question of enthusiasm is a real one, and it speaks to the kind of turnout you get tonight. That same poll, 9 in 10 Trump supporters said they were enthusiastic, as opposed to only about 4 in 10 Haley supporters. So the question that is going to be on our minds as the numbers start to roll in today is, does Nikki Haley deliver on the expectations? Did people show up for her the same way they would even tell a pollster that they might? And look, I'm going to have my eye all night on the map from 2016 because Donald Trump lost the caucuses that year, and you've got different counties that suggest a different path to the nomination. Up in places like the Northwest corner, you've got Donald Trump sometimes coming in a distant 4th place. Meanwhile, if you just take a look at some of the most populous counties, these were Marco Rubio counties before, and these are the kind of places right there in Des Moines, in eastern Iowa, Johnson County by the University of Iowa. These are the places where you're going to have to see a strong showing from Nikki Haley. So as these caucus sites begin to organize, as people start to show up, we're going to be tracking the results as the night goes on to see if this aligns with what we thought or if there's something of a surprise.
All right, Rick Klein, we'll keep coming back to you with that big board. Thank you. Months of polling predict former President Trump could be the victor of the Iowa caucuses, but who might come in second? That is still up for grabs. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley seems to be pulling ahead of the rest of the candidates in polling, even though she's placed much of her early focus on New Hampshire. ABC's Eva Pilgrim joins us now. Eva, what can you tell us about her strategy going into Iowa?
Well, Lindsay, Nikki Haley knows that she is an underdog here in Iowa. She's actually been an underdog in pretty much every campaign she's ever run. So she knows what this feels like, and she's fully prepared for what it requires to win those votes. And sort of their strategy, and the strategy that has worked for her previously, is that FaceTime, which is why we saw her crisscrossing the state in this terrible weather with the icy roads, trying to get that last-minute FaceTime with those potential supporters, to have that conversation with them about why she should be the one that they caucus for. She was all over the state. We went with her this weekend. The roads were bad. There was even one person who was supposed to give the intro to her that didn't make it because they were hit by a semi-truck, rear-ended. They were fine, but that's the stuff that we were talking about. She only had to cancel a couple of the events, but she was determined to get in front of those people. And we just spoke with her team just a short time ago, and they were telling us they don't actually feel pressure here tonight. They think the pressure is really much more on former President Trump to perform up to what those polls are. And Ron DeSantis, because he put all of his eggs in this basket here in Iowa, they're hoping and they're expecting a strong show here, but they know that they have the support in New Hampshire and their home state of South Carolina. And they really think that the election calendar plays in their favor. Let's be real, her ground game here is not as strong as some of her rivals, but they are really hoping that last-minute momentum that they're feeling is going to propel her into second place, Lindsay.
Yeah, ground game not at all as strong. Just wanted to contrast, because we just talked a little while ago about Vivek Ramaswamy, the number of events that he's had in Iowa, the number of days he's been there. Just to contrast Nikki Haley with Ron DeSantis, Haley has had 82 events. She's been there for 87 days. Ron DeSantis holding almost 100 more events in Iowa with his 173 events, 62 days there in Iowa. I'm curious what you're hearing from Nikki Haley supporters.
You know, Lindsay, her supporters really run the gamut. It is incredible how different so many of them are. We spoke with some people who voted for Trump 2 times. We spoke with moderates. We've spoken with independents. We've spoken with Democrats who say they're going to change their party affiliation tonight. And even the issues that they are focused on as to why they're drawn to Nikki Haley really range. Some people just have Trump fatigue. They don't dislike the former president, but they really believe that there needs to be some sort of change at the top to really have a change in government. The other issue, foreign policy. Nikki Haley is very strong on foreign policy because of her former position as the ambassador to the UN. And the economy. She was an accountant. She's talked a lot about holding this government accountable for their budget, for making sure that money is spent responsibly. And that is a message that's resonated with people. And the big issue that we keep hearing repeatedly, it's about who can win in November. And when they look at those recent polls, then you put her head to head with President Biden. She is the only candidate currently in this race that beats him by a wide margin, Lindsay.
And I do want to just pick up on a point that you mentioned there, because you said there was a Democrat who wanted to vote for Nikki Haley, and so they changed over to Republican, because that's the interesting thing about the Iowa caucus. While you do have to be registered a Republican, you can wait until the day before, register for Republican, place your vote with the Iowa caucus, and then the next day change it back to Democrat if you want. But I am curious with Nikki Haley how she's going to be, where she's going to be tonight, how she's going to be waiting for those results.
Well, Nikki Haley's going to be with her family. She's got her son and her daughter. They've been doing the campaign stops with her here this weekend. Her husband is currently deployed overseas. He's a member of our military, so he is not here with her. And that's something really different for her in a campaign. He's previously been by her side. And tonight, so when you see all of these other candidates with their spouses by their side tonight, Nikki Haley's spouse is overseas serving our country tonight, Lindsay.
Yeah, where he's been deployed. I guess he's on a year-long deployment. Eva Pilgrim, our thanks to you. We'll be checking back with you throughout the night. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has held 160 events in the state of Iowa leading up to tonight's vote. Still, he trails behind former President Trump, who in comparison has held only 36 events, and yet he is in first place. ABC's Whit Johnson joins us now. Whit, how is the weather affecting DeSantis' campaign?
Well, Lindsay, we know the weather's going to have a huge impact. We've actually been getting some anecdotal reporting from some sources in the area who say turnout's actually been pretty good. That said, they do expect that to be lower today, but the DeSantis campaign believes that gives them an advantage because of the ground game that they've built up here. We've talked about how he's gone to all 99 counties. He's had more events in this state than Donald Trump and Nikki Haley combined. They also have precinct captains at the nearly 1,700 precincts across this state. And this was very much built in the model of what Ted Cruz did back in 2016. In fact, a number of the campaign staffers were part of the Cruz campaign, and they say this time around what they have, the organization is even bigger, stronger, and more sophisticated. And they tell us they've actually identified precinct captains who have four-wheel drive and SUVs and trucks, and they're bringing shovels and ice melt, and they plan to literally dig people out and transport known DeSantis supporters to these caucus locations, and that includes picking up seniors from retirement homes. So they believe turnout will be down, but it will be an advantage to Ron DeSantis.
And we know that polls are just an indicator, but it's far from the final word. Just curious what the expectations are for DeSantis going into tonight, even though the polls show him really trailing behind.
And we've been talking to the campaign about this and pressing on that. I would say that they are indirectly trying to lower expectations. And you can see it in the way Ron DeSantis himself has been talking about this. I mean, early on, he would say repeatedly, I'm going to win Iowa. I'm going to win Iowa. And then recently,
and Whit, if I can just interrupt you for 1 second, Whit, because we are taking a look at Trump at a caucus location.
Sure, okay.
We just want to see if we might be able to listen in to what he has to say. I don't know if we have that audio available or not.
Much better in this room, and I was better for the farmers, they say. Thank you. I was better for the farmers, they say, than any president in the history of our country. I got China to pay $28 billion to the farmers of our country because...
And we hear Donald Trump exuding a lot of confidence. In fact, earlier tonight, he said that he felt quite good that his results would return greater than 50%. Whit, want to go back to you. I know that you had a chance to speak earlier with Ron DeSantis. What did he say about Nikki Haley's momentum?
I just wanted to pick up on the expectations there, and due to the fact that we heard Donald Trump speaking just now, DeSantis himself, his campaign, told us that he is also speaking at least 2 caucus locations tonight. So they know the stakes are high. And when it comes to Nikki Haley, I did ask him directly about that, and he said that despite the fact that Haley has passed him in recent polls into second place, he still feels confident. They're looking at these polls and say they believe that they don't accurately reflect who will actually turn out and brave these sub-zero conditions. But they know that if he does not finish first or second place in this state, given all the resources and the investment and the time that they've put in Iowa, they know it will raise major questions about how he moves on from here. And I asked him that directly. I said, what happens if you don't fit in the top 2 spot? And he said, he looked at me dead in the eye, and he said, if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, every day would be Christmas. And he said, we are going to do well. We are moving on. He said, we're in it for the long haul. He's going to be on a plane tonight to South Carolina, and we can expect to see him in New Hampshire. We'll see.
If its and buts were candy and nuts, every day would be Christmas. That's one to keep in the back pocket there. Whit Johnson, thanks for that. We'll be coming back to you in a little bit. For now, I want to bring in ABC News political analyst Reince Priebus and ABC political contributor and Democratic strategist Donna Brazile. Great to have you both joining us. Let's take a look at the last poll, the latest poll out of Iowa from just this weekend. We have Trump taking 48%, Nikki Haley 20%, Ron DeSantis 16%. Reince, what would a good night look like for the leading 3 candidates, Trump, Haley, DeSantis?
Well, it depends who you are, right? I mean, so a good night for Trump is, you know, they're going to tell you that they want to break the record and say that they've got the biggest margin of victory in the history of these Iowa caucuses. He's probably going to do that. So I think he's going to get that talking point. I think I agree with Whit and your last segment. I think all the pressure's on Ron DeSantis. I mean, he put everything into Iowa. You know, he talked about winning Iowa. And so there's a lot of pressure on him. If he doesn't get into at least second and not get, like, really wiped out by Trump, then he can probably stay in. But if he gets really whipped or he's in third place, he's going to have a heck of a hard time. I think Haley's got a little bit more wiggle room because she's put all her eggs in New Hampshire. That poll that came out does put some pressure on Nikki Haley that showed her in second. That was probably not what she wanted the weekend before this caucus, but she got it. And so now it makes the analysis a little bit more complicated for her.
And Donna, Iowa is known for its surprises. The state's population really has grown dramatically since the pandemic. And as we know, the Republican Party allows voters to change their party affiliation the day of the caucuses. You see any potential for surprises here?
Well, Lindsay, I'm old enough to remember when George Herbert Walker Bush came from behind and won. He was, in the last poll, he was down 9 points, and he beat Ronald Reagan. Of course, Ronald Reagan went on to win the nomination and the presidency. So, yeah, we might find some surprises tonight. The big surprise, of course, is if Donald Trump can win over 50%. The second big surprise is who comes in second place. And I think overall the turnout will also exceed expectations given the weather. I'm going to take a look at the evangelical voters to see if they're going to continue to stick with the former president. But the one thing that has surprised me thus far, and looking at the entrance poll, is that over 65% still don't believe that Joe Biden won. 65% of caucus scores. That's shocking, given the fact that he not only beat Donald Trump in the Electoral College, but also won the popular vote by more than 7 million votes. So it tells me that there's still a lot of work to do in trying to convince millions of Americans that the 2020 election were fair and that Donald Trump lost.
And Reince, if Trump doesn't get more than 50% of the vote, does that signal a weakness within his campaign, especially going into New Hampshire, where his support hasn't been as strong?
Yeah, I know that's one of the talking points out there. I really don't. You know what? There's 3 other people running seriously in Iowa. It's hard to get over 50%. It hasn't happened before. If he does get over 50%, I agree with Donna. I mean, if he actually does get over 50%, I think that then he's going to be able to say they overperformed and they won. And what's going to happen is they're going to start, the Trump campaign is going to start putting on pressure on the national party if and when he wins Iowa to say, hey, I'm the presumptive nominee. Now, we would all say, well, hey, wait a minute, that's too early. But he's setting the tone so that when he comes into New Hampshire, if he wins New Hampshire, he's going to leverage the same talking point that he's the presumptive nominee.
I have a lot more questions, but we are out of time for this particular moment. Former RNC Chair Reince Priebus and former DNC Chair Donna Brazile, thank you both. And we'll be right back with more of our special Your Voice, Your Vote coverage of the 2024 Iowa caucuses.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
We can change the course of history. You will fight against oppression by any means necessary.
Brothers and sisters, are you ready?
We must be a little daring. This is our reality now.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We've seen tank after tank pouring into this area.
This is where it all began.
Bullet holes all up the wall.
Within minutes, the air raid sirens going off.
You can hear the sound of an explosion.
We are pinned down here.
Tonight, Israel waging a fierce bombardment of Gaza.
The Israel-Hamas war. For nonstop live coverage, stream ABC News Live.
Reporting from southern Israel, from the front lines in downtown Ramallah, in Beirut. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. ABC News Live.
Welcome back to this special Iowa caucus edition of Your Voice, Your Vote. Iowa Republicans are caucusing right now as we speak, as the first test of the primary season is underway. As we get more projections tonight, I want to pause and join World News Tonight anchor David Muir for an update just coming in from the Iowa caucuses. David?
Good evening, I'm David Muir. The first results of the 2024 race for president are now coming in. The Iowa caucuses revealing the election road ahead for Republicans, Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis. Take a look as we come on the air here. ABC News is now projecting, based on analysis of the entrance polling, that former President Donald Trump will win Iowa, where he had nearly a 30-point lead heading into the Iowa caucuses tonight. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are now in a crucial race for second place, with the New Hampshire primary, of course, on the horizon. DeSantis heavily invested in Iowa, visiting all 99 counties, attending more events than Trump and Haley combined. But again, as we come on right now, Donald Trump, we are now projecting, based on analysis of the entrance polling, will win Iowa. I want to get right over to our political director, Rick Klein, back at the big board. Hard to believe we're already back at the big board, but here we are. And why do we know this already?
Yeah, we have very little vote in. It's just beginning to trickle in. So these numbers really don't mean very much. But what does mean a lot for our decision desk is that we have polls on the way into these caucuses. It's different than a typical election, David, because caucus sites are these local gatherings around the state. And on the way in, we ask a representative sample of people who they intend to vote for. And right now, the results in that exit poll align closely enough with the pre-election polls to suggest that Donald Trump is likely to win the caucuses. And to remind people, this is what we were looking at from the Des Moines Register poll, a wide lead. And in a case like this, which is very unusual, David, it's very rare that you have a blowout in Iowa, particularly on the Republican side. But in a case like this, when those entrance polls align very closely with the public polling, we have confidence at ABC News that Donald Trump is likely to win. We should note the caveat. The votes are still being counted in many locations. In some locations, the voting hasn't even started yet because of the way caucuses work. But on their way in tonight, Donald Trump showing sufficient support that our team feels confident that he's going to win.
Okay, let's stick with these numbers that you have up there right now, and we'll explain to our viewers that these are the numbers on the eve of the Iowa caucuses, the famous Des Moines Register poll that people put so much faith in because it's so often very close to what actually happens during the Iowa caucuses. And it showed that Donald Trump was way ahead of Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, that we would be looking at a Haley-DeSantis crucial race for second, which I said moments ago. It appears to be playing out here tonight. But the poll going into tonight, and our decision desk looked at this and the entrance polls and thought that this mirrored themselves quite a bit, enough that they would feel comfortable saying Donald Trump is going to win and likely win big here.
Precisely. And that comes with the caveat that people can change their minds once they get in there. But once they vote, and they vote by secret ballot, it is locked in. And people on the way in were voicing enough support to pollsters for Donald Trump to suggest that this is going to be the outcome. And that's where we landed. Again, that is just such a wide lead that in some ways it made the analysis a little bit easier. So this kind of alignment, when you've got the pre-election polls and you've got the exit polls that are all the entrance polls that are all coming in the same direction, that's why we're seeing Donald Trump right now ahead, and a battle for second is very likely.
And again, those numbers over Rick Klein's shoulder. That's the poll last night, the Des Moines Register on the eve of the Iowa caucuses. Of course, we await the real numbers tonight from the voters in Iowa who have braved unbelievably record cold temperatures in Iowa to go out and have their voices heard. I want to get to ABC's Rachel Scott, who's also been in the frigid cold. She's inside, which I'm really happy to see. She's been outside for days and days there in Iowa. Have you heard anything from the Trump campaign as of yet? They predicted, Donald Trump himself, leaving Des Moines today, that he would have a win, and a big win at that.
Yeah, the former president told me himself he was expecting this to be a tremendous night for him. His election watch party here tonight hasn't even started just yet. For days, he was urging his supporters not to be complacent. And tonight, it is projected that they delivered him that victory that he was hoping for. Look, Donald Trump is running this race on his own rules here. He has not participated in any of the debates. He's campaigned in this state far less than his rivals. In the final stretch, spending more time in a D.C. and New York courtroom than out here on the campaign trail. But in the first major test of this Republican primary, the former president showing that he still has a big grip on this party. And as for the former president, I can tell you he is hoping that this sends a message to his rivals that this is his nomination for the taking, David.
Rachel Scott, as soon as you hear, flag us. We'll come right back to you. In the meantime, we want to get to ABC News live prime anchor Lindsay Davis. This is her time of night here on ABC News Live. So we're going to hand the floor right back over to you because you're already digging into the entrance polls. What are voters saying?
And again, just to underscore this, that these are preliminary and constantly changing. But so far, we're hearing 64% already had made up their minds prior to January. And then two of the questions that really I had found of interest even before tonight, I'm finding that the response is even more surprising. So if Donald Trump were to be convicted of a crime, would you consider him fit to be president? 63% said yes. 32% said no. But again, 63% saying if he were convicted of a crime, they still would find him fit to be president. I'm not sure if we have that board up. But the other thing that's also very interesting, did Joe Biden legitimately win the presidency in 2020? We have 68% saying no, he did not, and only 28% saying yes. But of course, we continue to follow this. At this particular time, what we're seeing in at least the second wave of the entrance polls, the third most, the largest issue, the third largest issue that brought people out to the polls was actually rejection of those Joe Biden's election. First, immigration. Second, economy. 3, rejection of Joe Biden's 2020 election.
All right, a lot to cut through that you presented us with here, and we will. First of all, when you hear John Karl, our chief White House Washington correspondent, been at the White House for years before that, which is why you're particularly skilled and perfect for the night that this is. When you hear these numbers, 65% of GOP voters going in to the Iowa caucuses do not think that Joe Biden won the election legitimately. What does this say to you?
Well, what this means is that among Iowa Republicans, as we have seen nationally, this is now Donald Trump's Republican Party. It's a lie. Joe Biden did legitimately win the 2020 election. We have seen virtually everybody who worked at a senior level within the Trump White House in 2020 testify under oath that they saw no evidence of voter fraud to change the results. So even those that were with Donald Trump as he was contesting the election, as he was going into January 6th, have said when they have asked to testify under oath that there was no election fraud.
These were people who were close to him. This is Bill Barr, his own attorney general.
This is Mark Meadows, his chief of staff. This is his legal team in the White House counsel's office. And yet Donald Trump has said over and over again now for 3 years, running solidly, that the election was stolen. And this view has taken hold among Republican voters, at least we are seeing in Iowa, among caucus goers, we should say, but quite overwhelmingly. 2/3 believing something that is flatly untrue, that Trump's own advisors have said is untrue, and that's clearly what's driven this result. This is Trump's party. They believe what he says.
There's been a lot of talk, too, about the other candidates in this race. Obviously, Martha Raddatz, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, and this critical race really for second place as this night wears on. But one of the numbers coming out of Wave 2 data, which we call more significant data as is coming in from the entrance polling, actually shows, and Lindsay mentioned this here a moment ago, that 64% said they'd consider Donald Trump fit for office even if he were convicted of a crime. But then, this is quite interesting. 84% of caucus goers said that they made up their minds either earlier this month or before that. 69% of caucus goers said they made up their minds a long time ago. So for those who are propelling Trump to victory tonight, they knew, and they knew long ago.
They knew long ago, and Ron DeSantis, meanwhile, was going county to county, all 99 counties in Iowa, and it doesn't seem to make much difference for that first place anyway, still fighting it out for the second place. But Donald Trump, and this week, if you just watched him on television, he is on his game. He is forceful. John Karl's great book, Tired of Winning. Donald Trump is not tired of winning at this point. And of course, in your book, John, tired of winning meant you're going to get tired of me winning. Donald Trump can be very dark. He can be a very gray day in February. But this last week and this last month, he owned Iowa. He basically said, I'm winning. He's matter of fact about the election. He said just a couple of days ago, or today, I've won twice. I've won 2 elections. And clearly, those Iowa voters and others across the country are accepting it, even though it is not true. And I think you have to look at the voters. You don't just look at Donald Trump anymore. You just have to look at the voters and say, why do you believe this? And we've all asked them that. We've asked them that again and again. And they simply believe it, despite 60 legal cases, despite anything anybody says, those voters believe it.
The amazing thing, David, is that he has dominated Iowa. And you're exactly right, Martha. He has owned Iowa over the past week, but he's barely been there. You know, he has spent a fraction on television advertising. Trump and his allies have spent a fraction of what Nikki Haley and her allies have spent, or what Ron DeSantis and his allies have spent. They spent upwards of $35 million each, DeSantis and Haley. Trump is less than $20 million. Trump has been massively overspent. They have campaigned harder. They have spent more time on the ground with Iowa voters. But as we said at the beginning here, it has become clear this is Donald Trump's Republican Party. That's not going to matter. They are with Trump. They support him, and they support him through hell or high water.
We're going to go to the headquarters, the campaign headquarters, in just a moment. But, Lindsay, before we get there, just on this point that there's going to be, even without the numbers in yet and the caucus going and the votes taking place as we're on the air, but again, entrance polling data and looking at the numbers of what voters told us both there in Iowa compared to the polling on the eve of the Iowa caucus, our decision desk feels quite comfortable that Donald Trump is going to win, and perhaps handily, here in Iowa. You're going to have the DeSantis camp and the Haley camp asking questions about should they have taken on Trump more forcefully and earlier on. Their language toughened in recent days, but really on the eve of the Iowa caucus, particularly when you look at the Wave 2 data that people had made up their minds, 69% made up their minds months ago.
And I think that that's such an interesting point, because then it doesn't matter all of the different, more than 100, I think it was like 160-something events that Ron DeSantis had in Iowa. All of that potentially was for naught if voters already had their minds made up last year. It really, all of that time that he spent, all the days he spent on the ground, all of the events that he had, people had already decided that they were going to go for Trump. And I do think that one thing that certainly Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley that we've seen as far as the town halls go, as far as the debates go, they really, as you said, were quite reticent to critique Donald Trump. I mean, you know, we've asked time and time again Nikki Haley if she'd be Donald Trump's vice president. She won't say yes. She won't say no. Again, to your point, we have seen them try to establish a little bit of daylight, but without being critical of Donald Trump, because they don't want to offend, it seems, his supporters.
And to your point, Lindsay, 47% of voters identified themselves as part of the MAGA movement, with Trump winning 76% of those who were in that group. And Donald Trump said in the last 24 hours or so that Nikki Haley isn't MAGA and Ron DeSantis is MAGA light. And there's going to be a lot of talk about Ron DeSantis, about not drawing a dividing line between him and Trump and going virtually for the same demographic that Donald Trump has a lock on. Evangelicals in Iowa, it would appear, people in rural parts of Iowa. I want to bring in, before we go to the campaigns, Rick Klein over at the board, because Rick, a lot of attention gets focused now, and rightly so, on the second place finish. It could really make or break either one of these campaigns, the Nikki Haley campaign or the Ron DeSantis campaign tonight. Nikki Haley, from what we're looking at so far, she really has to reach, and this is what she has been aiming to do, reach more independent-minded voters, more moderate Republicans. Where does she find them?
Yeah, and again, we have very little vote in right now because the caucuses in many cases are ongoing. These are very local affairs, more than 1,600 of them going on. And we've heard anecdotal evidence, at least, David, so far, that there are some places that have had a delay in the start of the caucus time because people are getting in there and they're trying to change their party registration to Democratic. That would anecdotally be a good sign for Nikki Haley, because going into the night, this was a big warning sign for her. The question out of that Des Moines Register poll about the enthusiasm, and I think this gets exactly to when people made up their mind and whether they were in play at all. 88% of Trump voters saying they were enthusiastic about voting for Donald Trump. Only 39% of Nikki Haley supporters saying the same thing. And the fact is that in Iowa, it's a lot harder to reach independents and to reach Democrats. And if she does well tonight, she will rely on them, and she will try to parlay that into something a week from tomorrow in New Hampshire. But we have seen in our own polling as well, David, a potential ceiling in her support, because many Republicans are skeptical of her, and she's going to have to overcome that. And the difference between a second and a third place finish in Iowa today, I think, would be a major development for Nikki Haley in terms of making the case that she would be acceptable to her own party, much less to the general election.
And when it comes to Ron DeSantis, Rick, talk a little bit about the limits he might face in going after, in particular, more conservative voters, evangelical voters. We know that Donald Trump did not win among those groups back in 2016, but it would look tonight, based on the entrance polling that we're looking at, Wave 3 now, that he's doing very well among those groups that he didn't do well among back in 2016.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these are the 2016 results. Ted Cruz won the caucuses that year, and there were places like in the northwest corner of the state, Sioux County, right above it, Lyon County. These were Ted Cruz counties. Look at a place like this. Donald Trump got absolutely swamped, losing by 20, 30 points. Again, we have very little data in right now, but just looking at that same county of Lyon County, what's in so far has Trump winning. And those are heavily evangelical counties. These are places where a caucus win is made or lost. Here in the northwest corner of the state, up here through the north central part, and again south of Des Moines. These are a lot of places where Donald Trump did very, very poorly last night. This night, we are expecting something much different, and we've seen the evangelical voters play a big role in the Iowa caucuses in the past, and it would appear in the entrance polls that Donald Trump is winning a lion's share of those voters. A whole lot of them are going to Donald Trump, and he has established himself with that foothold that is just very hard and impossible for the other candidates to shake.
Rick Klein over at the big board. Rick, thank you. Jen Carl, this question to you. What do either one of these other candidates, Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, what do they have to do tonight in order to seriously challenge in any way Donald Trump moving forward here?
Well, look, first of all, this is a huge blowout win, it looks like, for Donald Trump. For us to be able to project a win this early in the evening, what we're seeing in the numbers in this entrance poll in terms of the makeup of this electorate. But let's remember, though, that the Iowa caucuses have actually done a relatively poor job of predicting winners. Donald Trump lost the Iowa caucuses in 2016. Mitt Romney lost the Iowa caucuses in 2012. John McCain lost the Iowa caucus in 2008. It's been a long time. You have to go back a ways to find an Iowa caucus winner going on to win the Republican nomination. Obviously, we've never seen a victory quite like this one. What do they have to do? Look, Nikki Haley has staked her campaign, as much as Ron DeSantis has on Iowa, on New Hampshire. If she can go into New Hampshire and she can find a way to actually beat Donald Trump in New Hampshire, where the polls have consistently shown him more vulnerable, then there's a chance she can try to build momentum. It goes next to Nevada and then her home state of South Carolina, where, by the way, Donald Trump has a huge lead in the polls, and the endorsements of virtually every Republican elected official, including her former lieutenant governor, who is now the governor of South Carolina.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at. I mean, the Iowa caucuses have had an okay record, and I'm just giving it to them at best, right? But this is different. You're dealing with a former president.
We've never seen a win like this.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he's dominated the party in a way that we have not seen a front runner who is not already an incumbent president dominate going in to primary season. Is it over? No. We are just now having the first votes actually cast in Iowa, which is, relatively small. But this is going to very quickly turn into a national primary, because once you get past New Hampshire, Iowa, Nevada, March 5th, we're at Super Tuesday.
Here's where it could get interesting and really quickly.
Yeah.
You mentioned New Hampshire up next. The most recent polling shows Nikki Haley coming within single digits now of Donald Trump in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
She's tried to say in these last 24 to 36 hours, this is a two-person race now.
Yeah.
So, again, she's holding on to that. But as you point out, you look a little beyond that. You see South Carolina, where she's not leading in her home state. New Hampshire, where she's getting closer, but still trailing Donald Trump. So we'll have to see where these numbers land at the end of this evening. But it's going to be a tough fight for the person who's in second place.
I mean, one of the things that helps her in New Hampshire is that in New Hampshire, independents can vote in the Republican primary. That's not the case in South Carolina and in a lot of the states that follow, where you have to be a Republican to vote in the Republican primary. She will benefit from the fact that people that want to stop Donald Trump, some who are not Republicans, can get a chance to try to give her a boost. But that's why this race for second actually matters. I mean, it doesn't matter in terms of the delegate allocation. None of it really matters in terms of delegate allocation. There aren't many delegates coming out of Iowa. But, she's in an all-out battle with Ron DeSantis for the right to say, I am the person who can stand up against Donald Trump.
Let's check in with our campaigns. ABC's Whit Johnson is at Ron DeSantis headquarters. And we were talking here that Ron DeSantis in many ways has tried to go after the same lane that Donald Trump is going after, to hold on to his MAGA voters, evangelical Christian voters, some of these constituencies that he has had with him for a long time. Ron DeSantis has been very careful about critiquing Donald Trump. As you heard John Carl just outline there, this was a different lane that Nikki Haley's trying to carve out. Very different strategy when it comes to Ron DeSantis. So what is his lane here moving forward? And obviously, I know I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but if this comes to fruition tonight, a major Donald Trump victory, and Haley and DeSantis fighting for second, has the DeSantis campaign said what they do in the immediate future, say, for example, with New Hampshire next, where Nikki Haley is doing much better than DeSantis, at least in the polling?
Absolutely, David. I interviewed Ron DeSantis today, and I pressed him on this. I said, look, the expectation is you have to get first or a strong second place. Otherwise, how does your campaign move forward beyond Iowa? Because they've gone all in on this state, a huge investment of time and resources, hoping to connect to the traditional conservatives here and the evangelical leaders. And he's been able to rack up some key endorsements. They do believe that they have the ground game that can carry them through and help them with these sub-zero temperatures. But in light of what you're talking about with Donald Trump, I pressed him on that today and said, look, early on, you didn't go directly after the former president. He has turned up the heat a little bit in recent debates and sound bites saying that he holds Trump accountable when it comes to substance. And I asked him, I said, look, looking back, given where you are in the polls and the commanding lead that the former president has, should you have done anything differently? And he says, he actually suggested that because of the investigations and the criminal indictments, that Donald Trump would not be a better candidate to take on Joe Biden and perhaps could lose. And he was trying to make this pitch to some of the voters across the state at the last minute. We saw him going to multiple caucus sites and making that pitch himself, saying that he's the best to take on Joe Biden. He's the one who can deliver on his promises, unlike Donald Trump. They believe, the DeSantis campaign, that there were still coming into tonight some undecided voters who were swaying either between Trump, DeSantis, and Nikki Haley, and they were trying to reach them. And one interesting story, we've been talking to a lot of these voters. I had a long conversation with somebody today who was undecided a few days ago, met Ron DeSantis, told me today, you know what, he's sold. He was going to caucus for Ron DeSantis tonight. He just got back to us and said that somebody stood up and made a compelling speech for Ramaswamy, and so he changed his decision and instead caucused for Ramaswamy. So it gives you a sense of what can happen in these rooms. This is not like a primary where people go and cast their ballots in private. They come out, they can be swayed, their decisions can be changed at the last minute. Anything can happen in Iowa, but the DeSantis campaign says that they do plan to hang in here. He has a plane waiting for him, and they say no matter the outcome, he will be on a plane to South Carolina tonight. David?
And to your point, just to follow up a question or two here for you, you had mentioned that Ron DeSantis in recent days is making this argument that if you stick with Donald Trump here, you run the risk of all of these criminal trials that lay ahead. And if there is a conviction, then that's going to significantly, in Ron DeSantis' argument, help the Democrats. So why would you do that to yourselves? That's the argument he's been trying to make. When you look at some of this data coming out of the entrance polling, 64% of Iowa voters say they would consider Donald Trump fit for office even if he were convicted of a crime. Now, we could all sit here and talk about the other 30%. Any Republican nominee is going to need that 30% likely to go over to the finish line. So that's still a significant number, those who would not support him. But the other number, 64%, you look at it that way, that's still a significant number of people who aren't buying Ron DeSantis' argument on whether or not Donald Trump is a risk.
Exactly, and David, this is the fine line that he's been trying to walk. And he said as much to me. In the same response, he said, look, we feel like Donald Trump has been treated unfairly. We know a lot of people like him, but we think that he's a distraction. All of these things could be an advantage for the Democrats, and he thought that he would be better fit to be president again, delivering on promises. And that's a big part of his pitch. He's tried to thread this needle and say, look, I know you like Donald Trump. I know you like his policies, but remember what he said about the border wall. Remember what he said about Obamacare, all these promises that Donald Trump was not able to keep. DeSantis says, I've delivered 100% of my promises. But the question is, even when we talk to some of these folks who are leaning into the message from DeSantis, there's still that question in the back of their minds about whether they could follow through. And clearly, the support for Donald Trump in this state is very strong. We're seeing that with the dominance that he's already had here, and that race for second place is everything to determine the future of this race.
Whit Johnson with Ron DeSantis tonight, DeSantis campaign there in Iowa. Whit, our thanks to you. And again, to recap as we're on the air here, ABC News Live, our coverage of the Iowa caucuses, that based on the entrance polling and the late polling going into the Iowa caucuses, ABC News feels comfortable in declaring that Donald Trump will win the Iowa caucuses, likely by a large margin. This was not a terrible surprise going into this evening based on that polling, and we had always said in our reporting that what was most likely shaping up here was a very critical race for second place. You heard Whit talk about it there, and the folks who are joining me here at the desk. A very crucial race between Nikki Haley now and Ron DeSantis, who are both carving out or attempting to carve out very different lanes from one another. Nikki Haley is trying to get some of the more moderate Republicans looking for a break from Donald Trump, a break from the trials that are in the future here. Ron DeSantis trying to make the case that I can continue with the promises that Donald Trump made the last time around when he was president. I can fulfill those promises. Remember what he said, remember what he promised, but I'm the guy who'll get in there and actually do it and finish the job. Again, lots of questions about whether either one of them have been particularly successful in that strategy based on the numbers that we'll surely crunch later on in the evening. I want to bring in Rachel Scott covering the Trump campaign. I know she's getting some early reaction from the folks at the Trump campaign. And Rachel, it was really interesting. You know, we had mentioned here earlier that Donald Trump had described Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, saying DeSantis is MAGA light, that Nikki Haley is not MAGA at all. But that's about all he said about his two opponents on the Republican side. He shifted his focus immediately today to Joe Biden, saying to Iowa voters, you're the beginning. This is the beginning right now. It started. And this is the beginning of something very important. I think it's the most important election in the history of our country. And then immediately focused on Joe Biden.
Yeah, David, you are spot on. When the former president arrived at that caucus site earlier, you could tell where his eyes are focused, and that is on the general election here. Not even really making any firm attacks against any of his rivals in this race. He is squarely focused on President Joe Biden and this November election in which he hopes to be the Republican nominee. Now, we are getting some early reaction, and I was just texting with a Trump advisor about these results coming in tonight that Donald Trump is projected to win here in Iowa, who just sent back a few words. I hope Nikki and Ron are watching. And that really underscores the point that the Trump team has been making now for days, that they hope here that a strong victory can send the message to the rest of the rivals that this field needs to narrow. Oftentimes, Iowa doesn't actually pick the Republican nominee at all, but it often does winnow the field. And of course, we've been talking about that very close race for second place between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. It's unclear where that stands tonight, but it's clear that the former president hoping to send a direct message. I will say, David, it's a little weird here at this event to be calling this race, to be projecting it so early. It hasn't even started yet. The public hasn't even entered yet, but we are told that the former president has arrived on location and he is expected to deliver remarks pretty shortly, David.
Stick with us here, Rachel. I'm going to continue with you. And I can speak to the people who are watching us on ABC News Live right now, too. If you're frustrated because you feel like it's being called before people even get a chance to finish the caucuses in Iowa, again, it's based on entrance polling. So what the voters have told us, you know, networks would never go forward and make an analysis like this had the voters not already told us what they were intending to do. Again, that margin is so great that our decision desk deciding that Donald Trump will win the Iowa caucus, not a huge surprise. We are getting our first numbers. We'll come back to you, Rachel, in just a moment. I want to swing over to the big board, Rick Klein, our political director, because I know it's not the actual number of votes that's significant, but the margin between these candidates is somewhat telling early on here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we only have about 2% of the expected vote in right now, but Donald Trump romping right now. And just looking very preliminarily at some of the places where Donald Trump was expected to do well tonight, you're seeing him already leading in the vote in some of these more smaller, more rural counties. That's not a huge surprise. I do have my eye on a couple of places, though. This is Black Hawk County is a place where we've been looking for Nikki Haley to do very strong. Right now, there really isn't a lot of data to suggest that's going to happen. Johnson County, which is we've talked about, that's where University of Iowa is right now, based on the vote in so far. Nikki Haley with a small lead there. That might be a glimmer of hope for the anti-Trump forces in what's likely to be a not great night for them overall. And I should also mention, just as the night goes on, we're going to be tracking the turnout numbers all night long. Last time around, when Donald Trump was on the ballot in 2016, we set a record for Iowa Republicans with a turnout of 187,000. It does not appear, based on the turnout we're seeing so far, that the Republicans are going to approach that. We're talking about a turnout that's probably more in line with what we've seen in some previous caucuses, maybe a little bit higher. That's a little surprising going into this because there's so many more Republicans, 100,000 more Republicans in Iowa than there were in 2016, but the weather has been terrible. And Donald Trump has been leading by so much that it's possible that some people kind of thought this was over, whether they were going to vote for him or someone else. So we'll watch those turnout numbers as we go on, but it doesn't look like they're going to be setting new records tonight, David.
This was one of the things that Donald Trump was actually concerned about, that people would become so complacent by the lead in the polling leading into this. That, in addition to what you just mentioned, Rob Marciano and Ginger Z would be very proud of you. 30 degrees below zero in Iowa. I mean, this is record cold we're talking about. Not just hardy Iowans. We know that they can handle this stuff. We've all been there covering these Iowa caucuses before. But these are wind chills like they haven't seen before.
Yeah, and look, the campaigns prepare for these because they're in Iowa. We've heard a lot of reporting. Whit's been talking about some of the DeSantis team and the snow plows that they've brought. And you can do whatever you can to try to get people to the polls, but it shouldn't be surprising that people are a little less likely to vote tonight. And because the public polling was so clear about Donald Trump lead, and as we've seen the vote come in so far, it seems to so far track that. Although there's a lot of vote outstanding, it's even possible that the caucus voting is ongoing in a whole bunch of sites across the state.
Let's take another look at the raw vote, where it stands right now, Rick.
Yeah, so this is what we see so far in the raw vote. Donald Trump with 54%. Again, only about 2% of the vote in. But some of the places that we've been keeping an eye on, including up in the northwest corner of the state, Donald Trump running a way better than he did last time around. He came in 4th in this county, in Sioux County, last time. Right now, he is in a dead heat with Ron DeSantis, and a little bit to the north in Lyon County. Also, Donald Trump coming in. These are small numbers so far, but it's just some indication of the way that Donald Trump has remade the Republican Party in the state of Iowa and beyond. He has made it his own, and we're expecting him to carry potentially all of the counties tonight. We'll have to see, but there's been some talk in Trump circles that he may win all 99. That would be quite a feat.
Show us some of the suburbs that you had been keeping an eye on going into tonight in terms of whether or not Nikki Haley would be able to perform up to expectations. If you look at the top line there, and I know it's still early, but look, DeSantis, Haley really are in a dead heat for second place here.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the numbers in a county like this are irrelevant at this point. We're talking about 25 to 13, but that's the kind of margin that she would need to run as strongly as she could. And yeah, the numbers that we're going to watch right now is only 5 votes separating the two of them right now for second place. That is.
I'm looking at the percentages actually, just to see the trend lines here as the votes start to come in, because obviously
0.2% separating the two of them right now. And if it is that close, then it's going to be a while before we know who wins second.
Let's bring in Eva Pilgrim. She's with Nikki Haley's campaign. We checked in with Whit over with Ron DeSantis. And Eva, Nikki Haley said today, former UN ambassador, obviously former governor of South Carolina, she said, let's wait and see what the Iowa voters have to say. But she was predicting in the last 24 hours that this would turn into a two-person race, and insinuating that she would be the other person.
That's exactly right, David. They think that this is going to turn into a two-man race as they head into New Hampshire. And her team telling me they feel like they're in striking distance in New Hampshire, and they want this to be a two-man race so that Nikki Haley is the alternative for Republicans who don't want to vote for Trump. You know, I talked to her team just a short time ago, and they told me they really don't feel a lot of pressure going into tonight. They want to have a strong showing, but they feel like the pressure is much more on Ron DeSantis to have a strong showing here because he poured so much into the state. And here's the thing, her team knows they don't have those political endorsements in South Carolina, but they told me they didn't have the political endorsements when she ran for governor. They had the voters, and that's how they won the governor's race. And so that is what they're focused on right now. They want this to become a two-person race so Nikki Haley can go head-to-head with Donald Trump.
Still early in the night, DeSantis and Haley neck and neck with so few votes in already, but this is going to be the race that so many people are focused on. Eva Pilgrim, our thanks to you. As we look at some more of the data coming in from the entrance polling, the issues that were important to Iowa voters, this is it's going back and forth between the two. The top two issues, the economy at 37%, according to the most recent wave of data, immigration 36%. So essentially, economy and immigration top of mind for voters in Iowa. And Lindsay Davis, when you look at those two issues, you have to wonder if the White House is also watching this very closely tonight, knowing that those are two issues that the Republicans continue to say President Biden has not performed on.
And what's interesting is that Iowa is really smack dab in the middle of the country, nowhere near the southern border. But to the degree that we have 36%, just 1% behind economy, that's really big part of the MAGA sentiment. And one thing that we did notice, 47% of voters, again, in this preliminary data, identified themselves as part of the MAGA movement. No surprise there that 73% of them then went on to vote for Trump. And so that's why, again, it's so significant that Trump just in the last few days said, and remember, Nikki Haley, not MAGA, MAGA light, really making a distinction between the two. 87% of those in the preliminary entrance polls describe themselves as conservative. Which is also really significant. 50% saying that they're very conservative. And if that does hold in the final data, that will be a new high for the Iowa caucuses. Something else that I found really interesting, 60% of those in the preliminary entrance polls said that they would support banning abortion. Now, why this is so interesting is that when we've seen this on all the ballot initiatives so far in this country, we've seen the reverse, actually, when people voted on it. Now, of course, it's different when you're just saying hypothetically what you would say. But again, the majority of those who we're talking to tonight are saying that they would support banning abortion. So that does get right in line with that idea of Iowa being extremely conservative.
Conservative state, conservative governor, and conservative caucus goers. So far, it would seem, putting a large amount of support behind Donald Trump in his efforts to win back the White House. I want to bring in Reince Priebus, former chair of the RNC, Republican National Committee, of course, former chief of staff, Trump White House. Reince, what do you make of the early call of Iowa tonight?
Well, I'm not surprised by it, like all of you. I really think it goes down to the most important ingredient in any caucus is enthusiasm. And when your candidate brings out the enthusiasm of the base, as all of you've talked about, and then you throw in the weather that you've talked about, there's nothing that can stop that enthusiasm. And you're seeing it tonight with President Trump. And, look, the other part of this, he's running as an incumbent. He's running as an incumbent president in the Republican Party, even though he's not the incumbent, but you get my point. And with that, you're seeing these sort of record results for President Trump. The second thing I tell you, David, is that what Ron DeSantis is looking at here is he's got to finish second. We all know that. If he finishes third, he'll go to South Carolina and concede. But if he finishes second, his plan's going to be to go to South Carolina and recreate another narrative for himself to stay in the race, that he got in the second in Iowa. He's going to go to South Carolina and try to get second in South Carolina to try to knock out Nikki Haley. That's his play. But none of that happens unless he gets at least finishes second.
So, Reince, for all this talk about it being make or break for both Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, in terms of Ron DeSantis, he's got to come in second place or you think it's done?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no case to be made. There's no New Hampshire for him. We know that. And there's really no South Carolina because there's no money. And you need money and you need volunteers. And that's his problem.
Just out of curiosity, Reince, what is the path ahead for Nikki Haley, too? And I know it's still early in the night in Iowa. It's still early in the primary process. We've just yet begun here this evening. We see in the polling that she has polled, at least in a couple of these polls, within single digits of Donald Trump in New Hampshire. That would be promising for Haley's campaign. But what would she have to do in New Hampshire and then repeat that performance in a number of these other contests right afterward?
Well, I mean, if Donald Trump breaks a record here tonight, not just in historically, but if he exceeds expectations where there's no narrative coming out of her, it's going to be very difficult. But her viewpoint would be that, she got second place in Iowa, maybe a close third. She's got to win New Hampshire. She's got to go down to South Carolina and try to be super close second or win South Carolina. But she's got a problem because she's got to go into this Super Tuesday where you got 15 states on March 5th. Her play is that DeSantis has to get third tonight. DeSantis then is gone. Then the only thing left is her and Donald Trump, and then she's got to somehow find a way to raise a lot more money to put up TV and volunteers for March 5th and Super Tuesday. It's a long path, but that's her pathway. And Ron DeSantis not getting out after Iowa creates another hurdle for her in South Carolina, and they know it.
Both campaigns know it's a long, very steep road ahead for them beyond tonight. Both need to end in second place and then perform very well in the contests right afterward. Ryan, stick with us all night here. We really appreciate your insight. Let's bring in Donna Brazil, a strategist, former strategist with the DNC as well. Democratic strategist continues to be ABC News analyst. Donna, what do you make, put on your political hat here, not necessarily Democratic hat, but do you agree with what Ryan's just said here, which is after tonight, it would appear this is very steep for both Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley?
Look, I agree with everything the chairman said, other than the fact that Donald Trump is the incumbent. No, he is now the establishment candidate. Tonight, we know that this is a MAGA party, the Make America Great Party. 76% of them believe that Donald Trump is the legitimate president. So I'm going to take the voters at their word. But there's one thing I want to caution everyone, is that New Hampshire voters like to put their own stamp of approval on the candidate. So regardless of what happens tonight, the New Hampshire voters tomorrow morning will get up and expect to see these candidates at their diners. They will expect to have a debate or two. But you got to at least recognize what Donald Trump has done over the last couple of months. He managed to snub the other candidates, didn't attend any of the debates. He did counter-programming to ensure he had his own audience. And now we see with the kind of organization that he was able to put together, he's dominating in the caucuses right now because he has kept his message plain and simple. I won. That's it. And now his voters are picking up the mantle and say, you know what? He won, and we're going to continue to fight for him. I do believe that the Iowa caucus goers will help to winnow this field out tonight. Either Mr. DeSantis or Ms. Haley will be gone by tomorrow, if not the end of the week.
One of them gone by tomorrow, you predict?
One of them will have to go. I agree with the chairman. I mean, it's all about money because they will not have the momentum. Donald Trump is going to claim the big mo. He's going to ride. I don't know if he's going to go to the courthouse tomorrow in New York because, you know, he has those dates pending. But he's going to ride into New Hampshire tomorrow, and he's going to say one or two things to the voters. I won big. These other guys, these other gals should get out the race and allow me to go head-to-head with Joe Biden.
And, Donna, I just want to ask you, because you've advised so many campaigns, and not Republican ones, but I'm going to ask you this question anyway. What do you make of this strategy with Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis being so careful when it comes to criticizing Donald Trump? They've sharpened their language in recent days, but we watched a number of town halls and debates leading up to tonight where they shied away. They went at each other, but not really at Donald Trump.
I mean, that was the big surprise. I mean, they spent millions and millions of dollars attacking each other. They never made a credible case to be the anti-Trump candidate. Instead, they campaigned as Trump light. Who wants Trump light when you can get the big thing? I mean, it's like going to McDonald's or Burger King and ordering fish. I mean, you want a burger. That's what Donald Trump is. He is their burger, and that's what they want. But look, I still believe there's a lane for an anti-Trump candidate, but if they don't tighten up their message and give the voters what they want, and these are MAGA voters, when 47% of the caucus scores, at least in the wave I saw, they prefer Donald Trump by 3/4 of a margin. This is now Donald Trump party, the party of Lincoln, the party of Reagan, the party of Eisenhower, the party of George W. Bush and George Biden. This is now a MAGA party.
Yeah. I love a Big Mac, too. I did like a fish fillet every once in a while as a kid, but you're right. That's only once in a while. The Big Mac, the burger always wins out. Donna Brazil, we're going to come back to you.
Especially during Lent, David. You know, during Lent, you want that fish fillet.
Very rarely, though. Very rarely. All right, Donna Brazil, great to have you as well, both of you and Ryan. So we'll come back to you throughout the evening. You've been digging into the independents and where they're landing tonight.
Well, this is interesting. So among independents in Iowa, Trump had 37%. That actually sounds pretty good, except that's a fraction of what he did among Republican voters. Republican voters in the Iowa caucus. Remember, independents can also show up in caucus at Republican caucuses. It was 53% among Republicans, just 37% among independents, which means he has a relative weakness. And again, this is all relative because he's dominating tonight. But he has a relative weakness among independents. And where else do independents matter a lot, and actually much more than Iowa? New Hampshire. New Hampshire has a tradition of independent voters having a decisive impact in polls. When John McCain won in 2000 over George W. Bush, really a big upset win, 18 points. He won because independents came out and voted in the Republican primary. But I have to just pick up on one other thing that Donna was talking about. You have to, when you look at this race right now, you have to wonder about the path not taken. I mean, David, Ron DeSantis has been a virtual candidate for now a year. He took a while before he actually formally got into the race, but he spent much of the past year saying almost nothing critical of Donald Trump. he has sharpened it up recently. I interviewed him just yesterday on This Week, and he took, he took it to Donald Trump. He said he didn't do what he promised to do as president. Took issue with, he says
the
he's
border.
On,
he said he promised to build the border. I'll actually build it. You know, he lists the policies.
He's obsessed with his issues, not your issues. And I asked him, what do you mean by his issues? It's all his legal problems. Donald Trump, he sounded like a very strongly anti-Trump candidate. Not quite Chris Christie, but he was in there. Nikki Haley, as well, has spent much of the past year shying away from saying anything at all critical of Trump. She, in recent weeks, has stepped it up a little bit. Chaos follows him. She doesn't exactly explain where the chaos comes, if Trump creates the chaos or people that attack Trump create the chaos. But she has stepped up some criticism of Trump, but it has been too late. And then we've had these debates, which Trump has skipped, gone through 5 debates, some of which his name hardly comes up at all. And they go after each other viciously. And you look at the 2 of them, we'll see where this goes up. If Trump ends up with about 50% of the vote and DeSantis ends up with about 20 and Haley ends up with about 20, you're going to wonder what would it have been like if there had actually been a united opposition against Donald Trump or for an alternative to Donald Trump instead of 2 non-Trump candidates who spent more time beating up each other without mentioning he who shall not be named.
Doing a lot of the homework for him, by the way, and taking each other out in certain respects. And you have to wonder if there was some sort of legal, political strategy based on the legal scenario that's playing out in this country, at least early on, if they were wondering if the legal process would be further along than it actually is. They were hoping that something else would drop, and then they would be the person
and nothing
best
dropped.
fitted.
But John mentioned Chris Christie. Remember, Chris Christie was virulently anti-Trump. He went nowhere. He, in the end, had to drop out. I think they looked at Chris Christie and saw that he wasn't getting any traction on that as well. And they needed that MAGA vote. They need some of that base. They need some of those independents who might go towards Donald Trump. And they just played it safe. Now, going forward, how do they get harder on Trump? Do they gradually get anti-Trump? Do they completely change their messaging? Do they have to completely change their message? I don't know how they do that and succeed.
You have both Donna Brazile and Reince Priebus saying one of them's not here tomorrow.
In the next week, are they going to really go after Trump?
And is there a website instead of DeSantisLies.com? Does Nikki Haley make one for Trump? Because obviously his lies have been well documented. But one other poll that came in, preliminary poll that came in, I wanted to point out, 31% were focused chiefly on the candidate who fights for people like me. And of those voters, 81% of them chose Donald Trump. I think that that's what we're seeing. Donna Brazile likes to talk about these food analogies. That's why we see him taking the cake really entirely tonight. And the other thing is, with Ron DeSantis going to 99 counties, doing what do they call it, the full Grassley, in reference to Senator Chuck Grassley, who tries to go to all the 99 Iowa counties every year. He had 173 events compared to Trump's 36 events, and not panning out for him at all.
Which is really extraordinary that Trump was able to come in and out of Iowa, including just today, flying back out and having pulled this off at an extraordinary, it would seem, in scope, victory tonight. I want to bring in Rachel Scott from the Trump campaign. Any more reaction coming in, Rachel?
Yeah, the former president just spoke and gave some early reaction to another network, saying that he's honored by such an early call, going on to say that he's honored that minutes after they announced that I've won against very credible competition, great competition, actually, which obviously serves as a stark contrast to what the former president has said on the campaign trail about his rivals, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. We're also hearing from the Super PAC, the political organization supporting the former president, saying that the people of Iowa sent a clear message tonight that Donald Trump will be the next Republican nominee for president. It's now time to make him the next president of the United States. They are calling on Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, and Nikki Haley to stop, quote, wasting resources and move on. And the former president's son also echoing a lot of that, saying that it's time to wrap up this nonsense and get on and move toward the general election. I don't want to steal any of Rick Klein's thunder there on the big board, but of course, one thing that we know that the Trump campaign is watching tonight is whether or not he has has the landslide victory that he is really hoping for. Of course, no Republican has won a contested Iowa caucuses by more than 12 points. Trump was up by nearly 30 points in the latest polling. And so we know that the former president has an eye just to see how large his victory could be tonight. Closely watching the numbers as they come in. More reaction coming into our team from sources close to the campaign saying that this is a bad night for Nikki Haley, calling it very gratified for the Trump team, saying Ron spent all of his money and has nothing left, David.
Rachel Scott with late word from the Trump campaign, from the former president himself, his reaction to what looks like to be a resounding victory in Iowa tonight. Rachel, our thanks to you. Very quickly to Mary Bruce, live at the White House. Mary was actually traveling with the Vice President today, Kamala Harris, who was speaking in South Carolina in honor of MLK Day. And Mary, just as there are other candidates in this race, and we're not getting ahead of ourselves, the fact that Trump is focusing on Joe Biden, this White House is also very aware of Donald Trump's positioning here, how they thought he would do in Iowa as well based on the polling. And the Vice President seemed very aware of it with her conversation with you today, that they could very well be facing another matchup with Donald Trump.
Absolutely, David. And so far, everything we have seen from the Biden-Harris campaign is very much geared at a race against Donald Trump. Their whole argument, their central argument of the Biden-Harris campaign is to say that this election is really a battle for the soul of this country and a battle for the future of our democracy. I mean, we heard Kamala Harris today when we were with her on the campaign trail saying that the very fundamental freedoms that our country is founded on are what are at risk here. And given that, I asked Kamala Harris, does she think that Donald Trump is a foregone conclusion for the GOP nomination? She wouldn't go that far, but she did make very clear that she thinks that they beat him once, they can beat him again. And David, we are just getting the first reaction from the Biden campaign. They say it is clear Donald Trump is the official frontrunner for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination. This all comes, interestingly, in the form of a fundraising pitch that has just hit everyone's inboxes. It goes on to say we now need to work even harder now. If Donald Trump is our opponent, we can expect vile lies, vile attacks, endless lies, and massive spending. So very much, while this is, not a done deal, but we continue to see that the Biden team is laser focused on what appears very likely and possibly could be a rematch. That is where their attention is tonight, David.
It might be impossible to answer this question, Mary, but based on your sourcing within the Biden campaign, is there a particular candidate that they were hoping to face? Are they ready to take on Donald Trump? And is this who they were hoping would take the early lead here?
I think they certainly saw this coming. I think they were looking at all of the same numbers that the rest of us were. I think, they've also obviously been keeping a very close eye on Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, as the rest of us have. I did ask the vice president today if she thought that the other candidates, if they posed the same kind of threat to democracy as Donald Trump. Again, she was very, very coy, wouldn't go there, but she did say with confidence that they are going to win. The question is, what is it going to take to pull that off? Because for a lot of Democrats, the early polling, and it is early polling, does show that this could be a very uncomfortable race. If it is, in fact, a rematch, Kamala Harris conceding they have a lot of work to do on messaging their accomplishments to the American people, and telling me point blank they are not going to take any vote for granted. They know they have to work hard to earn everyone's votes, David.
Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent. Mary, thank you. And of course, when we saw and it's just Iowa, one state has gone so far, but the fact that their entrance polling showing that that the economy and immigration going back and forth between being the #1 issue or a very close second, depending on which wave of entrance polling you're looking at. Again, Iowa voters saying the economy, immigration, Rick Klein, will be the key issues. A real quick look at where we stand before we take a quick break here.
Yeah, still very early, only about 5% of the vote in, but it's clear right now that turnout is going to be down pretty significantly from 2016, maybe a consequence of the weather. And if you're looking for a horse race tonight, you're going to get one between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. Right now, only about 50 votes separating the two of them. All indications we have so far, DeSantis might have a slight edge right now. Clearly, there are going to be 1, 2, 3. Vivek Ramaswamy in fourth. 3 tickets out of Iowa is the old saying. It may be 3 tickets on the way in and maybe the same way on the way out.
All right. You know this isn't the only game in town tonight. There's a football game going on, so we got to take a quick break here so that this crew can get ready for halftime during football. Terry Moran's going to pick up our coverage on ABC News Live right now. I'll pass it to you, Terry, and we'll see you on the backside after the halftime.
Absolutely, David. Thanks very much. Well, you and the team have been reporting on the big story tonight, that thumping victory we are projecting for former President Donald Trump in the Iowa caucuses. The big question, another big question tonight going forward, how much did all those prosecutions and civil lawsuits against Trump actually help propel him into first place? ABC News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky, he's been covering all Trump's legal battles for us. He joins us now. And Aaron, Iowa tonight, that's where Trump is. Tomorrow, a New York City courtroom. Take us through this conflict and just how remarkable it is that he's going to win Iowa probably like no candidate ever has before, and then show up in court tomorrow.
Just stunning, Terry, how the nation's politics and former President Trump's legal calendar are colliding, and it's forcing the American public into this same collision of politics and the law. And the question is whether it even matters, because our entrance poll data shows that 2/3 of Iowa caucus goers on the Republican side say that former President Trump is fit for office, even if he's convicted of something. We're a ways from that. And you're right, Terry. Nikki Haley's going to head off from Iowa to New Hampshire. Ron DeSantis says he's going to South Carolina. Former President Trump is coming here to New York, where he is expected to attend a civil defamation trial that's getting underway in Manhattan federal court, brought by a magazine columnist, E. Jean Carroll, who Donald Trump defamed and sexually assaulted, and a trial's getting underway to determine how much money he might have to pay her. So it is a much different victory lap, but being in these courtrooms, which has been a choice for the former president, it doesn't require his presence until later on in the year, that seems to have been working for him, Terry.
Absolutely. That choice, right? He doesn't have to show up in that court. And it is remarkable to think in that case, he's being accused of defaming this woman because he's denying her allegation, which has already been found to be true by a jury, that he sexually assaulted her in a department store. If any other candidate in American history had done that, there would have been curtains for him. But Trump is different, and I want to pick up on something you just talked about, this exit poll that shows that 2/3 more of Iowans say that even if Trump were in prison, he'd still be fit for office. That is a verdict on how much those people trust these institutions, isn't it?
Oh, it is, Terry, that they are not necessarily believing. They're believing Trump in how he frames these cases, and they're believing Trump in terms of how he's framing the election. Look at another number in the entrance poll. 66% of Iowa caucus goers tonight say they don't think Joe Biden's victory in the last election was legitimate. And former President Trump is being prosecuted for that very notion. In fact, he is scheduled, if the calendar holds, and it probably won't, but if it does, he's scheduled to go on trial for that on March 4th in Washington, D.C. federal court. That's one day before the Super Tuesday primary. But to his supporters, these cases certainly don't seem to matter, and they're siding exactly with his rhetoric on how he is presenting and talking about all of them.
About the 2020 election, as you point out, which will make the general election, assuming he wins the Republican nomination, really a question of truth and lies. Which will the country go for? Because he's going to make the fact that he claims he won 2020 a central part of his argument to the American people. But I want to ask about how all these court cases are going to intersect with the rest of the primary season. How hard is it going to be for him?
Well, look, till now, it's been a choice. The next time he has to be in court would be when he stands trial as a criminal defendant. March 4th is when the federal election subversion case is supposed to go to trial. He's fighting that. That will probably get delayed. The first case may well be later in March when he stands trial here in New York over a hush payment to porn actress Stormy Daniels, bringing you back to the 2016 campaign. But by then, Terry, if tonight is any indication, he may well have the nomination locked up before he ever has to stand trial. So it could curtail his ability to campaign in what would then be a general election against Joe Biden. But there's a lot left here, and certainly the president has a different intention when it comes to how he presents former President Trump's legal troubles.
Aaron, you're such an ace reporter on these cases, but you're also, this is part of the campaign, so I appreciate your political expertise as well. Stand by right there, because let's go to Iowa. Let's bring in Mary Alice Parks. She's been talking with voters at a caucus location out in West Des Moines tonight. Mary Alice, set the scene. What are you hearing from voters?
Yeah, Terry, they just wrapped up the voting here. People writing their preference on a little piece of paper. They counted them all together in the front of the room with the cameras rolling, members of representatives from each campaign looking over. I mean, this is as grassroots as it gets. Now, in this site, a really different story. Here we had Nikki Haley. She won 88 votes here. I mean, a sense of just how small and grassroots this is. That was the winning total. Ron DeSantis second in this room with 74, and Trump third. You know, this was a part of the state where Nikki Haley was expected to do well, but it's interesting playing into this larger conversation you've been having, because I've been talking to those never Trump voters. I have to tell you, a fair number of them who have been frustrated with what they see as his drag on the party, and listening in particular to the woman tonight who spoke on behalf of Nikki Haley. She focused so much on what she said was Nikki Haley's potential electability, and talked about losses that Republicans have suffered in the last few races and the last few elections, really pinning that on the former president. You know, I've talked to some Republicans in these last few days who sound really frustrated in Trump's focus on the last election, his focus on him saying that big lie that he won the last election. And so, of course, going forward, if he does wrap up this nomination, those are going to be the voters that both campaigns are focused on. Will they swing? Will they sit it out? What happens to those Republicans that aren't excited? And we know that they exist. We've seen them in rooms like this.
You know, Mary Alice, you've been out there on the ground in Iowa for a while. I want to pick up on what I was talking about with Aaron Katursky. These cases, the prosecutions and civil lawsuits against Trump, have helped him. What did you hear from voters about that?
You know, I've just been talking about those voters who tell me they're never going to vote for the former president, those Republicans that want a way forward. They'll talk about, some of them will talk about how they don't like his tone, or they didn't like how he acted and didn't concede after the last election. But when I ask about those court cases, even those voters often are quick to defend him. There is this sense that that has worked. It's been his message that a court case, an indictment against him, is somehow an indictment against them as Republicans. That message has landed. People have internalized it. Even those who weren't planning to caucus for him feel under attack and feel like it has been unfair, that it's been political, that too many of those court cases are unfounded. It has been very interesting to me that even some never Trump Republican voters are quick to come to his defense when we're talking about those criminal indictments. They want to see less of that conversation in this primary, and they have absolutely internalized his message about this being an attack.
You know, there's so many of them, and so many, you know, that are on untested legal theories and were brought by prosecutors who campaigned against Trump. You know, some of that sentiment may be understandable. But I want to ask about the ground game here. Trump, you know, he barely appeared in Iowa, really. I mean, the fewest amount of visits compared to Ron DeSantis. He was in all 99 counties. Vivek Ramaswamy spent so much time there. What do you think? Does Trump's win in Iowa change the notion of retail politics, the ground game? Does it still matter in Iowa, as it has since Jimmy Carter used it to win the Iowa caucuses, which propelled him to the White House way back when?
That's where, Terry, I think the actual numbers out of tonight are going to really matter and tell a part of that story. I mean, we were talking about this projection at ABC News based on entrance polling, when I will tell you that here at this caucus location, one of the biggest in this area, they hadn't even passed out, they hadn't even started the balloting. They hadn't even started writing their preferences down. And the margins that we see at the end of the night, whether or not people were persuaded by some of the speeches from their neighbors, or what exactly the final numbers were, who came in second by how much, I think that will start to answer that question, Terry. You know, I'm thinking about just a few weeks ago when Nikki Haley supporters told me that they were really hoping she would come in second. Trump winning was a foregone conclusion to them, but if she could come in second, would that send a message about her as the alternate candidate heading into New Hampshire? Then, of course, we saw her ticking up in the polls, her doing so well in the latest polls here, and all of a sudden it was a real conversation about her coming in second. But we've heard all along from so many state party officials, voters here on the ground, that they were assuming Trump was going to win, but that who did well, who overperformed, who underperformed, would show off and sort of get to your point about whether a ground game still really mattered. And that's, of course, where we're going to have such a conversation, especially about Ron DeSantis. Because if he underperforms, like we've been talking about all night, when he spent so much time here, so much money, and did build out a decent ground game, if he still underperforms, if he comes in third, if it's not close, for example, between him and Nikki Haley, there will be so much more pressure on him. And a real suggestion, like you were just talking about, that maybe that kind of retail politics didn't have a place, at least in this cycle. But that's where we have to wait for these final numbers, and they are just starting to trickle in.
Right, and Trump is so different, but so many voters there, like all of us, get so much of their news and politics on, online now. Mary Alice Parks, I'm a little jealous. I love a good caucus night. Thanks for being there. And Aaron Katursky as well. We're going to take a quick break right now. When we come back, we're going to join Lindsay Davis in New York.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Dance some more, just a little bit. Breathe more, just a little bit. Smile a little more in a minute. I've been running through this strange life. Pictures on my phone life. Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine.
Good morning, America.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We've seen tank after tank pouring into this area.
This is where it all began.
Bullet holes all up the wall.
Within minutes, the air raid sirens going off.
You can hear the sound of an explosion.
We are pinned down here.
Tonight, Israel waging a fierce bombardment of Gaza.
The Israel-Hamas war. For non-stop live coverage, stream ABC News Live.
Reporting from southern Israel, from the front lines
In downtown Ramallah.
in Beirut. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there.
ABC News Live.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward,
With some fun in between.
a real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning
America's #1 early morning news.
on ABC News Live.
In an interview, you talked about how you felt the boogeyman was coming.
Yeah. But since I was a kid, I felt something's gonna get me.
The case of Jonathan Majors, the actor convicted of charges.
What happened exactly? Do you know?
No, I don't know. She's unconscious.
Your defense team has said that you were the victim of that night.
Who received injuries in the car? I did.
Jonathan Majors Speaks, the Impact by Nightline exclusive, now streaming on Hulu. The candidates face each other, face America, and face off right after Iowa and right before New Hampshire votes. David Muir and Lindsay Davis moderate. ABC News, the New Hampshire primary debate. Thursday night on ABC and streaming everywhere on ABC News Live and Hulu.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
All right, here we go. You ready?
Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us on this special Iowa caucus edition of Your Voice, Your Vote. Based on the entrance polls, ABC News projects that Trump will win the Iowa Republican caucuses. Let's take a look at the results here. Former Donald Trump made a visit to caucus event in Clive tonight, but you see there Donald Trump with 49.2% of the vote. Ron DeSantis just below 23%. Nikki Haley just above 20%. Vivek Ramaswamy coming in with 7%. Trump's competitors, it looks like, as we expected, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis coming in neck and neck, really a race to second place right now. An interesting coincidence, Haley and Donald Trump Jr. showed up to the same caucus event, and Donald Trump Jr. had this to say.
Policies, because I'd love not to be in wars. I have 5 young kids. I'd like to not send them to Ukraine or China or Taiwan to die so that someone at Boeing and Raytheon can sell a few more missiles.
As for Vivek Ramaswamy, based on analysis of the vote, ABC News projects that Ramaswamy will come in 4th place in the Iowa caucuses. ABC News estimates that turnout in the Iowa caucuses will be much lower in 2016. Of course, a lot of that expected to be because of the Arctic temperatures they're experiencing there throughout the state and really much of the country. Let's go right to ABC's Rachel Scott, who's with the Trump campaign in Des Moines. Rachel, the president has already reacted to his win. What is he saying?
Yeah, the former president reacting to this projected victory here in Iowa, saying that he is honored for such an early call. And guess what? The Trump campaign already fundraising off of this, with just in moments of this projected victory being called by all of the networks. We're also hearing from sources and allies to the former president, most notably from his super PAC tonight, calling for this field to narrow, insisting that the people of Iowa send a clear message tonight that Donald Trump will be the next Republican nominee. They are calling for Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, and Vivek Ramaswamy to face the reality and, quote, stop wasting time and resources. And that really underscores what the Trump campaign is trying to send tonight. They're trying to send a message to the rest of the field that he is the far and away frontrunner in this race. Of course, the Iowa caucus is not always known for necessarily predicting the Republican nominee, but they are known for winnowing and narrowing the field. And one thing that the former president's team is keeping a close eye on tonight is just how large this projected victory is expected to be. They are hoping for the biggest number possible. We know that no Republican has won a contested Iowa caucus by more than 12 points. The Trump campaign betting on a number much higher than that, Lindsay.
And Rachel, the former president now has both New Hampshire and an upcoming court case to think about. What do we know about that?
And it's been remarkable to see the former president split his time between the campaign trail and also the courtrooms. In the final stretch here, up to the Iowa caucuses, when we would typically see the frontrunner in this race blitzing the state, trying to turn over every single last voter, we didn't see that at all. Former President Donald Trump was in a New York courtroom, he was in a D.C. courtroom, as his rivals had the campaign trail largely to themselves. And he is expected to even be splitting his time again this upcoming week, as his rivals already get out there in New Hampshire. Even with that, though, even though the former president has campaigned here far less than his rivals, he still does have this dominant hold on the Republican Party. And that is exactly what we are seeing by these early projections tonight, Lindsay.
All right, Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. Of course, we're going to continue to come back to you throughout the night. Now let's head over to ABC News political director Rick Klein, who's holding it down for us at the big board. It sounds like there's a technical glitch that we need to deal with first off, right, in Iowa?
Yeah, well, there's definitely a delay. And we just got some more vote in, but there had been about a 45-minute lag. So we're trying to get answers from the Iowa Republican Party. Remember, this is a state-run, the party-run event. It's not run by the state officials. It's not run by any election authority. It's run by the Iowa Republican Party. We remember how the Democrats botched their caucuses 4 years ago. We had to wait more than a day to get any results. It's not nearly that bad tonight. We are getting some results, but they are scattered, they are partial, they are incomplete, only about 13% of the expected vote in, and you see the numbers right now. I would also highlight, Lindsay, that there's something else on our map that just populated for the first time, a color other than Donald Trump's. This is a county that I've had an eye on because it is in the far northwest corner of the state. It's one of the most heavily evangelical counties in the state, and at least now, with about a fifth to a quarter of the vote in right now, Ron DeSantis has a little bit of an edge. So maybe a tiny bright spot if you're looking for one, if you're someone other than Donald Trump tonight. But Donald Trump, by all accounts, is romping tonight. He is right now numerically above 50%. We just saw a lot more vote come in just the last few minutes. So it looks like things are getting cleared up on the state party. And we're starting to see that lead solidify. Donald Trump right now a little bit above an outright majority. And Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, again, locked in a race for second. We've also been looking quite a bit at some of the strongest counties that went against Trump last time, the best Marco Rubio counties, the best Ted Cruz counties. They're all going for Trump. One little spot right now, notwithstanding, Trump looks like he's going to fill in a lot of his color as the night goes on.
And we know that Ron DeSantis has been going after those particular counties, those evangelical counties that Ted Cruz had so much success in the last go-round, but he doesn't seem to be achieving that same level at this point.
Not even close. I mean, Ted Cruz was able to beat Donald Trump. That is not going to happen tonight. But there are counties, particularly here in the northwest corner and here in the central part of the state, there's a lot of votes still outstanding where Ron DeSantis could pick up some votes. The problem for him is that they're very small counties. They are not very populous counties. The most populated counties are counties that Nikki Haley is running ahead of DeSantis, as expected, running better in the cities and in some of the suburbs right outside Des Moines. We see right outside Des Moines again, Dallas County. That's Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis in a real close fight. And the order of finish is going to matter, but pretty clearly there's going to be a lot of separation between those two and anyone else in the field. Vivek Ramaswamy, Asa Hutchinson, just not a factor tonight.
All right, Rick Klein, we'll of course keep checking in with you throughout the night. Let's bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Carr. Well, you'll see there on the big board, 34% of the vote so far coming in, but about 52% of that vote going to Donald Trump. He said earlier today he was confident that he was going to get more than 50%. Were you expecting him to dominate in this way?
I mean, every sign pointed in that direction. He was ahead at nearly 50% in the last Des Moines Register poll. He's been ahead in polls in Iowa for months, way ahead. So no, ultimately, at this point, not a surprise. But it is a complete dominance. And if you look into some of the other questions that were asked in our entrance poll, it shows just how thoroughly committed Iowa Republicans, at least Iowa Republicans that go to the Iowa caucuses, are to Donald Trump. This is an electorate that believes his lie about the election. We see 2/3 of voters believe that the 2020 election was stolen. It's not true. The people that worked for Donald Trump have said under oath that it is not true, but Donald Trump has repeated that over and over and over again, and most Iowa Republicans have chosen to believe that. And you also, see as you look down that they say that they would support him even if he were convicted of a crime, even if he were convicted of a felony. So this is, as we are seeing tonight, Iowa, Donald Trump's Republican Party. A clear, decisive victory. We'll see if he carries it on. There's no sign in any other state that he really won't carry it on. Much slimmer lead in New Hampshire, but he is dominating this party in Iowa, and he is dominating this party nationally.
Overwhelmingly, the majority of people identifying themselves as MAGA Republicans, overwhelmingly the majority of those in Iowa identifying themselves as conservative Republicans. What does this mean now going forward for Ron DeSantis, who really bet the farm that he was going to really show up in Iowa in a bigger way than he is?
Yeah, and first of all, it's very important to point out that not only did Ron DeSantis spend a lot more time in Iowa? He spent a lot more money in Iowa. Over $35 million spent in advertising by DeSantis' campaign and his allies. By the way, Nikki Haley spent even a little bit more than Ron DeSantis in Iowa, and both of them have very little to show for it. They both spent much more than Donald Trump. They spent more time there. They campaigned more, but it didn't matter. Iowa caucuses are supposed to be, we've been out there in past cycles. It's that retail politics. It's person to person. You have to go and ask for votes over and over again. This kind of broke that. This was very much a national campaign, in a way, for Donald Trump, because he spent very little time in Iowa, very little time on the campaign trail.
All right. Thank you so much, John. I want to bring in our Chief Global Affairs anchor, Martha Raddatz. Martha, you said that you've been in touch with some Iowa voters on the ground there. What are they telling you tonight?
Most of the people who I have talked to were independents. And at one point, they considered going and registering as Republicans tonight to vote for Nikki Haley. They said to give Trump a hard time. But somewhere hours ago, they said, I'm just giving up. I'm not going. I'm not going to do it. They said their state has changed so much over the years. They said elections are now scary events. Like in third world countries, is the outcome valid? Does the outcome matter? I don't even know whichever side gets more votes, if any of us will ever feel like winners. Basically, they said their neighbors know everything they think. They're afraid to say anything. This is very rural Iowa. And of course, they've seen all the candidates. I mean, you talk about Ron DeSantis. One of the things with Ron DeSantis, who went to those 99 counties, Ron DeSantis didn't really resonate with a lot of voters. He doesn't talk personally. He surprisingly wasn't a great campaigner. He's a little awkward. He has some great personal stories to tell, but didn't really share those. Nikki Haley did much more of that. But in so many ways, Nikki Haley was like this phenom in the last couple of weeks, and it may just be too late. Donald Trump will be so energized right now and tomorrow morning and going into New Hampshire and going to every place after that. Donald Trump feeds on winning. It's absolutely what propels him forward. And when he is winning and when he is doing well, he connects with people even more than he has in the past. He can tend to be very dark when he's losing or and he lost the election, and we know what that was like after he lost that election. We know what he was like. But when he's winning, he is absolutely on fire. And you've seen it this week in Iowa. Again, he didn't really campaign in Iowa because he, in effect, this race is so different. It's really two incumbents. If he wins the nomination, it is two incumbents. And in some ways, he has the advantage because incumbents have an advantage usually because they are currently the president, but they have a disadvantage because people look at their record. Donald Trump has been out for a while. His supporters don't seem to care about these legal problems. They don't seem to care about January 6th. They're tired of hearing about that. But here comes Donald Trump again, this former president, and that is resonating certainly in Iowa tonight.
And I want to pick up on that point because, if you're just going as an applicant for a typical job, they'll say, have you been convicted of a crime? What I think is really going to be surprising to many Americans is that 63% of these Iowa caucus goers said that even if he is convicted of a crime, he is still fit to be president of the United States. And so I want
jaw-dropping.
It really is astonishing. And I just want to broaden that out on the world stage. What does that mean to our allies and our adversaries?
Oh, I think the whole world is watching this. I mean, certainly our allies. There's certainly allies that are very worried about this. But it's much like the voters I talked to. They really feel like everything has changed. And that the election procedures, or if someone is convicted of a crime, that they can still be president, is something the rest of the world is. Some of them are laughing, and others are worried.
Martha Raddatz, our thanks to you and Jonathan Karl. Now I want to bring in ABC News political analyst Reince Priebus and ABC political contributor and Democratic strategist Ms. Donna Brazile. Good to have you both back with us. Donna, Nikki Haley has been gaining momentum, as you know, in New Hampshire. What would a Haley-Biden general election look like?
Well, it's too early to tell. As you well know, the electorate is a lot different in the general election than it is in the primary. There's no question that right now, in terms of some of the early polls, she's very competitive. Competitive in large part because the president has been suffering a little bit with young voters and suffering with independent voters. I still believe at the end of the day, when this is an election between a vision that includes every American, prosperity for every American, taking care of the American family, the American economy, making sure our borders are strong and secure, I still believe that Joe Biden is going to have a slight advantage in the fall. But we're talking about the Republican primary right now in the caucus, and that's what we've been talking about for the last year. And I think while Ms. Haley has done a fantastic job in capitalizing on all of her debate performances, you know, at the end of the day, when I'm looking at all of the counties that are outstanding, it's organization. And Ron DeSantis' campaign did knock on close to 1 million doors in the Hawkeye state. So if he's able to eke out a victory in the state of Iowa, I do believe he'll last the week. But this is going to be a very interesting contest coming next week after New Hampshire voters put their stamp of approval.
He already says he's heading to South Carolina, so we'll see if he does last beyond that week. Ryan, Trump spent his final events in Iowa today attacking his opponents, as you well know, and offered very little vision for what a second Trump presidency would look like. Is that how we can expect him to campaign throughout this year? Is that a winning strategy?
Well, no, I think he's going to turn to Joe Biden like he did in his most recent comments that he made today. And I think that Martha's correct in that Donald Trump, winning just propels him. It makes, I think, he becomes, a lot more fun. I think he has a bigger vision when he's winning. And I think that's what, if he turns out to have this big of a win here tonight, that's what he's going to do. But what you're going to see is what you've all been talking about more and more, which is the super PAC, the Trump campaign. The big pressure here is going to be on this bigger picture argument within the party that basically says, look, we cannot continue to waste our money debating each other and having contests in New Hampshire and South Carolina and Super Tuesday. We've got to consolidate. And that's the argument that the Trump campaign's going to make. And at some point, the pressure on the Republican National Committee is going to build. And they're going to be in a position here sooner or later, whether it be after New Hampshire, South Carolina, to say, you know what? Enough's enough. He's the presumptive nominee. And they probably want to pull the trigger on that earlier than you would imagine, because all the money's being held up until you get that presumptive nominee. You get the presumptive nominee, floodgates open, money pours in.
Donna, some Democrats, as you know, are criticizing the Biden campaign for not acting with the urgency necessary to take on the former president. How do they respond to that?
Well, I think the president has shown over the last couple of weeks that he's willing to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump. But first, I mean, the Republicans have had this stage to themselves for over the last year. We've been debating the merits or demerits of the anti-Trumpers. We've been talking about whether his fitness for office. And most of all, we've been talking about the 91 indictments that he is facing in the court system. So the day will come when there will be the quote-unquote matchup. But for now, the Republican, this is the launching of the 2024 Republican presidential primary season. This is a race for delegates. The Democratic race will start on February 3rd in the great state of South Carolina. And I do believe at the end of the day, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be up to the task, convincing not just Democrats but independents that they have a vision for the future, which does not include recrimination, grievances, and lying.
All right. Former DNC Chair Donna Brazile, former RNC Chair Reince Priebus, we thank you both so much for your time. And ahead, we still have a lot more coverage of ABC News Live. Your voice, your vote. Stay with us. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
Along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
The candidates face each other, face America, and face off right after Iowa and right before New Hampshire votes. David Muir and Lindsay Davis moderate. ABC News, the New Hampshire primary debate. Thursday night on ABC and streaming everywhere on ABC News Live and Hulu.
I'm Aaron Katursky in Rochester, New York. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Thanks so much for streaming with us on this special Iowa caucus edition of Your Voice, Your Vote. Based on the entrance polls, ABC News projects that Trump will win the Iowa Republican caucus. Take a look at the results there. Trump, with 38% of the vote in, has 52% of the vote. Ron DeSantis with 20, neck and neck, with Nikki Haley trailing by just 1 percentage point with 19%. Vivek Ramaswamy with 7.7%. And what's shaping up to be a very tight battle for second place. Trump far out in front there. Former President Donald Trump made a visit to a caucus event in Clive tonight. As for Trump's competitors, it looks like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are going to be in that race for second place as we expected. As for Vivek Ramaswamy, based on analysis of the vote, ABC News projects that Ramaswamy will come in 4th place in the Iowa caucuses. This despite that he spent more time, had more events than his competitors there. ABC News estimates that turnout in the Iowa caucus will be much lower than in 2016. A lot of this, of course, credited with the weather, the Arctic temperatures they're experiencing there in Iowa and throughout much of the country. And 2 things that have really stuck out to us in the entrance polls so far. Is Trump fit to be president if convicted? 63% of those voters so far saying yes. 32% saying no. And did Joe Biden win the 2020 election? 31% of the voters saying yes. 65%, more than double, saying no, he did not. The current entrance polls leave second place in the Iowa caucuses between Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, as we've been saying. ABC's Eva Pilgrim joins us now live from Iowa. Even as we wait for tonight's results, you've been looking ahead to New Hampshire, even locking in an endorsement from Governor Chris Sununu for Nikki Haley. What does her plan look like now moving forward?
Her plan moving forward in New Hampshire is the same as it always was, even before these results came in tonight. She is going to New Hampshire as soon as the night is over, and she will begin campaigning there on the ground. Again, she spent a lot of time in the Granite State, and her team feels like they are very much within striking distance. You know, we spoke with her yesterday, and she told us they think this is going to be a 2-man race when they get to New Hampshire. They want this to be a 2-man race because they want this to be Nikki Haley against Donald Trump Trump. They want her to be the alternative for people who don't want to vote for Donald Trump. And they are hoping that Ron DeSantis drops out. But as you can see right now, they are neck and neck. I think if they come in third tonight and it's a close third, they will still take that as a win, because her ground game here really is nowhere near as organized as her competitors. So a third place close win would be a win for them.
And what have you heard from supporters who are choosing to support her over other candidates tonight?
You know, a lot of what we heard from supporters as we were speaking to them was they were looking for someone who could win the general election, who could win in November, who could beat Joe Biden. A lot of those supporters didn't want another 4 years with Donald Trump, but they definitely didn't want another 4 years with Joe Biden as well. So they were looking at that. And the recent polling has shown when you look at a head-to-head with these candidates against the current president, Nikki Haley was the only one that came away with a wide margin to win that race. And so they felt very comfortable with her, that if they could get behind her, the support could coalesce around her, that she could win in November, Lindsay.
Ava Pilgrim, our thanks to you. We'll be checking back in with you later on tonight. Now let's go to ABC's Rachel Scott, who's with the Trump campaign in Des Moines. Rachel, the president is already reacting to this win. He predicted this. What's he saying now?
Yeah, the Trump campaign already fundraising off of it. The former president said he's grateful for such an early call. We are expecting the former president to speak in just a couple of minutes here. And I'm starting to see so many congressional representatives walk in. I just caught up with Congressman Matt Gaetz as he made his way in here. He said, we are expecting this number to only grow larger and larger and larger. And with that, he says that he is hoping that the rest of the field is watching this and getting the message here. Because again, that is what this is about for the Trump campaign. Not only setting the expectation that he's the dominant frontrunner in this race, but also that he can do better and maybe have a historic win here in this state. That's what they're really betting on. So they really have their eye on those projections and the numbers as they are coming in here. And this space that was empty before as we projected this race now starting to fill up here, Lindsay, anticipating the former president.
And the former president now has both New Hampshire and an upcoming court case to juggle. What do you know about how he plans to balance both?
This is going to be a remarkable time for the former president, who will now have to once again split his time between the campaign trail and the courtroom. You know, this is something that we talked about when these indictments initially came down as the former president was ramping up his 2024 campaign, and now it is his reality. Here in Iowa, though, it really didn't seem to have much effect on his campaign. I mean, he was barely in this state. He campaigned here far less than his rivals, only holding some 30-odd stops. Compare that to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who visited all 99 counties, had over 170 stops. But the former president still maintaining this very large lead here. It remains to be seen whether or not that's going to get tougher. We know that Nikki Haley in New Hampshire is now within striking distance, single digits of the former president. And so we know that Trump already has a slew of campaign events scheduled in that state, Lindsay.
Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. We'll come back to you in a few hours, during the next few hours. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis trails behind Donald Trump and finds himself neck and neck with Nikki Haley. ABC's Whit Johnson joins us now, also in Iowa. Whit, what have you been hearing from the DeSantis campaign?
Well, Lindsay, the party is just getting started here at DeSantis headquarters. People are starting to file in. There is an energy here, but they are also expressing frustration within the DeSantis campaign about that projection for Donald Trump. They are angry about that, but they always knew coming into tonight that this was going to be a race for second place here in Iowa, and they were banking on their ground game to carry DeSantis through. Again, as Rachel noted, the 99 counties that he visited, having more events than Donald Trump and Nikki Haley combined here. But they are seeing some positive signs as well. In Sioux County, for example, some of the early numbers, this is western Iowa, they have seen DeSantis doing well there, and that is encouraging. That is an area that has a large number of evangelical voters, and we know that the evangelicals and the traditional conservatives in the state, that was very much a focus of the DeSantis campaign coming in here, which is why they made Iowa such a big part of it. They went all in on this state and built this organizational a platform so that they could get out there and get across the state. And even tonight, DeSantis was crisscrossing the state, going to a number of events and actually speaking at some of those caucus locations, trying to make that final pitch that he is the person, not Donald Trump, who can deliver on those promises for the voters.
And it sounds like he plans on staying in Iowa for tonight, but perhaps foregoing New Hampshire altogether and heading straight to South Carolina. Do you know the plan moving forward?
Exactly, and we asked him about that. What is the plan, especially because most people believe if he does not finish in first or second place here, there is a major question about how he could move forward in this campaign. What happens with the fundraising? Does the money dry up? He says he is in it for the long haul, and he insists he will do well in this state. They have a plane waiting for him to take him to South Carolina later tonight. They say regardless of the outcome, DeSantis will be on that plane. Then obviously they will be in New Hampshire later on, moving towards the New Hampshire primary. He says it's a matter of racking up delegates across the country. But again, major questions about how he stays in if he doesn't have a strong finish here tonight. The campaign has indirectly been lowering expectations a little bit. We heard DeSantis early on saying he was going to win Iowa. He said that repeatedly, but more recently he's been saying that they're going to do well here. He says he likes being the underdog, but we'll see how the night plays out. Still some time to go before we know his final finish.
Yeah, just up by currently about 1 percentage point over Nikki Haley Witt. Thank you. Now let's head back over to the big boards with political director Rick Klein. Rick, let's look at the big counties and the new information that you're learning there.
Yeah, so just to look at the most populous counties on the map, they are all being dominated by Donald Trump. You can look right in Des Moines. He's got a lead there, a little west of Des Moines in Dallas County, and all the way to the east, even the College County of Johnson, where the University of Iowa is, or all the way in Davenport. You see Donald Trump. It's almost like, Lindsay, there are two different fields that we're talking about here. You can sort of lop off a portion of the electorate and say those are Trump supporters, and then everyone else fights for the scraps, and you have a Haley and DeSantis fight from there. And just what's so striking to me is how different that is from 2016 when Trump was on the ballot. Donald Trump won none of those counties. He got swamped in a whole bunch of these places. Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz both beating him in the most populous county in the state, where Des Moines is in Polk County. And over to the east, once again, this is a place where Donald Trump's messages didn't catch on the same way. You saw all of these urban and suburban Republican voters who were rebelling against Donald Trump the first time they had an opportunity to vote on this. And yet today, you see them all flipping to Donald Trump. So you're looking at a map tonight that quite frankly, starts to look pretty repetitive. You start getting a lot of Donald Trump counties around the state, whether it's rural or urban, suburban, everything other than one county right now in northwest Iowa that's a heavily evangelical county is a Donald Trump county. That's a big, big shift from 8 years ago in the exact same state. The state has changed a lot, but the Republican Party has probably changed even more.
Yeah, we can imagine that. All right, Rick Klein, we'll ask you to stay with us until the wee hours. Thank you so much. The focus tonight is likely on Trump winning the Iowa caucuses and the Republican candidates running for second place. And while voters and viewers are watching from home, we can imagine so too is the Biden campaign and national Democrats. Joining us now, Democratic National Committee Chairman Jamie Harrison. Mr. Harrison, thanks so much for joining us. According to our partners at 538, a national average of current polling shows President Biden losing to both Nikki Haley and Donald Trump and just barely beating Ron DeSantis. Right off the bat, is President Biden prepared to take on whomever ends up as the Republican nominee?
We're well prepared to take on whomever comes out of this Republican. You can call it a caucus, a primary, or a circus. It doesn't matter. I mean, listen, in the end of the day, today's battle was between Trump 1.0, Trump 2.0, and Trump 3.0. You know, in the end of the day, they all have a toxic MAGA agenda that wants to ban abortion, rip away health care, take away the right to vote, cutting taxes for the big, wealthy corporations and donors, and cutting Medicare and Social Security. But there's a lot of momentum building up on the Democratic side under the leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris. Just today, we announced that the president and the party has $117 million cash on hand, and $97 million that we raised in the fourth quarter. And many of these donations, 97% of them were small dollar donations. And we added a third of those donors were new donors, but first time donors donating to Joe Biden. So, I know people like to take to bet a lot on these polls, but 538 said that we were going to have a red wave in the midterm, and we had a bunch of red tears. In the end of the day, the most important poll is what happens on election day, and I believe that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to win like they won in 2020.
But do humor me for a moment, because according to our partners at 538, we do want to rely on those polls for now. The president's favorability rating is at its lowest point ever, with just 39.9% of Americans having a favorable view of him, while a majority, 55%, have an unfavorable view. How do you overcome this in an election year?
Well, we overcame it in the midterms. We overcame it last November. And we'll do it again. And it's because Joe Biden has a record to run on. When you look up and you stack up all of the legislative achievements of this president, from the American Rescue Plan to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law to the Inflation Reduction Act to the PACT Act to the CHIPS and Science Act, I mean, just one of those legislative achievements would have been a foundation for an administration for 4 years. But Joe Biden was able to do all of that. I forgot gun safety legislation, student loan debt relief. This president has accomplished more legislatively, probably against all administrations since LBJ. And LBJ had a Senate, over 60 senators and 300 members of the House. Joe Biden had a 50-50 Senate on a good day and a 5-seat majority, the same 5-seat majority that the Republicans had in the House, and they can't get anything done. So I know that we have the record to run on. The president, the vice president, and everybody's going across the country to make sure that the American people are aware of it. And in the end of the day, Joe Biden's going to win again.
By most measures, the U.S. economy is a strong one. Recession fears have evaporated. Unemployment rate is low. Gas prices have dropped, while wages in many sectors in the stock market have risen. But the economy remains the top issue for voters in Iowa, that and immigration pretty much. Barely a quarter of Americans, though, say the American dream still holds true. What does that say about the disconnect that we have here with the administration?
Well, I think it's more of a disconnect. We got a lot of this was a very MAGA caucus. I mean, most of these folks said that, if Donald Trump got convicted for a crime, they'd still support him. I mean, if we're going to be a nation of laws, then we need to stick with those laws, and those laws have to apply to everybody, not just a select few. And so in the end of the day, when this goes into the general election, and Joe Biden and Donald Trump are right there, and they are making that contrast. You got one president who wakes up each and every day thinking about how he can improve the life of all of Americans, and you got one president thinking about how can I get power again. Donald Trump just said just the other day that he wanted to be a dictator on day one. He said that, it'd be okay if the U.S. economy cratered for the next few months. Again, this is a guy who believes that you can rip away health care from folks, that women shouldn't have the ability to control their own bodies. That is not where the American people are. Joe Biden is fighting for the freedom of all Americans, and that is going to be the contrast that we have going into November.
Only 13% of voters say that they feel better off financially since Biden has taken office, according to a new ABC News Ipsos poll. Safe to say they're not feeling the positive economy. Why do you feel that the Biden administration is not successful at achieving or being able to convince Americans that the economy is looking up?
Well, a lot of the things that the president has been able to do is starting to kick in now. Take, for instance, the student loan forgiveness. I'm hearing from so many people. Just the other day, we were with the president and Mother Emanuel, and somebody came up to me and told me that they just got their letter from the president forgiving all of their student loans. That's a game changer. That is a life changer for many folks. Just a week or so ago, we are now seeing that insulin is capped at $35 a month for many of our seniors. That's going to be a game changer. Many folks pay hundreds of dollars a month to pay for insulin. All of that happened because of Joe Biden and Democrats. And more the benefits of the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, all of these things, these positive legislation passed by Democrats that a lot of Republicans are trying to take credit for. Those things are now starting to percolate, and people are starting to see them and feel the impact. And so this is the right time for that to really ripen, right? Because we're going into that election season. So again, I have no doubt this president has an agenda. He's been passing that agenda. He has an agenda for the next 4 years. Remember, Donald Trump in 2020, the RNC didn't even pass a platform. All his agenda is about retribution against those folks who are against him, instead of thinking about how you improve the life of the American people. Bottom line, everyone wants to be seen, heard, and valued. Joe Biden does that. He fights for them every single day. Donald Trump fights for himself.
DNC Chair Jamie Harrison, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Now I want to take another look at the results right now. Let's take a look, if we could pull up the boards there. With 38% of the vote in, Donald Trump still holding with 52%. Followed by Ron DeSantis at 20.3%, Nikki Haley 19%, Vivek Ramaswamy just shy of 8%. It's been a slow trickle of voting data and no word from the party as to why the pace of reporting these results has been so slow, aside from potentially a technical glitch there that we talked to Rick Klein about earlier. Want to bring back in ABC News contributor and former Trump administration official Sarah Isgur. Sarah, thanks so much for joining us tonight. You were part of the Carly Fiorina campaign that came up short in Iowa in 2016. How did the Haley and DeSantis campaigns recalibrate tonight?
Yeah, so absolutely. Normally there's 3 tickets out of Iowa. I think there's a really good chance that there's only 2 tickets out of Iowa tonight. The Haley team went in with expectations that they would overtake DeSantis for that number 2 slot. It's looking really neck and neck right now. And even if it's very tight, if DeSantis does pull out that number 2 position, it's going to change things for Haley heading into New Hampshire. She really needed to win New Hampshire, beating Donald Trump. That's going to be hard to do if she comes in 3rd place today. On the other hand, for DeSantis, coming in second keeps his campaign alive, not really heading into New Hampshire or Nevada after that, but going into South Carolina, where he would then want to be in that head-to-head with Donald Trump potentially, but he'll still have Haley. I don't expect this to be a 2-person race if it's Trump, DeSantis, then Haley coming out of tonight.
And one thing that we're hearing again and again in polls and interviews with voters is they feel financially worse off, that their future prospects are worse than they were in the past. How is that influencing voters?
You know, absolutely, the economy is always going to be a top issue for voters, but I think with Republican caucus goers, I mean, remember, this is different than a primary. This is a caucus where you show up and you're looking at your neighbors and you're seeing your dentist and your chiropractor. It's like the opposite of Twitter. You know, it's not online anonymous speech. This is in-person stuff. These folks have been meeting the candidates. It's why we're seeing such different numbers in Iowa than we've been seeing in those national polls. These voters have actually met these candidates, sometimes 5, 6 times. They've touched them, felt them, poked them. And so why we're looking so closely at Iowa, even though Donald Trump has already won this, is to see when Republican primary voters really start focusing on this primary, what do they think differently, perhaps, than the ones who are just polled nationally who vaguely know who's running?
And looking ahead to the general election, the 2020 presidential election saw record voter turnout. Since then, 25 states have enacted laws restricting voters' rights. Most of these states are Republican or Republican-leaning or swing states. What impact do you see these restrictions having on the election?
Well, it could be a problem for Nikki Haley. Again, she's heading into New Hampshire. She wants that wind in her sails. She's expecting a great finish in New Hampshire. But of course, in New Hampshire, independents can vote in the Republican primary. So even if she does well, expect the Trump camp, the DeSantis camp, to say that she wasn't actually picked by Republican primary voters, but by basically Democrats, Democrat-light independents. Of course, if you think about it, this is all about winning a general election where independents will be incredibly important. So I expect the Haley team to have a pretty good response to that, but they've got a long way to go in the Republican primary in the meantime. And we're seeing that huge education gap right now just coming into these Iowa numbers in the ABC exit or entrance polling, where those non-college educated voters breaking wildly for Donald Trump. The college educated voters, on the other hand, a much closer race between Haley and Trump.
And what's your take on how these new voting laws will play out?
I mean, absolutely, it will affect the primary and the general. But, you know, we saw in 2022 that it didn't really lower turnout at all. In some states, it was increasing turnout. You know, it's funny when we think about some of these other questions, who do you think is a greater threat to democracy, Republicans or Democrats? Right now, more Americans say that the Democrats are a greater threat to democracy. So it's really different out there in the field in terms of how voters see these laws than perhaps here in the studio as we think about them.
Sarah Isker, ABC News contributor and senior editor of The Dispatch, we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now I want to bring in ABC News' Maria Villarreal. Maria, some really interesting data coming in that I think a number of us were thinking that James Carville famous quote, "It's the economy, stupid." But in Iowa, while economy is the biggest issue that drove voters, just 1% behind that, at 36%, they're talking about immigration. Now, meanwhile, Iowa is about 1,000 miles away from the southern border. Why is this so top of mind?
I think right now the reason is because it's in people's faces, right? You have Texas Governor Greg Abbott pushing migrants from the border to places like Chicago, Los Angeles, New York City. I think there is a true concern that this will happen in the backyards of people everywhere. And so when you have an issue like this front and center that people don't know a lot about, immigration is extremely complicated. But all people are seeing right now are the buses, are the border wall. And when you have candidates that are using these hot topic items and phrases like deportations or border wall or, remain in Mexico policy, and you have voters that don't truly understand how the system works, then it becomes a very scary topic for them, and one that is out of control, and one that could be in their own communities very soon and looming. And so the idea is that we're not taking care of the problem, and that is exactly why, it's resonating with voters right now.
And interestingly, Trump voters are saying that immigration is their #1 issue. Perhaps no surprise. He was the first president to talk about building the wall and making Mexico pay for it. He wasn't able to get it done during his first term. Talk to us about the complexities of building a wall along the full border.
So for people that don't know, right, the border, the southwest border is 2,000 miles long, right? The idea of being able to build a border wall that far along is just nearly impossible. And that has a lot to do with the terrain that's out there. And also in places like Texas, you have a natural barrier, which is the Rio Grande River. When Trump came in, again, I think he was relying on the fact that people don't know and have never been to these border communities. So by going and saying, we're going to build this wall and Mexico is going to pay for it, well, who's going to call him out on that? It's not going to be the voters in Iowa, because they're not going to go down there and see it. I do think that this will be a huge point of contention that we will hear candidates continue to talk about for months, because it just seems to really scare people into wanting to go to the polls. I'm not even sure why that is. I think it's because they just don't understand the topic.
And we've heard Ron DeSantis talk multiple times about shooting anybody cold stone dead if they have a hoodie and a backpack, and he believes that they're going to cross the border with fentanyl. All right, Maria, thank you so much. And we are going to toss to break right now. A lot more ahead with our coverage of ABC News Live, your voice, your vote. Stay with us. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
in Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
We're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Some more, just a little bit. Breathe more, just a little bit. Smile a little more in a minute. I've been running through the strange life. Pictures on my phone, like everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine.
Good morning, America.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Ingmar Kortelak, one of the biggest unclimbed rock faces on the planet.
Now
I'm starting to get very excited.
If we manage to climb Incan Cordillera, it'll be the biggest first ascent we've ever done.
Oh my God, it's so scary.
Ultimately, what's at stake with climbing?
This is not what I signed up for.
Is always your life.
Rock, rock, rock. Ice.
Welcome back to our special Iowa caucus coverage here on ABC News Live. I want to take a live look now at an upcoming Donald Trump event in Des Moines, Iowa, where he's expected to give remarks after his projected win tonight. We'll bring you his remarks in just a few moments. But as we wait for him to begin speaking, we want to bring in Laura Trump, senior campaign advisor for Trump's 2020 campaign and host of The Right View. Thank you so much for joining us, Laura. Your reaction to the projected win tonight?
Well, I think it's great. Obviously, this is my father-in-law, and this is the individual that I, along with a whole host of Americans, believe will be the Republican nominee and, of course, hope will be the 47th president of the United States. And I think this was a historic win for Donald Trump. You know, the largest margin of victory is just over 12%. And you look at the numbers as they stand right now, and obviously we're still waiting for them all to come in, and it shows you the speed with which we found out this result, Lindsay, as well as the numbers as they stand now. It's very clear the choice in the Republican Party for the nominee for president of the United States is Donald J. Trump. I don't think you can dispute that, at least in the state of Iowa.
Have you spoken to your father-in-law, the former president, yet tonight?
I haven't spoken to him. I spoke to my husband, who is out there in Iowa. I was planning to go, but like a lot of moms and dads, we all found out, of course, our kids didn't have school today, a very special holiday, of course, so I was home with the kids. But, you know, the report from the ground there from my husband, from my brother-in-law, Don, everybody was talking about the energy and the fact that even in below zero temperatures, you had people coming out in such a big way, obviously because they wanted to show support to my father-in-law. So I think just an exciting night. I'm so proud of him, and I'm so excited because I think what this reflects, and I think what it'll show down the line as we go to New Hampshire, South Carolina, Nevada, and beyond, where, of course, we need voters to come out and ensure this victory for Donald Trump as the Republican nominee. But I think it shows that people want to send a message. The reason these people in Iowa came out in these kind of conditions to vote for Donald Trump is because they want to make sure that people all across this country hear them, see them, and understand their vote and that it matters, and it's for Donald Trump. So I think it's very exciting.
With 40% of the vote in, the former president is winning by more than 50% of the vote right now. Is that is that what you expected, basically, since he was running as an incumbent?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can't always trust the polling, and obviously we leave nothing to chance, and I don't think my father-in-law took any of this for granted. You saw him there on the ground in Iowa. You saw him hold several rallies, go to events. I think yesterday he picked up pizzas and delivered them to a fire station there in Iowa. So he had a lot of on-the-ground events, as did all the other candidates in the field. Now, I think the difference is the amount of money spent. The two in second and third place, of course, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, however that all shakes out, of course, spent about double each what we did at the Trump campaign. And so, yeah, we didn't take it for granted. We expected a big win, but we wanted to go there. My father-in-law, of course, wanted to be there on the ground and do all the work and meet all the people he could and ensure that this victory was indeed great. And I think you can see that reflected in the numbers.
I am curious because you mentioned that that your husband is there on the ground with his dad tonight. We haven't seen Ivanka, his daughter, Melania, his wife, with him, whether he was going to the court cases or during some of his campaign rallies, even when he was announcing that he was running for president. Does he have that familial support all around this go-round?
He has 100% support from every single member of our family. You probably know, of course, Melania's mom sadly passed away last week. She's been spending a lot of time with her mom as she's been ill, and, of course, with her father and son, Barron. So she hasn't been around. But, look, the fact that not everyone is visible all the time should reflect nothing. What you can understand from the Trump family is that all of us, including Ivanka, Jared, Melania, and all the rest of us, are fully behind my father-in-law and fully believe he will be the next president of the United States.
Any concerns at all about his upcoming court cases?
Not at all. I mean, look, whenever you know the truth, as we've known about all these court cases, as we knew about, the nonsense with the Russia collusion hoax as was dragged out for 2 years in this country, we know the truth in all these cases. And I think it is scary to see that you have a Department of Justice, of course, weaponized against the leading candidate for the Republican Party. I think that is very frightening to a lot of people. I don't think I'm worried about anything at all. And I think as it relates to the campaign, I think what you saw was that it only galvanized support behind my father-in-law. People see this sort of thing, Lindsay, and they don't like it. They don't think that my father-in-law is being treated fairly. And they feel like if you can do these things to someone like Donald Trump, then what could be done to me? So I think that also ensured this large victory in Iowa tonight, and I think you'll see that down the line in the states to come.
Are you concerned at all that the potential that he could be convicted might can shy away, might scare some voters and think, oh, I don't want to waste my vote in case he is convicted?
Quite the opposite, actually. I think the more you've seen put against him, the stronger it actually makes him. I think, after the famous mugshot in Georgia, people said, oh, that'll be it for Donald Trump. And his poll numbers went up more than we had ever seen them go up before. So I don't think that it's going to have anyone shy away from him. Quite frankly, at this point, I think a lot of people see themselves in many ways reflected in Donald Trump, a system that is not working for them or they feel has worked against them. They see working against him in much the same way. And I think for a lot of people, what they are focused on is not some indictments against my father-in-law. They're focused on getting their country back. And the truth is, when you look back at the time he was president, man, things were a lot different and a lot better for people in this country. They had more money in their pocket. We certainly had a more secure southern border. We had peace agreements being signed in the Middle East. You contrast that with where we are today, where we feel like we might be on the verge of World War III. People want to bring that time back, and they know the man that did it. The reality is, whether you're looking at the Democrat side of the ticket or the Republican side of the ticket, there is only one person who has successfully done the job of President of the United States, running for president right now. And a lot of people believe, like I do, that was Donald J. Trump.
Well, we know your husband, Eric, is on the ground there in Iowa with your father-in-law, Donald Trump. Laura Trump, we thank you so much for your time and want to go to ABC's Rachel Scott, who is with the Trump campaign now in Des Moines. Rachel, how are people feeling there as they await the former president's speech tonight?
The energy here in this room is starting to pick up because we are expecting former President Donald Trump to take the stage at any moment here, expected to really take a victory lap here after these results have been projected in his favor. The projector winner of the Iowa caucus. This is something that the former president did not do back in 2016. This time around, it is totally a different story. He has built a robust campaign operation here. I heard the former president initially, and I thought that he was coming on the stage. But Lindsay, look, I'm already seeing members of Congress start to flood in here. I just saw two from Florida, Matt Gaetz, Byron Donalds. They are supporting the former president. I talked to them on their way in, and they told me that right now there has to be some sort of consensus within the Republican Party where they need to decide whether or not this field actually starts to narrow. One question that I had for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis this past week is what makes you so certain that this is a party that is willing to move beyond former President Donald Trump? He told me that if Trump is the nominee, this election will be all about his legal issues and all of that drama, and that the party needs to simply move on from that. But here in Iowa, voters sending a pretty strong signal that they still see Trump as the front runner and the person that they want to be the next Republican nominee, Lindsay.
Right, and with 53% of the vote in right now, Donald Trump just shy of 50%. Ron DeSantis right behind him with 21%. Nikki Haley with 20%. Rachel Scott, we're going to go back to you as soon as we actually hear that announcement that Donald Trump is in the building and on the stage. Thank you. And for now, let's bring in ABC's 538 Galen Druk for a closer look at what we're looking for in the polls, what we're seeing so far. What are you watching for as the results come in tonight?
Yeah, so I've been looking at demographic trends within the caucus goers this evening, and we do see some trends. For example, college-educated voters are more likely to be caucusing for Nikki Haley, whereas perhaps more religious or conservative voters in the northwest part of the state are more likely to be caucusing for Ron DeSantis. But I think in some ways that might be missing the forest for the trees, because when you look across all different kinds of demographic numbers, Trump is leading. And that's the story that I heard on the ground in Iowa reporting over the last week. You know, I talked to a voter, Tom Donnelly, in Des Moines, Iowa, who back in 2016 told me that he supported Kasich, one of the more moderate options in 2016. He told me he thought that Trump was, quote, a nut job. But now he said he's supporting Trump enthusiastically. He thought he did a good job as president, and that he thinks that Trump is being targeted unfairly. And so this is really a turnaround from what we saw in 2016. We're coming out of Iowa. It did seem like there was this more conservative part of the Republican electorate that was supporting Cruz and more moderate part that was supporting Marco Rubio, and that maybe if the anti-Trump vote could coalesce, you would see a real shot at somebody other than Trump being the nominee. Tonight in Iowa, what we're seeing is it looks like Trump may walk away with either a majority of support or very close to it, meaning that trying to put together some anti-Trump coalition of either moderates or conservatives or what have you really doesn't look to be there.
Those entrance polls, though, look pretty conclusive for Trump. What do we need to keep in mind as we take a look at these numbers?
Yeah, Lindsay, this is an important point because we're going to hear a lot about entrance polls, digging through the data. We've heard, for example, that 63% of caucus goers this evening said that a conviction of Trump would not affect whether or not they supported him in the general election. This is a vanishingly small segment of the American electorate. So it's maybe, we don't know what the turnout numbers are yet, but it's maybe 150,000 Americans. That's in a state where about 2 million registered voters reside. So turnout could be somewhere in the range of, 7%, something like that, really small. And we see that it's skewed toward a very conservative part of the electorate. So 87% of caucus goers said in the entrance polls that they were conservative. We know nationally that that number is more like 70%. So this is a more conservative, whiter, older part of the electorate that's answering all of these questions. And so that's just important to keep in mind, that we're not applying this to the broader Republican electorate or, even beyond that, the American electorate. But I will say, if you do want to try to broaden it out to the Republican electorate, it doesn't look much better for any of the other candidates apart from Trump when you do that.
What does this mean for Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis as they move into New Hampshire and ultimately South Carolina?
Yeah, this is sort of what I was mentioning, is that, in fact, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis do better in the early state polling than they do pretty much anywhere else. Lindsay, if today were a national primary day and every Republican in the country got to vote for who they wanted to be the Republican nominee, this would be an absolute landslide. I mean, on a national perspective, Haley and DeSantis are polling at about 12% evenly. Trump is at about 60% or above. Part of the only reason we're having this conversation about, whether Trump will make it to 50% or like a full-on majority is because in those early states, DeSantis and Haley have been able to pull support away from Trump. So really, their path to a victory would mean overperforming in these states. But we're actually not seeing that. We're seeing that, contrary to what Jamie Harrison, the chair of the Democratic Party, said about polls, the polls look to be extremely accurate this evening. And so if this holds true, then really it's extremely hard to see a path for Haley or DeSantis. And on top of that, it looks like they're going to be really, really close, neck and neck, around 20%, which means any kind of message of I'm the person to take on Trump after this caucus night is muddled, because at this point, it may be likely that they end up just continuing going head-to-head for second place, which is in some ways doing Trump's bidding and hasn't gotten them very far up until this point. So I think looking at all of the evidence that we see this evening across, demographic trends in the entrance polls, in terms of the actual raw results, in terms of what the polling looks like heading into New Hampshire and South Carolina and Super Tuesday, this is really, really, really Trump's primary race at this point, and you have to work really hard to describe a path for anyone else.
All right, 538's Galen Druk, we thank you so much. Now I want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl. I want to bring that point directly to you. Yeah. Is there a path forward based on these kind of numbers? We have 53% of the vote in. He's just shy of 50% right now with 49%. I guess that he would consider that a disappointment that right now he's not above 50%. But is there a path forward for anyone else?
Look, in any normal year, I would tell you absolutely not. When you have the front runner coming in, winning this dominantly in Iowa, looking dominant in virtually everywhere else in the country, I would say now. But this is not a normal political year. Donald Trump is not a normal political frontrunner. He is somebody who has been barely campaigning. He is somebody who has been spending more time in court than he has on the campaign trail. That has worked to his advantage in some ways, I think, because there has not been very much focus so much on what a second Donald Trump presidency would look like. It's been a focus on Donald Trump saying, I am a victim. They are coming after me because they're really coming after you, my supporters. He has used that to rally himself. But look, this is he is a volatile candidate who is facing enormous challenges, legal problems. He may well be convicted of multiple felonies by the time the Republicans get around to nominate.
But it doesn't sound like that bothers Iowa voters.
No, it doesn't. And look, Galen makes a very good point. He's stronger nationally than he is in Iowa. And look how strong he is in Iowa. So I'm just saying that this is an unpredictable political year. Let's see where it goes. But based on every metric that we have ever been trained to look at, yes, Donald Trump looks like he is the Republican presumptive nominee. But guess what? Only about 100,000 or 150,000 people by the end of tonight will have voted in one state. So we're early here. I will say, though, that I think that to pick up on one of Galen's other points, Trump benefits by the results of this battle for second place because Ron DeSantis is not going to see a reason to get out of this race. Ron DeSantis...
If he comes in second place.
Look, even if he, by the end of this night, but we're looking for the final results whenever the Iowa Republicans get around and telling them all of their, Rick, you know, even if he, like, if Haley ekes it out by a thousand votes here or there, I mean, this is a tie for second place. And you look at those two, that's a relatively formidable opposition if it's combined against Donald Trump. It's not combined. The two people detest each other. You saw it in the debate they had in Iowa, where they went after each other with the kind of vigor that we have rarely seen in any primary debate. Aimed at each other. Very little focused on Donald Trump. Aimed at each other. So DeSantis is not going to see a reason to drop out. Nikki Haley certainly isn't going to see a reason to drop out because she's within striking distance of maybe even pulling off an upset win in New Hampshire over Trump, the one state where he's actually weak.
Lindsay, if I could get in on that point. It looks increasingly likely, based on the results that are coming in, that Ron DeSantis is going to finish second tonight. But John is right. It's going to be a virtual tie. And also to point out, Vivek Ramaswamy is getting only about 7.5%. Those are probably Trump voters, right? So if you're looking to see where the Trump wing of the party is, if Ramaswamy is gone, a lot of that, he's well over 50% in that world. The only candidate who's still in the field, who really made it his mission to say he would not support Donald Trump, who raised concerns about his legal issues, that's Asa Hutchinson. Spent a lot of time in the state. He has 124 human beings who came out to caucus for him so far.
And 24 for Chris Christie.
And 24 Chris Christie souls, God bless. But to make that point, this is going to just sort of muddle what the opposition looks like. It is so striking because the field got so narrow before Iowa. It does not look like it's likely to narrow right now. And yes, I think John is right that the beneficiary of that is Donald Trump.
I want to pivot back to you for a moment because we are waiting for Donald Trump to give this speech tonight. And we've heard a lot of speeches from him lately, in particular, having to do with his court cases for various convictions. What are we expecting tonight? What do you think that this is going to look like?
Look, Donald Trump is going to say the Republican nomination is over, that he's the nominee. He's going to declare victory tonight. Of course, he would have declared victory, by the way, even if he lost the Iowa caucuses. But he's won the Iowa caucuses, and he's won them decisively. So I think you're going to see, I'm sure his advisors are telling him, keep it positive, act like a presumptive nominee, act like an incumbent president, and look to the general election aim your fire at Joe Biden. Don't even spend any time thinking about your opponents here on the Republican side, because they're not getting anywhere. We'll see if he can resist. You know, Donald Trump, teleprompter Donald Trump is a very different Donald Trump from the Donald Trump that really gets out there and wings it. I'm sure they have a very nice speech prepared on the teleprompter that will be a general election speech, acting like he has not just won the Iowa caucuses, but he has won the Republican nomination and looking forward. We'll see if he actually sticks to it.
All right, Jonathan, Carl, thanks so much. I want to bring back in ABC News' Maria Villarreal. And Maria, we were talking about it before, but I think that a number of people are going to be surprised that a place right in the center of this country is concerned so much about immigration. It feels like a catch-all phrase these days.
I think this needs to be a clear indicator to all of us that are watching what happens over the next year of how important this particular issue is and how much we will continue to see it over the next few months. On top of that, I mean, it's very clear when Trump talks about the border, people listen. So that is why we're also hearing other candidates talk about this. And we talked about this last week when we heard both DeSantis and Nikki Haley talk about the border wall, building the border wall. The realities of that are slim to none. I mean, obviously, we have 2,000 miles of southwest border. A lot of border wall is already built in a lot of places, hundreds of miles, and then you have natural barriers. So the idea that you're just going to build new border wall, that just is not a reality. But if you say it and you get people excited about it, then those people are going to come out and they're going to demand answers. And right now, I think the Republican Party in general is capitalizing on people's fear of what isn't happening at the border. They do not see this administration as doing enough to fix our immigration crisis, and it is a crisis. We've had record numbers of people coming across the border. And because this administration still has not figured out how to best deal with it, this party is going to continue to hammer away at this issue. We will hear this for the next 10 months, absolutely.
You said one word that I want to really key in on, fear, because it feels like when I say catch-all phrase, it feels like when we're talking about the border, we're talking about drugs coming in. We're talking about these criminals coming in. We're talking about more guns, more violence, people's safety that's an issue, and we want to be the land of law and order. And is that the sentiment that is really espoused by this whole idea of MAGA?
100%. And I think that also goes, you have to also weigh in what people are seeing on their devices, right, on their computers, what the algorithms are feeding them. I mean, once you start to click on some of this information, it does become very scary to see that there are record numbers at the border. What I think we're really, though, not focusing in on is the overall concern that the immigration system hasn't been reformed in decades, since the Reagan administration. And that's not just incumbent on the current administration with President Biden and VP Harris, but really all of the people that are in Washington, D.C. that can't seem to come to a compromise. But the problem is that when you're looking at immigration, the one thing that is going to resonate are the images that we continue to see, which is migrants at the border wall, or the buses of people coming now to cities like Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and the inability for those big cities to truly
sanctuary cities.
100%. I think people in Iowa, the voters, have made it very clear we don't want what's happening in New York to happen in our backyards. We believe the Republican Party can do something about it. And so that's why it's going to be top of our priority list. It's also very surprising and slightly confusing, though, to see that while they are very concerned about immigration and the border, foreign affairs are not at the top of the list as well. So clearly, voters do not put those two things together, and they need to be put together. So a lot to talk about here.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more than time that we probably have
I'd imagine, yeah.
tonight. Maria Villarreal, our thanks to you. I want to bring back in ABC News political analyst Reince Priebus and ABC political contributor and Democratic strategist Donna Brazile. Good to have you both join us again. Donna, just want to look at the numbers here. With 65% of the vote in, Trump again right over 50%. Ron DeSantis, 21.5%. Nikki Haley dropping a little bit behind now to third place there at 19.4%. Your reaction to what we're seeing tonight?
Well, you know, if you go back and look at the results 8 years ago, I was in Des Moines, Iowa, when the results came in 2016. I mean, Donald Trump only carried 1 or 2 counties with 40% of the vote. When you look at the map tonight, he carried several of these important counties with over 40% of the vote. So clearly the Trump campaign learned something in the last 8 years, that it matters that you have people on the ground. It matters that you use these big rallies to collect names, get donations, and of course, the most important thing, identify volunteers. I think the success of the Trump campaign tonight should warn Democrats that you cannot win campaigns simply by, you know, throwing money on TV. I know I'm speaking to a network right now, but you got to go on the ground. You got to go feed the base. You got to go talk to voters. Retail politics is very important, and Donald Trump clearly learned something over 8 years.
And Reitz, want to bring a similar question to you. I mean, we do see largely the polls expected that Nikki Haley was going to come in third. Right now, again, we're still, don't want to get ahead of ourselves, 65% only of the vote so far. But it looks like perhaps that retail, that door knocking, that all that money and time that Ron DeSantis spent on the ground there in Iowa may allow him to eke out that second place spot.
Yeah, and the big question is second place for Ron DeSantis, 30 points behind Donald Trump. Is that enough for him to stay in? And keep in mind, Ron DeSantis knows and wants to have a political future. And so the big question for him is he better off endorsing Donald Trump and getting out, or hanging in there? And, you know, obviously that's going to help Donald Trump if he stays in, because it's going to split the vote.
If I can just get you to pause for a second, because we do see Donald Trump there in Iowa preparing to make his speech, but really just, as he does, taking it all in. You know, we've seen him clapping. There is Donald Trump Jr. right behind him. There is the governor of North Dakota right there on the stage with his wife. But proud to be an American playing as you see him swaying there and really just soaking it up, enjoying this moment. 81% of the vote in at this time. Donald Trump. Yes.
Just to look at that right now.
Can we go to recline for a second while we're waiting for Donald Trump, just to see how this map just changed drastically in just the last minute?
Yeah, we got a lot of vote in just in the last couple of minutes, and what it is looking right now, Donald Trump is leading in every single county that we have enough data to present the information right now. There are 99 counties. I'm only counting 1, 2, 3, 4, where right now Donald Trump, there's just not enough data in these counties, but guess what? Trump's leading even in those counties by my count. So it's possible that he sweeps every single county, urban, rural, suburban, you name it, anywhere, heavily evangelical, heavily minority, you name it. Donald Trump is winning right now, and yes, he's winning it big. And it does look like Ron DeSantis is going to solidify second place, but it is a close second place with Nikki Haley pretty close behind. We're also told the Ramaswamy campaign is holding a news conference in the next 20 minutes or so. Has a lot of speculation about what could be part of that. He said he's thanking his supporters for coming out and is holding that news conference. So we'll have to wait and see. I'd expect that's going to be after the Trump speech.
All right, Rick, thank you. And now we'll take Donald Trump live in Iowa.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This has been some period of time, and most importantly, we want to thank the great people of Iowa. Thank you. We love you all. What a turnout, what a crowd. And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together. Whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative, it would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing. That's practically never been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too. It's going to happen soon. I want to thank some of the great people. We have so many senators. If I go through every name, we'll be here all night, and everybody's going to get angry at me. But the senators, the congressmen from Washington, they came down from all different states. I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. We don't even know what the outcome of second place is. And I see Carrie Lake. Congratulations, Carrie. Very good. I spotted her, I have to announce, because she's terrific. She's going to be a senator, a great senator, I predict, right? You're going to be a great senator. And I also want to congratulate Vivek, because he did a hell of a job. He came from 0, and he's got a big percent, probably 8%, almost 8%, and that's an amazing job. They all did. They're all very smart people, very capable people. I think most importantly, I want to thank my incredible wife, First Lady, I'll say former and maybe future. But more important than Melania, I want to thank her incredible, beautiful mother who passed away a few days ago. And she's up there, way up there. She's looking down, and she's so proud of us. And I just want to say to Amalia, you are special, one of the most special people I've ever known. And that was a tough period of time for the family. But she's amazing. She was amazing. So I just want to thank what she's done for our family, and her husband, who's home right now and very lonely. He's a lonely man, but he's going to be okay. Victor, they're great people, great parents to all of us, really. Great parents, but also to Barron. Boy, did she take care of Barron. That's how he got so tall. He only ate her food. And I want to thank my family generally. They've worked so hard, and they've taken so much abuse for being good people. I mean, good people. But Eric and Don, they really did. These two have been working so hard, and they have another job also, so they have to do it all. But they've been working so hard, and I know that Ivanka is home and Tiffany's home. They're watching, and I know that Barron's watching. Good old Barron. I said, you're going to be a basketball player. He said, well, I like soccer, Dad, actually. I said, at your height, I like basketball better, but sometimes you can't talk them into everything. But he's a special boy. But the whole family is just incredible. And my sister, Elizabeth, who's just the biggest fan. She's just an incredible person and always supportive. We love Elizabeth so much. Also, we have a woman who took a big chance. You know, in most states, we have support of everybody, the Congress, the senators. We had Marco Rubio. We had Rick Scott the other day. We have, probably 55% of the senators. And now they're all calling and saying, we want to endorse you, sir. I said, oh, great. Same thing with the Congress, men and women. We have tremendous, much more than anybody probably has ever had in this position. And we love them all. They're great. They're really trying to do a good job for our country. But one woman in Iowa who really stepped up was your Attorney General, Brenna Byrd. She really, really stepped up. Where is Brenna? Come in.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Glad to do it. We need you. Yeah.
She stepped up. She's going to be your governor someday, I predict. So we'll see. We'll be watching, but she really did. She broke away from the pack. And she had tremendous courage, and wasn't easy. In some states it's easy, in other states it's a little bit more difficult. But we have really the support of the people of Iowa, which has been just incredible. Another man who was actually the first person to endorse me in the entire country. He's a state senator. His name is Brad Zahn. He looks like he's the most handsome guy, I think. Oh, you made it. He had to drive from his caucus location. You made it. I call him the Marlboro Man. Hey, Brad. You want to say something? Come on, go up, say something.
Well, I'll tell you, I had to actually do a TV interview bragging about you. The reason why I was late is because of that, but is he awesome or what? I am honored to be the first person in the United States to endorse this guy. The next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And when he says endorse, we're really talking about 2015. He endorsed me before, actually, long before I knew I was going to run. I said, who's this man in Iowa? He's a senator, a state senator. He's a good-looking guy, too. Doesn't he look? You could pay him and give him a lot of money. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for being here. You are so great. Comes all the way from Missouri, which isn't that far. You can't drive an electric car that far, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. The group of people that we have on the stage is just emblematic of the tremendous group that we've had. We've had such a great team. You know, we did well. We were looking really good in 2016. And just to go back to the senator, he was saying, I said, who is that guy, Brad, his name? Who is he? He keeps endorsing me. He keeps saying Trump, and I didn't even know I was running. He endorsed me 4 months before I knew I was running, about 4 months before the Escalade ride down with our great First Lady. And that was Brad. I said, who is he? So he was the first one. But we have people that are so incredible. Your Republican Party Chairman, Bobby Kaufman, and his son, who is a brilliant guy, and he worked with us. And I will tell you, that is a family of real professionals. Matt Whitaker, who is the very talented and very good Attorney General. Where is Matt? He's around here someplace, and he's been with us all the way. You know, we have a man that was very impressive. And I say, there's nothing wrong with it. He's so solid and so good that he didn't catch on. Sometimes being a little controversial is good. He's so perfect. Although he did break his leg during the campaign, that wasn't so good. But it sort of stood out a little bit, Doug. But Doug Burgum from North Dakota, the governor, and his beautiful wife, Catherine, and he got out of the race. What people don't know is that he actually supported me on the other side twice already, right? Then he decided to do it, and he was outstanding. But the traction is never easy, right? You need controversy for traction sometimes, and this guy is the most solid guy. There's no controversy whatsoever, and he's one of the best governors in our country, and I hope that I'm going to be able to call on him to be a piece of the administration, a very important piece of the administration. And also, just to conclude with this, the entire Trump team, and that includes my two boys who are really here all the time, whenever we needed them. Whenever we needed them. They are great, Eric and Don. And look at all these people. Oh, Susie, I have to say. And Chris. And they want no accolades. They just want a victory, and they want to make America great again. That's all they want, actually. They don't want to be speaking. They don't want to have pictures. They just want to do their job, right? I want to thank you very much, Jason, everybody. You're really fantastic. What a job you've done. Thank you. So we're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Yeah. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border. Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing. It's a very bad thing. I think it's a group of people that are probably larger in number than New York State. And we can't have that. We can't have that. It's not sustainable as a country. It's horrible. And you know, they're coming from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over. They're coming from countries that most people have never heard of. And they're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're being emptied out into our country. And they're terrorists. Many terrorists are coming in. You know, in 2019, I saw just recently on a poll, they had none in 2019, no terrorists. Now, I even say there's got to be some, but they have none. And then as soon as this group took over, they have hundreds and hundreds of terrorists coming in, known terrorists, some of them really bad. And many of them are in, and they came in, and nobody knows where they are. This is not a good thing. And we're going to have to deport. We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time, since Dwight Eisenhower, actually. So I don't want to be overly rough on the president, but I have to say that he is the worst president that we've had in the history of our country. He's destroying our country. And, you know, my wife attended the funeral 2 months ago of Rosalind Carter, and it was beautiful. And Jimmy Carter was there, and I thought to myself, Jimmy Carter is happy now because he will go down as being a brilliant president by comparison to Joe Biden. He'll be a brilliant president. He's going to be known as brilliant by comparison. So we have to stop the invasion. We have to bring down our energy. We have to, you know, I say all the time, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation anywhere in the world. And we have to stop the crime, and we have to help rebuild our cities, and we have to rebuild the Capitol, Washington, D.C. I was there on one of the Biden indictment trials. You know, this is the only person this never happened before, but I go to...
All right, there you have Donald Trump still continuing with his celebratory speech. I want to bring back in Jonathan Karl. John, it really started out a gracious Donald Trump, really spending a lot of time congratulating his opponents, including Vivek, and saying he's still waiting to see, you know, who comes in second place here, thanking his family, his mother-in-law who just passed away last few days. Right at the end, we saw him starting to kind of punch up a little bit more with talking about the people he's going to deport and all the violence and danger that's there at the border. Your biggest takeaway from what he had to say?
Well, first of all, that he hasn't changed, for sure. But in the beginning, you know, I think he, again, trying to come out there with this sense of, I am the winner, I am the nominee, I can now thank all my vanquished opponents. They, of course, very much do not consider themselves vanquished. This is the first contest. Nobody is dropping out at this point, far from it. He congratulated Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis on their time together and then said it would be quite a battle for second place. And then he got back into, you know, frankly, the very same rhetoric that he used when he announced he was running for president in 2015, when he talked about Mexico sending the worst and sending, you know, murderers and rapists and drug dealers. He said the same thing. This time he's accusing, you know, he's saying that people are emptying countries, he didn't say where this time, emptying mental institutions and sending them across the border. It's not a fact-based argument here. It is a fear-based argument. And but Donald Trump, there he is. He is the dominant force in the Republican Party. He has just won a massive victory in the first state, which will likely set him up for victories in the states to come. But it's important to remember, just one state has voted so far.
All right, Jonathan Karl, a good reminder for us all. We appreciate you staying up late with us. Thanks so much. Now I want to bring back in our senior national correspondent, Terry Moran. Terry Moran, what did you make of this speech?
Well, he's running as the challenger this time to an incumbent, and so he's making the incumbent the issue. And he's got traction because the country is judging Joe Biden very, very harshly. Whatever you think about Donald Trump, his description of a country that's on the wrong track chimes with the way most Americans see what's happening. Americans are deeply dissatisfied. There's no amount of happy talk that can come from the White House that can persuade Americans that the country's on the right track. It's not just the border. All the economic numbers in general look all right. People believe the American dream is out of reach for them, that home ownership, that being able to raise a family, that the culture has gone askew, that the border seems out of control. These are things that Donald Trump isn't inventing. These are things that Americans are telling pollsters are real for them. Americans are very smart, generally, about one thing, and that's what they think is important in the election. And Trump, as you might expect, he's playing right into that. Joe Biden has his work cut out for him because this is the candidate he's going to face. He thinks that there's an anti-MAGA majority in their country. There may be, but he's going to be judged on the record that Donald Trump is running against tonight.
To your point, he has his work cut out for him. Terry Moran, our thanks to you. As we continue to review Donald Trump's victory speech in Iowa, let's get to ABC investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky. Aaron, we haven't heard, at least up until this point, much about his legal challenges, while his opponents are able to really look now squarely at New Hampshire and on to South Carolina. Donald Trump has some court dates coming up that he has to focus on as well.
He does, Lindsay. While Nikki Haley goes off to New Hampshire and Ron DeSantis to South Carolina. Donald Trump is coming here to New York, where we expect him to attend the start of yet another trial, a civil defamation trial brought by a writer, E. Jean Carroll, who's accused him of defaming her when he denied her rape claim. She has already won one defamation case and a $5 million damages award. So this trial's about how much more he might have to pay. And he's attending not because he has to, but because he wants to. And it seems to be working for him. He came to his last civil trial in New York about the future of his business 10 times. That's just about half the time he spent as in Iowa. So it really does show his priority is in getting his message out about the legal troubles that he faces. And it may be working as reflected in our entrance poll, Lindsay, as you've pointed out before. 2/3 of Iowa caucus goers said they would vote for him and see him as fit for office, even if he is convicted of a crime.
And to your point, as we've seen and heard from Laura Trump earlier today, she said the more that the convictions come in, the higher he was rising in the polls. And if tonight is any example of what the rest of the country is going to look like, even though he spent the least amount of time on the ground there and the least amount of events, he still won for the night. And so we will see if it continues, this trend continues. Aaron Katursky, want to thank you for your time and joining us tonight. I want to bring back in ABC News' Maria Villarreal. In the relatively short amount of time that we listened in on his speech, he really got right away, as you and I had just been talking about that word fear and immigration and concerns about the border and this mental facility.
You know, for me, I wrote down as quickly as I could, right, some of the key points that really kind of piqued my interest, because some of it just doesn't sound right to what we're seeing on the ground as we're covering immigration on a day-to-day basis, right? One of the big things that he talked about right off the bat was saying we need to seal up the border because we have millions and millions coming in. And then he kind of alludes to saying something like, well, it's more than what they have in New York. Now, he doesn't say New York City or New York State, which is just like Trump, right, to kind of give you this very vague idea and picture. But, the city of New York in and of itself has over 8 million people living in there. I can guarantee you right now we did not have 8 million migrants crossing the border this last year. Another thing he talks about is them coming from prisons, mental institutions, and being dumped here. I'm really not sure where he's getting that information. We have never heard that on the ground from Border Patrol agents, from nonprofit group organizations. We haven't heard that from the Department of Homeland Security. And in fact, in a lot of these situations, we hear from DHS that we can't get a true understanding of exactly what these professions are, where these people are coming from. But a lot of times it is families that are coming across right now. And then the last thing I have to say is, I was very concerned with the last comment he made about we're going to deport all of these people, and he hearkened back to Dwight D. Eisenhower. He's alluding to Operation Wetback, which is very concerning for where we were at that time and how far we have come, and how he is really trying to put fear into what immigration stands for.
Maria Villarreal, I want to thank you. And if I can ask, as I make my way over to our political director, Rick Klein, if we can just take a look at that graphic again, as we were just talking about immigration, because I think that ultimately did edge out the concern about the economy. I don't know if we have that graphic now, but I think it was leading as far as the #1 issue for people in those preliminary entrance polls, even more than the economy. But let's just take a look at these outstanding counties that we have left of the 99. What can you tell us as we have, what is it, about 90% of the vote that's
90%.
in?
Yeah, and Lindsay, first, we're getting word just now that Vivek Ramaswamy appears to be ending his campaign. So we're going to hear from that in a little while. But our Kendall Ross has been covering the Vivek campaign for a long time since that news is coming tonight. So that is a major development. As we've talked about, that support is probably Trump's support. We'll see how it breaks down in future contests. I do think that's actually good news for his campaign if that indeed happens. But I want to take a look because I've been really focused on some of the biggest counties in the state. These are actually the places where Donald Trump is doing the worst. But he's still getting 33.
Right, still winning.
34%. These are college towns. Johnson County, Story County, that's Iowa and Iowa State. And those are the places that if you want to make an argument about Trump and you want to squint tonight and say there might be an anti-Trump movement out there, you start to add up the Haley and DeSantis numbers and you say, wow, okay, maybe Trump isn't all that. Problem is, there's a lot more Republicans around the country who are not college educated. And that's a huge number of voters in Iowa as well. But look, Donald Trump is swamping tonight. 90% of the vote in. Ron DeSantis is likely to come in second, which I think clears the bar, even if very narrowly for him. Nikki Haley down in third. That's a bit of a disappointment for her, given the surge that she's had. And as we mentioned, the Vivek news, not good for someone who's put so much on it. But this is Donald Trump's night. It's Donald Trump's party. And all of this color across the state, he's leading in every single county right now across the state.
Rick Klein, got to get to break. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back to you here at the big board as the last 10% comes in. More of our special Your Voice, Your Vote coverage of the 2024 Iowa caucuses when we come back.
Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine. Some more, just a little bit. Breathe more, just a little bit. Smile a little more in a minute. I've been running through this strange life. Pictures on my phone life. Everything is so fine, little bit of sunshine.
Good morning, America. All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
We can change the course of history. We will fight against repression by any means necessary. Brothers and sisters, are you ready? We must be a little daring. This is our reality now.
In an interview, you talked about how you felt the boogeyman was coming.
Yeah. But since I was a kid, I felt something's gonna get me.
The case of Jonathan Majors, the actor convicted of charges.
What happened exactly, do you know?
No, I don't know. She's unconscious.
Your defense team has said that you were the victim that night.
Who received injuries in the car? I did.
Jonathan Majors Speaks, the Impact by Nightline exclusive, now streaming on Hulu. Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines.
From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news. The candidates face each other, face America, and face off right after Iowa and right before New Hampshire votes. David Muir and Lindsay Davis moderate. ABC News, the New Hampshire primary debate. Thursday night on ABC and streaming everywhere on ABC News Live and Hulu.
Reporting from Atlanta, I'm Steve Osunsami. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us on this special Iowa caucus edition of Your Voice, Your Vote. Former President Donald Trump, now the clear winner in the Iowa caucus. You see there, with 51% of the vote, only 10% still outstanding tonight. As for his competitors, it looks like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are still neck and neck, though Ron DeSantis edging her out by about 2% of the vote at this point. But the battle for second place rages on. And just in, Vivek Ramaswamy, who has almost 8% of the vote vote. He is dropping out of the presidential primary. He's just announcing that now. In his speech to supporters just moments ago, Donald Trump seemed to discount the primary votes yet to come, going directly after President Biden.
So I don't want to be overly rough on the president, but I have to say that he is the worst president that we've had in the history of our country. He's destroying our country.
ABC News has projected that Donald Trump is the winner of the Iowa caucuses once again by a wide margin. This leaves the tight race for second place between Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. ABC's Eva Pilgrim joins us now live in Iowa. Eva, what's the mood like there?
Well, right now you can see that there's a large crowd gathered here in the room. Nikki Haley is expected to take that stage here any moment now. And, we've been talking to her supporters here, just asking them how they feel about the results tonight, and many of them telling us, it wasn't that long ago, just a couple weeks ago, that Nikki Haley was only polling about 2% here in Iowa. So to have a finish like this tonight, they do feel like it gives her real momentum, no matter if it shakes out to be a second or a third place finish. And I just want to show you, we discovered this on the platform here, the Wi-Fi network. You see what it says? Underestimated. And that has sort of been a theme of her political career, but also of this campaign. She has always been the underdog in every election that she has gone into. It is a position that she is used to being in, and so they are prepared to power through. And the next place that they're looking, Lindsay, is New Hampshire, where she is polling well there. They say that she's within striking distance of former President Donald Trump, and so they are really hoping that they can take this momentum, this push that they're feeling in Iowa, and take it with them into New Hampshire, and hopefully take a win in New Hampshire or become very close to Donald Trump there, Lindsay.
And what are you hearing from her supporters on the ground?
Lindsay, they're really happy with what the results are here tonight. They feel like this is a large amount of ground that they have gained. We've talked a lot about her ground game here. It's really not as sophisticated as her rivals, and to have done this well with that ground game, they feel pretty good about it. A lot of them were telling me they were making those last-minute phone calls, calling everyone they could get on the phone, encouraging them to caucus for Nikki Haley. We saw her crisscrossing the state this weekend, getting in that FaceTime with those people that she was trying to convince to caucus for her tonight. And that's the thing that she sort of leans on in these moments, that FaceTime with those potential voters. She thinks that if she can get in front of those people and have a conversation with them, that she can convince them. And we saw her do that several times at a lot of these events. I spoke with a gentleman yesterday who was pretty sure that he was going to caucus for Ron DeSantis. You listened to Nikki Haley speak, and then he told me that he was switching. He was a little emotional about it, but he said he really wanted to see a change, and he believed that Nikki Haley could be that change, Lindsay.
All right, Eva Pilgrim for us. Our thanks to you as we're waiting to hear from Nikki Haley tonight. The Iowa caucus, though, ABC News projects that Ron DeSantis will come in second place, Nikki Haley in third. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis hit the ground running in Iowa, holding 160 events, traveling to every single county in the state, all 99. Still, he finds himself in a fight there. ABC's Whit Johnson joins us now. Whit, what have you heard from the DeSantis campaign on tonight's numbers?
Well, Lindsay, I can tell you they are energized in this room right now. DeSantis is about to speak at any moment, and especially hearing about that latest projection that he would come in second place here in Iowa. We did get a statement here from a senior DeSantis official saying they threw everything they had at DeSantis. They couldn't kill him. He is not only still standing, but he's now earned his ticket out of Iowa. This is going to be a long battle, but that it was his campaign, that's what it's built for. The stakes are too high for this nation, and we will not back down. Again, you talked about DeSantis earlier and how he planted his campaign flag here. He was hoping to be able to connect with the evangelicals and the traditional conservatives. They needed at least a second-place finish here to move forward. And right now, Governor DeSantis is stepping out. They believe they have that ticket out of Iowa. I'm assuming we're going to pause for a minute. Let's hear what the governor has to say.
Right now, it's just, oh, he is going to start to speak right now. Let's take a listen.
Thank you. Thanks so much. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us. We love you too. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us. They spent almost $50 million attacking us. No one's faced that much all the way just through Iowa. The media was against us. They were writing our obituary months ago. They even called the election before people even got a chance to vote. But they were just so excited about the fact that they were predicting that we wouldn't be able to get our ticket punched here out of Iowa. But I can tell you, because of your support, in spite of all of that they threw at us, everyone against us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa. And what I learned by going around Iowa is that this country has a basic decency. We've got hardworking people, God-fearing people, patriotic people. You just don't see it every day because of all the nonsense that gets spewed out there by the media, by social media, all this other stuff. People want to have hope for this country's future, and that's what we represent. We represent a chance to reverse the madness that we've seen in this country, to reverse the decline of this country, and to give this country a new birth of freedom and a restoration of sanity. That's what we are going to do. So we have our marching orders. Our marching orders are to do all we can to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. The same fire that burned in Philadelphia in 1776 when our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. The same sacred fire of liberty that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg when our first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, pledged our nation to a new birth of freedom. The same sacred fire of liberty that was on the beaches of Normandy in 1944 when our band of brothers stormed those shores and helped free the world. The same sacred fire of liberty that was at the Berlin Wall in 1987 when Ronald Reagan stood there and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is our responsibility, to carry this torch and to preserve this sacred fire of liberty. Don't run away from this responsibility. We welcome this responsibility. We thank you for your effort. We thank you for your support. You helped us get a ticket punched out of the Hawkeye State. We have a lot of work to do, but I can tell you this, as the next president of the United States, I am going to get the job done for this country. I am not going to make any excuses, and I guarantee you this, I will not let you down. Thank you all. God bless you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's bring out the First Lady.
And we just saw a very exuberant Ron DeSantis. Lots of excitement there on the stage and in the room. Many people had counted him out and assumed that he may not last even another day, perhaps another week. What's the plan moving forward as we hear the audience continue to chant Ron?
Well, Lindsay, he knew that it was going to be difficult to actually beat out Donald Trump in this state. Trump's support is so strong here in Iowa. So the second place finish was absolutely critical for him to move forward. The plan now, he has a plane waiting for him. Literally, he's leaving the building here. He's going to head out. He's going to hop on a plane to South Carolina. That's Nikki Haley's home state. They believe that they can actually challenge her and give her some problems there. After that, later in the day, they're going to head over to New Hampshire, where he's not polling that well. So it still raises the question about a potential path to victory, a path to the nomination. If he doesn't do as well in New Hampshire, can he still maintain some of the momentum that he earned here in Iowa by the time he gets to South Carolina? He hopes to move on to Nevada, collect some delegates there, and then make his stand on Super Tuesday. But of course, the big challenge in front of him is the front runner, Donald Trump. And you heard at the end there, he had like a subtle jab to Trump saying, I'm going to get the job done, not going to make any excuses. That's been part of his brand, his message here in the final moments that he's been trying to say to people, talking about how Donald Trump was not able to fulfill his promises, talking about the border wall, Obamacare, reducing the national debt. These were things that he would ask voters here in Iowa, you know, what did Trump actually do for you? I'm the guy who can deliver on all of these promises. So that message resonated just enough with the people here in Iowa to move him forward in this campaign, Lindsay.
Yes, he says that we represent hope and the opportunity to reverse the madness and decline in this country. Ron DeSantis lives another day. Whit Johnson, our thanks to you. I want to bring in ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. Selena, what are you hearing from Biden's campaign as they closely monitor these Iowa caucuses?
Well, Lindsay, look, this is the outcome that they expected. They expect this to be a Biden-Trump rematch, and they acknowledge that they expect it to be a close race, and they've really got their work cut out for them. But really, the central thesis of the Biden campaign is that as we get closer to the general election, and as this becomes a clear choice between Biden versus Trump, they believe that the majority of Americans will be turned off by what they call his extreme MAGA policies. The campaign also shared an interesting statistic with me, which is that their internal research shows that right now about 3 in 4 Americans do not believe that Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee. And the campaign officials tell me that this really shows that at this point in the cycle, most American voters, they are just not plugged into the presidential election. So in the coming months, we should expect to see the campaign continue to drive home the threats that they see from a second Trump presidency. We are seeing President Biden double down on that message in recent speeches, saying Trump is only running to serve himself and to seek vengeance on his enemies.
And Selena, the Biden campaign today announced that they're going to into this year with $117 million on hand. Just give us the big picture here. How significant is this at this stage in the election?
It is a significant war chest, and the Biden campaign is touting this as the most money that any Democratic candidate has ever raised in history at this point in the cycle. Campaign officials tell me this is going to give them a big advantage. They say that right now Republican candidates are still burning through cash to fight each other, while the Biden campaign has the luxury of conserving some of that cash, targeting it towards battleground states, and then using the bulk of it as we get closer to the general election. And look, the Biden campaign, they have been facing a lot of criticism, even from within the own party, for being too complacent. But the campaign officials say, look, we are exactly where we want to be at this point in the election cycle. They say, look at how much money we're raising, not the low polling numbers, to look at real enthusiasm and momentum for the Biden campaign.
All right, Selena Wang, our thanks to you. Now I want to bring in former Republican Congressman and ABC political contributor John Katko and former North Dakota Democratic Senator and ABC News contributor Heidi Heitkamp. Thank you both so much for joining us. John, in his speech tonight, Trump started out with a lot of thank yous, a lot of gratitude. He was gracious, personal stories. Then he shifted into attack mode on President Biden, really bypassing his primary opponents. What did you make of that approach?
Well, I think that's typical for a campaign. But, you know, I look back at this campaign tonight and, you know, Iowa was a very conservative state. And in a very conservative state, the person who was basically running as an incumbent in the Republican Party got half the vote in a conservative state. And let's see what happens. I think we pump the brakes on this is a fait accompli. This is all over, because let's see what happens when we go into New Hampshire, where there's a very different posture brewing. And you have Nikki Haley who's surging like she surged towards the end in Iowa, and see what happens with DeSantis. Does he fizzle out there? And then let's see what happens in South Carolina. I think it's way too early to think this is over. President Trump is doing. I'm sorry,
we heard from Mary Bruce about her exclusive interview with Vice President Kamala Harris today. Oh, actually, we want to interrupt just for a minute. We're going to come back to you guys because Nikki Haley is on the stage right now.
You can't do it unless you have a faith. And God is so good. And I want to say to my husband, who is deployed, who I know may or may not be watching this right now, Michael, I love you. And what keeps me going is I know we sleep under the same stars. So I want to say to Rena and Josh and Nayland, I am so proud of you. The best job I will always have is being your mom. I want to thank my parents who are at home every day. They reminded us how blessed we were to live in America. I want to thank my sweet brother who came out here and was caucusing for me. A good Desert Storm veteran, and I want to thank my other siblings there. I want to thank Michael's parents, Bill and Carol Haley, who've been fantastic along the way as well. You can't do this without the strength of your family. I want to congratulate President Trump on his win tonight. We have had an amazing 11 months here in the Hawkeye State. I came to Iowa early and often, and I kept coming back, even though the cold weather is brutal. But the kindness of Iowans will never be lost on me. You're faithful, patriotic, and hardworking Americans, and I will forever be grateful for the time that we had. At one point in this campaign, there were 14 of us running. I was at 2% in the polls. But tonight, Iowa did what Iowa always does so well. The pundits will analyze the results from every angle. We get that. But when you look at how we're doing in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, and beyond, I can safely say, tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race. Tonight, I will be back in the great state of New Hampshire. And the question before Americans is now very clear. Do you want more of the same? Or do you want a new generation of conservative leadership? Spoken a lot of hard truths to America, and here's another one. I voted for Donald Trump twice. I was proud to serve in his administration. But when I say more of the same, you know what I'm talking about. It's both Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They have more in common than you think. 70% of Americans don't want another Trump-Biden rematch. A majority disapprove of both of them. Trump and Biden are both about 80 years old. Trump and Biden both put our country trillions of dollars deeper in debt, and our kids will never forgive them for it. Trump and Biden both lack a vision for our country's future because both are consumed by the past, by investigations, by vendettas, by grievances. America deserves better. A new direction under new conservative leadership. We deserve a president who will focus on the needs of our people, not on themselves. A president who will rebuild our economy, close our border, and stand up to our enemies. Most importantly, we deserve a president who will stop our self-loathing, end division and fear, and make America strong and proud. Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare. But it's more than that. Republicans have lost the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections. That's nothing to be proud of. We should want to earn the support of a majority of Americans. Right. All the evidence says that if it's a Trump-Biden rematch, it's going to be another toss-up election. It could go either way. We could have more disputes over election interference. And Joe Biden could win again. With Kamala Harris waiting in the wings. Lord help us if that happens. And then look at what happens when I go head-to-head against Biden. It's not even close. That means no recounts, no lawsuits, and no doubts. It means no more Chuck Schumer leading the Senate. No more endless votes for House Speaker because we'll have a huge House majority.
And there you have Nikki Haley continuing to talk to her supporters there on the ground in Iowa. She says that she's already on her way to New Hampshire tonight. Heidi, we heard her start off talking about how God is good, thanking her family, her husband, who's, of course, overseas, deployed right now. And then she congratulated Donald Trump. No mention of Ron DeSantis. She said that Iowa has made this a 2-person race, which is interesting considering she came in 3rd place. Your takeaway from her speech?
Pretty brazen. I think that she has decided if she's going to win this, she's going to have to take the gloves off a little bit, Lindsay. She called Donald Trump a loser tonight, and that is going to have repercussions, I think, all through this primary season. But, you know, if you're Ron DeSantis and you're looking at the vote count, the delegate count in Florida, and you're saying, okay, Nikki, you and I split whatever we're going to get out of Iowa. You might do okay in New Hampshire, but when we get to Florida and the big states, I'm going to be way more competitive than you are. So he's not going to get out of this anytime soon. And she's spinning pretty hard, and I think maybe overreached a little bit if she's intending to get any of the MAGA votes back on her column.
John Katko, I want to bring you back in here. We heard her make that infamous pitch about when she goes head-to-head against Joe Biden, what the polls suggest. Your reaction to what she's saying so far?
I mean, that's the argument she has to make, and she has to appeal to the logical wing of the Republican Party, to the extent that there still is one, and tell them, look, do you want to chance it with Biden and lose in a close election with Trump, or lose if the polls indicate with DeSantis, or do you want to show what the polls are consistently showing, that I resoundingly beat Biden? If I beat Biden, I'm going to beat him by a wide enough margin. I'm going to take a bunch of things with me, like state houses and possibly the Senate and the House. And that's an argument she has to make. And it doesn't work in a state like Iowa. It will work in a place like New Hampshire, and it may work in the other states. So job one is to be competitive. She is. Job two is to get to New Hampshire and do really well. And then after that, we'll see what happens. I think that's the argument she has to make. But make no mistake, and Heidi's right. She took her gloves off a little bit tonight. She's got to do that more. And you can't be afraid to go after the lion being Trump here. And you got to believe you can beat him. And you got to show that you can beat him. You got to give confidence that you can beat him. And you can't beat around the bush anymore. Game on now, and I think it's time to go.
Game on. Heidi, what are you looking for now as we move on to New Hampshire and then to her home state of South Carolina?
Well, I mean, if by some big chance she beat Trump in New Hampshire, this opens this race up. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think Trump's going to win New Hampshire. He's going to continue to win. But I agree with the congressman. Look, here is essentially an incumbent president who is running for his party's nomination, and he's barely getting 50%. And so Trump's weaker than I think the pundits are acknowledging. Yes, he had a big victory, but listen, only 50% of the people came out to vote, and of those people, a third of them said he's not qualified to be president if he's convicted. And so I don't think you should. I don't think he should carry this victory too far. I think he's got a tough fight. But the one thing about his campaign, much better organized than it was 4 years ago and 8 years ago. These are professionals. They know what they're doing. They know how to vote count. They know they're in a fight. And so you don't take his team for granted. I've been impressed. I'm in Iowa, visited with a lot of the people who are on the ground for him. He's running a real campaign. Donald Trump is.
And meanwhile, I want to stay with you for a moment here, Heidi. The first Democratic primary will be in South Carolina. What does the Biden campaign need to show there?
I think they need to have a nice turnout. You know, there's no competition. I mean, I know Dean Phillips, he's a nice guy, but he's not going to be any competition for Donald Trump. And I think, or for Joe Biden, I think that what he needs to show is that he can build enthusiasm for his campaign within the base. And if it's a lackluster performance, you don't have a big turnout, I think that then creates an opening potentially for a third-party candidate. And so what he's got to be playing to is not trying to worry about who the Republican candidate's going to be, but trying to keep a competitor off the ticket or out of these races who could be a third-party spoiler.
Former North Dakota Senator Heidi Heitkamp, former Republican Congressman John Katko, thank you both for joining us tonight. Now I want to go back to Eva Pilgrim. Eva, we just heard from Nikki Haley there. Give us just a read of the room. It looks like people are just starting to kind of head out after hearing her speech. Is there a sense of surprise that she actually came in third? I know many of the polls suggested, and she was looking for second place.
The mood in the room is actually pretty exciting. A lot of people we talked to say that they think she showed strong here. I asked them if they were disappointed with these results, and they said no. As she said in her speech, it wasn't that long ago that she was only polling 2%. So they feel like this is some momentum for them as they head to New Hampshire, where they have spent a lot more time on the ground, and they are polling better, in their words, within striking distance of former President Donald Trump. You know, she really laid out here trying to make the case that she is the alternative for Donald Trump, saying, do you want more of the same, or do you want a new generation of conservatives? And when she said the same, she then went on the attack both against Donald Trump and the current president, Biden, saying, naming their ages, saying they're both almost 80 years old. and pointing out the fact that most Americans don't want a Biden-Trump rematch. You know, at a lot of her campaign events, almost every event that we went to see her speak at, she made the same case to these people at the very end, saying, if you don't play in the caucus, you can't complain about the general election. And I imagine as she heads to New Hampshire, that is a theme that we will continue to hear, that push for people to come out, to get engaged, and to vote in these primaries so they can choose the candidate best set to do that matchup in November, Lindsay.
Is the idea at this point for the Haley campaign full steam ahead to New Hampshire?
That's what she said. Her final lines were, I love you, Iowa, but it's on to New Hampshire. And they do think that they can have a better than strong showing there. They keep mentioning the fact that they're within striking distance of former President Trump. So that is the goal, to get the best outcome there and then on to South Carolina. And, you know, she has an uphill climb still in South Carolina, her home state, where President Trump is polling well above her. She needs a strong finish in New Hampshire if she's going to make it happen, Lindsay.
All right, Eva Pilgrim for us there on the ground in Iowa at the Haley headquarters. And now I want to bring in 538 Galen Druk for a closer look at the Iowa results. Galen, a year ago, Trump was leading DeSantis nationally by less than 10 points. What changed? How did we get here?
Yeah, if you look at the 538 polling average, there was a moment a year ago, exactly in January of 2023, where in the national polling average, Trump was at about 43%, DeSantis was at about 34%, you know, less than a 10-point gap. In some polls, DeSantis was even leading Trump nationally, and we saw that he was much closer to Trump in polls in Iowa. What we've seen since then is a real deterioration of DeSantis' standing, for one, but also an improvement for Trump. I mean, from where he stood a year ago at around, 43% to where he is now in national polling averages at around 62%, it's a 20-point gain over a year. And if you try to look and see where did things change, where might have things gone wrong for his challengers, I think you do have to look at April of 2023. And that was when the first indictment came out against Trump from New York. And we did see something of a rallying effect around Trump in terms of voters saying that, they thought he was being unfairly targeted. I heard this from voters on the ground in Iowa, even voters who said they weren't particularly conservative. The other thing that did, though, was that focused attention not on the primary campaign, not on the nomination, but instead on Trump. And these contests are about winning over the attention of the American public. And when you can't garner the attention of the American public, you're going to really have trouble going up in the polls. And on top of that, I think people did really just get to see Ron DeSantis' campaign on the ground in Iowa. Iowa is all about retail campaigning, and he did have an extensive ground game network, but it seemed like he just didn't hit it off the way that he had hoped to on the ground.
What's the significance, though, of Ron DeSantis' second-place finish?
Yeah, I mean, I think for one, part of the reason he might have performed well despite slipping in the polls even in the final weeks is that he did have that ground game. Caucuses are really kind of strange events in the grand scheme of how Americans vote. I mean, I think the turnout tonight may have been in the single digits of registered Iowan voters. It's people who are going to show up to high school gymnasiums for hours, and particularly in this case, do it in the cold. And so having people who are there to encourage you to come out, make sure you have a ride, et cetera, really matters. But ultimately, I think the larger point is that it means that this competition between Haley and DeSantis is going to continue. If he had come in third tonight, we know that DeSantis is doing much worse than Haley in New Hampshire, and he's also doing much worse than Haley in South Carolina. If he had come in third, I think there would have been a lot of pressure for him to drop out. Now he has an argument to stay in the race to try to keep it competitive with Haley. So it is a real significant result tonight, him coming in second.
All right, 538 reporter Galen Druk, thanks so much. Want to bring in back in our senior national correspondent, Terry Moran. Terry, with such a wide projected margin of victory for Trump tonight, just barely over 50%, does that mean that the state of the race remains the same today as it was prior to the caucuses?
Well, Lindsay, maybe as both Heidi Heitkamp and John Katko suggested, Trump's just over 50%, although it would be a record for the Iowa caucuses. He might win all 99 counties. For essentially a Republican incumbent president, putting himself before Republican voters. That's not a great showing if you're only at 50% of your party. That said, it really does remain Donald Trump's party, in particular because those other candidates we're just seeing a little bit tonight won't go after him. Really, there are only two arguments you can make, any candidate can make in any campaign. One is, I'm the right person for the job because of the following things. The other is, the other guy's wrong for the job. And they wouldn't make that argument. They're starting to. We'll see what kind of effect it has. What I'm struck by is that what we saw tonight in Iowa was a very typical Iowa caucus, people coming out in the cold weather, caucusing for their candidates, a normal caucus. But there was something deeply abnormal at work as well. And we found it in the exit poll. 2/3 of the Republicans who showed up to caucus tonight don't believe that Joe Biden is the legitimate president of the United States, despite the fact that, that this country clearly elected Joe Biden, that the institutions of government, many run by Republicans, the Supreme Court, controlled by Republicans, all found the facts to be true. And yet, 2/3 of the voters in Iowa won't. There's something dangerous about that. And the other 63% say that Donald Trump is fit to be president even if he's convicted of a crime. What is happening in the Trump campaign this time around is challenging the American system in a way that we haven't seen. It's much more like sometimes you see in other countries, an authoritarian figure, maybe who has crossed the line of legality, still with an army of supporters who will lay down in traffic for him. And that is the test of the system that we are heading into this year.
Terry Moran, we will leave it at that, give you the final say for tonight. Always appreciate you joining us. And that is our show for tonight. I'm Lindsay Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, Pluto TV, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com. The news never stops. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Have a great night.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital. Destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye. Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
You know, that sounds pretty good.
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food. GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
ABC News Live Prime, winner of the Gracie Award for Best News Program in all of television. Stream ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis, weeknights on ABC News Live. The candidates face each other, face America, and face off right after Iowa and right before New Hampshire votes. David Muir and Lindsay Davis moderate. ABC News, the New Hampshire primary debate. Thursday night on ABC and streaming everywhere on ABC News Live and Hulu.
thanks so much for streaming with us on this special Iowa caucus edition of Your Voice, Your Vote. Based on the entrance polls, ABC News projects that Trump will win the Iowa Republican caucus. Take a look at the results there. Trump, with 38% of the vote in, has 52% of the vote. Ron DeSantis with 20, neck and neck, with Nikki Haley trailing by just 1 percentage point with 19%. Vivek Ramaswamy with 7.7%. And what's shaping up to be a very tight battle for second place. Trump far out in front there. Former President Donald Trump made a visit to a caucus event in Clive tonight. As for Trump's competitors, it looks like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are going to be in that race for second place as we expected. As for Vivek Ramaswamy, based on analysis of the vote, ABC News projects that Ramaswamy will come in 4th place in the Iowa caucuses. This despite that he spent more time, had more events than his competitors there. ABC News estimates that turnout in the Iowa caucus will be much lower than in 2016. A lot of this, of course, credited with the weather, the Arctic temperatures they're experiencing there in Iowa and throughout much of the country. And two things that have really stuck out to us in the entrance polls so far. Is Trump fit to be president if convicted? 63% of those voters so far saying yes, 32% saying no. And did Joe Biden win the 2020 election? 31% of the voters saying yes, 65%